Correspondent Neve Barker has more from London.
Yeah, this is a major U-turn for the British government, who up until this point had been championing its more localised approach to dealing with coronavirus, a tiered approach where different parts of the country were ranked in terms of severity. But given the steadily rising case of coronavirus across the country, with a possibility of thousands of deaths a day, say the scientists, in a matter of months, also the possibility of a second peak being between 50% and 150% greater than the peak of the first wave, the government has been forced to act. So from midnight tonight, new measures come in place, the closure of all non-essential businesses, and obviously that will have a major effect on many companies and many people's lives who have already experienced many, many months of disruption. There's anticipation growing around the Oxford University AstraZeneca vaccine, official name AZD1222. According to the head of research, the vaccine is showing some positive early results, namely a robust immune response in all age groups, including elderly people. And as you know, you're more likely to suffer serious complications, possibly death, as a result of getting coronavirus in your later years. And also, the vaccine is showing few side effects amongst elderly people that the vaccine has been tested upon as well.
Now, Hurricane Eta has weakened to a tropical storm after making landfall in Nicaragua as a Category 4 hurricane. At least 2 people have died in landslides caused by the heavy rain. The slow-moving storm has caused devastation to some of the poorest communities and has also left tens of thousands without power. Manuel Rapallo reports.
Authorities in Nicaragua are scrambling to evacuate thousands of people caught in the path of Hurricane Eta. With winds of 240 kilometers per hour, the powerful Category 4 hurricane hammered the Nicaraguan coast for hours as it slowly inched toward landfall.
We are taking our things out, looking for a safer place to take shelter because of fear. To protect ourselves above all, we're looking for a safer place to weather the hurricane.
The National Hurricane Center has called Eta an extremely dangerous storm. In the community of Bilwi in northeast Nicaragua, many families were moved to higher ground over concerns of potentially life-threatening storm surge and deadly winds.
We had to come to this place because we're not safe in our houses, because we live near the beach, so we had to come here to take refuge, the whole family.
Eta is the 12th hurricane of the 2020 Atlantic hurricane season. It's also the most powerful storm to hit this region in years. Environmental experts say there's a direct link between climate change and the intensity of hurricanes, making it increasingly difficult for people to prepare effectively for stronger storms.
We cannot prepare. We have some very good people working in disaster management in the international community and in the government, but the resources are very limited, as you know, and preparing for the variations of climate change, which are coming very quickly and changing very quickly, adapting to these new storm dynamics is almost impossible.
Though Eta will weaken quickly as it tracks inland, the slow-moving storm is expected to dump heavy rains over Nicaragua and Honduras for several more days, raising the potential for deadly floods and mudslides across a wide portion of Central America. Manuel Rapallo, Al Jazeera.
Hello there, this is Al Jazeera and these are the headlines. The race to the White House is a very tight one. So far, there's no clear victor, but US President Donald Trump has declared himself the winner, despite votes still being counted.
We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it.
Well, his rival, Joe Biden, says that when all the votes are finally counted, he expects to come out on top. He is currently leading in the Electoral College count.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good.
Well, Biden's biggest victory so far has been Arizona. It's the only state to flip after Trump won it back in 2016. Results are still being counted in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania and Georgia, all very important states. And in other news, Ethiopia has begun military operations in the north amid an escalation in tensions. The local government in the Tigray region has been accused of attacking federal troops, but local authorities have dismissed that, accusing the prime minister of plotting conflict. Police in Ivory Coast are surrounding the houses of several opposition leaders after the incumbent was declared the winner of the presidential election. The opposition had rejected Alassane Ouattara's re-election and has vowed to set up a transitional government. People in England are preparing for a second national coronavirus lockdown. Restaurants, pubs, gyms and non-essential businesses will close for 4 weeks in a bid to contain a second wave of infections. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson has vowed to intensify testing when these new measures expire on December 2nd. Well, those are the headlines. Kim Vanel will have more news for you here on Al Jazeera after the stream.
Talk to Al Jazeera. We ask.
Realistically, how can you deal with the institutionalized corruption in this country?
We listen.
If this breaks up into a conflict between Pakistan and India, this has implications for the rest of the world.
We meet with global newsmakers and talk about the stories that matter on Al Jazeera.
Hi, I'm Femi OK and you're in the stream. Today, prison pandemic. People are trapped inside US prisons infected with coronavirus, but should they be? We want to hear your thoughts on this one. Tweet us at AJ Stream or leave a comment in our live YouTube chat to join the conversation. Prisons are supposed to be some of the most secure places on the planet, but despite the high security, prisons across the US haven't been able to keep the coronavirus at bay. One notorious COVID-19 hotspot is California's San Quentin prison. The outbreak there is the subject of a new film by Al Jazeera's Fault Lines. Have a look.
One of America's worst coronavirus outbreaks in a prison happened in California after infected inmates were transferred from one facility to another.
No ventilation, windows are welded shut, so everyone is breathing the same air all of the time, every day.
For a week straight, there'd be these alarms. It's called man down.
Man down, man down, man down all day, all night.
Fault Lines asks who is responsible. Pandemic in prison, the San Quentin outbreak, on Al Jazeera.
Joining us from California to discuss the issues of COVID infection in US prisons, Adnan Khan. He's a co-founder and co-executive director with Restore Justice. James King, he's a state campaigner with the Ella Baker Center for Human Rights. And Danielle Harris, she's a managing attorney with the San Francisco Public Defender's Office. Hello, everybody. It's really good to see you. James, as you watched that Fault Lines documentary, as you took part in that Fault Lines documentary, it was just a short period of time between when you were incarcerated, when you were released, and when that outbreak happened. When you put all of that together, what do you think?
I mean, for me, it's been incredibly nerve-wracking just to think about the fact that I made it out maybe 90 days prior to the largest clustered outbreak in the country. And it was in many ways just good fortune smiling down on me. It could have been anyone. It should have been several people. So just like knowing that there was nothing distinct about me that created that timeline, but just the way things lined up that then happened to prevent me from going through it while thousands of others did has been really hard to reconcile, frankly.
There's a moment in the documentary where a nurse who's working at San Quentin anonymously explains what happened. And I just want to play that because it is just frightening hearing it. Have a listen, everybody.
We were running from man down to man down. It was almost nonstop. 4th of July was the hell week. That was the peak. There are patients everywhere in the hallways. They're waiting outside of the building because there's no room to get into the healthcare building. Even if you're having chest pain and you said that you feel short of breath, even that was not enough for you to get immediate medical care. We had to check your oxygen to see if in fact your oxygen was okay. We were grossly understaffed, and we were completely overwhelmed.
And then it was about 7 months ago that the stream had to take a break because of COVID-19. We came back. The very first show we did was about the risk of COVID outbreaks in prison. And here you are talking about COVID outbreaks in prison. This was expected. You warned people about it, not you, but many advocates. What went wrong?
I mean, one thing that went wrong is that they didn't listen to the advocates and the experts, the infectious disease experts, the doctors, the people who are formerly incarcerated, lawyers. The people who are in charge, who makes these decisions, did not listen to the experts. And that is exactly what went wrong. And in the midst of all of this, we had a huge botched transfer of incarcerated people from one of the deadliest prisons in Southern California to San Quentin. That created this outbreak. This is one of the largest tragedies in the prison system that I'm aware of in recent history. And that is actually a problem that we're seeing nationally, is people in charge in these positions of leadership are not listening to the experts.
It was a facepalm moment, what happened at St. Quentin Prison, because up until then, the cases had been, as far as we know, 0 cases. Then what happened? James, you pick up the story because I know you've got friends who are still in St. Quentin.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I think about often is we don't know that there were no cases within San Quentin prior to the outbreak. What we do know is there was very little testing occurring. And then when they finally started testing, because so many people were going man down and it was requiring them to test, within 2 weeks, over 1,000 people became infected. So you can imagine, and that's out of a population at the time of about 4,000 people. So 1 in 4 people within 2 people in this very small, clustered, gated facility, prison, became infected very quickly. And there was no room to put them. So everyone, if you were in a cell, the cells are 4 feet by 9 foot wide, and your cellmate became infected, then that cellmate stayed right there, and you just waited for the inevitable. You would have it shortly. And that was the understanding, the expectation, and there was nothing to do about it because the prison was so overwhelmed so quickly.
Daniel, I'm just looking at something here from the OIG on my laptop, the Office of the Inspector General, Independent Prison Oversight. Just going to scoot down here on my laptop. It says here, the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation distributed and mandated the use of personal protective equipment and cloth face coverings. So it looks like they knew what they had to do. How did it go so horribly wrong?
Well, the Department of Corrections, which is the agency that oversees San Quentin and all of the prisons in California, makes a lot of policies, but they are less adept at ensuring adherence to policies by their own staff. And so what the Office of the Inspector General found, and that's sort of a watchdog agency that has the power to inspect the prisons, unfortunately not the power to mandate any changes, but what they found is that the department, which is massive, 63,000 employees, we're talking about a department that spent $500 million last year on overtime alone. So it is a massive organization. And what the OIG found is that they weren't enforcing masking requirements. So when, of course, when we put folks in prison, a lot of folks, as we have done, we remove from them the ability to take care of their own basic needs. So when we do that, we not only are punishing people, which we certainly are, but the state is taking on a huge obligation to care for the daily physical needs of these individuals, their food, of course, and their health care, and to protect them when something like this pandemic happens. So if staff aren't doing what we all know, at least those of us who are willing to listen to the experts, if they're not wearing masks all the time when they're at work, there is no doubt that that is going to contribute to the spread in the prisons. Because there's no such thing as social distancing in prison in California. Even if you are placed in a cell by yourself, at least at San Quentin, and you can see here what the structures are, there's in most of the buildings in San Quentin, there are 5 levels of open cells. Each cell has bars and mesh on it, but no solid door. So it's not just the person in your cell who you cannot social distance from, it's anybody walking by, and it's actually folks on the tiers above you too, because of the shared air and the terrible ventilation that doesn't really allow the air to get transferred in and out of the buildings.
James, there's a voice, and Adnan. James, you go first. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing to that. Danielle makes several excellent points, but the one thing that the vast majority of those 63,000 employees that Danielle just mentioned go in and out of the prisons every day in 8-hour shifts. So the idea that these are somehow prison outbreaks and that this can be isolated to prison incidents is a large part of what we've been advocating against. Each one of these outbreaks, and when you just look at incarcerated people, there are outbreaks at 20 different prisons right now. When you look at staff, there's an outbreak at every prison in the state right now. And each one of those staff members and outbreaks, those people get off work, they take their uniforms off, they drift into the community, and there are no parameters set in place to reduce the congregate settings that are acting as and can act as super spreaders in the larger communities.
So I want to put this to you, James and Adnan, because there's an empathy gap on YouTube right now. So North Angel 9 says, if they are in prison, they stay in prison until their time is up. End of story. Another one along the same lines, Short Fish says, since when is a crime worth death? So there's 2 alternate conversations going on there. But you also mentioned the staff that work in the prison. Adnan, you pick up there, because if people have an empathy gap, there are also staff as well. Go ahead, Adnan.
I want to add to that. I mean, I think that if people are only looking at we need to protect the staff and not incarcerated people, I really feel like that this is a very individual question that we need to ask ourselves as human beings, as the person that we want to become. What is it about us as individuals that want to harm others, regardless of what they've done? And another thing is that our understanding of safety and who commits crimes, why crimes are committed, how to restore people is totally lost on society. What we believe is, okay, you did the crime, you do the time. No one ever understands what doing time truly means, and if that is what's providing safety, not just for people who are in society, away from people who are incarcerated or people who are coming back to society, but true safety really is people who are coming back into society, making sure that they're safe, making sure that I'm safe, that James is safe. And so safety isn't a one-sided road. COVID is showing that. If I have COVID and I'm walking around in the streets and in your grocery stores and in different areas in your malls, are you safe? No, you're not safe. So safety is not just keeping James away from Adnan or keeping Danielle away from James. That's not what safety is. Safety is restoring the humanity in people. And last thing I will say, that by the time I was 17 years old, I was a parentless, homeless, high school dropout. At the age of 18, under those conditions and with layers and layers of trauma and abuse, I committed a crime. I'm not excusing my crime, but what I am saying is that when I got to prison, there was nothing in prison that told me to say sorry. No one in prison told me to be accountable. No one in prison asked me to be to apologize to the victims, to make an amends. No one asked me that. And so when we look at safety, people completely misunderstand what safety is because it's been sold to us as a product by policing and prisons. That's the problem.
There is a voice that is missing from this conversation, and it's a tricky voice to get, and that's the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. Look here on my laptop, because I do have at least some current figures here. And if you look at this chart, it tells us how many people in the state of California who are incarcerated currently have COVID or had COVID. So currently in custody, over 700 active cases. Just over 400 people have been released while they had COVID. Resolved, that's an interesting word, isn't it? Resolved, that means that they've probably recovered from COVID. I'm not sure that their situation has been resolved. And this figure here, 80 deaths. So how many people have actually had COVID in the California state prison system? 16,000 people. We couldn't get their voice in this conversation. Fault Lines also tried. Here is my colleague, Dina Takori, on the efforts that she also made to see if they would talk to Al Jazeera.
In an emailed statement, a CDCR representative said they implemented unprecedented measures to address the COVID-19 outbreak at San Quentin. After transfers from CIM tested positive, they set up a 220-bed alternative care site, provided all staff in the incarcerated population with N95 respirators, and sent hundreds of additional staff to San Quentin.
Daniel, there's a tweet here that you shared, and it says, 10 days ago, and this was in July, I wrote 60 people living in San Quentin offering advocacy. Today's return mail. Let me just scoot up and just see here. Look at this. What did they need from you? What help did they need, Danielle? Go ahead.
So they needed to know that people were paying attention, that people cared, that people were working to try to better the situation for them, I think. It's interesting that CDCR continues to say that they took extraordinary measures as if they did all they could, notwithstanding the fact that the Court of Appeal has said that the inaction in San Quentin by those same officials has been, quote, morally indefensible. We have a situation where the measures CDCR took may be unprecedented because we're in the midst of a global pandemic, the likes of which hasn't been seen in the lifetime of anybody living today, but it has been grossly inadequate. And that's why we are in the situation we are in, where there was an explosion of COVID at San Quentin this summer, and in July, people began dying at San Quentin. Those 29 people, 28 incarcerated people, and one staff member who have died should be alive today. That blood is on the hands of CDCR officials, and the reason that they don't speak really publicly, I think, is that they are used to operating in complete secret with complete impunity, and there's no accountability. 29 people died at San Quentin, and where is the accountability for those deaths? Our prison system is built on this notion that people need to be held accountable for the decisions that they made. In June, a team of independent experts told CDCR officials that they needed to cut the population of San Quentin in half, or people were going to begin dying. And they refused to listen to that advice, and 29 people are dead. Where is the accountability?
So, guess, let's talk lessons learned and maybe where we are right now. I want you to have a listen to Adamu. He introduces himself, he tells his own story. I'm just going to leave him to it. Go ahead.
My name is Adamu Chan, and I was incarcerated at San Quentin State Prison during the height of the coronavirus outbreak that happened there. And at no time during those months did I feel like the health and safety of the incarcerated population at San Quentin was a priority for the administration or for CDCR officials. And what I witnessed was that the vast overcrowding in San Quentin and at all the prisons across California was a huge factor in kind of exacerbating the spread of the virus through that population. And so any solution has to start with mass releases.
Mass releases. I'm going to put this question to you from YouTube, James. This is from Moss. How willing are the authorities to release prisoners? Moss says. James.
Yeah, I would start by saying that the California Department of Corrections is unwilling to release anyone in response to this pandemic. They have fought this tooth and nail every step of the way, even though every public expert, every medical expert, legislators, the judicial branch, community members, and advocates have all weighed in to not only say that releases are the safest thing to do in response to this pandemic, but also that we are standing by to support those releases. So they have all of the information. They know that it's not only politically viable, but that there's support for it, like material resource, and yet they still are resistant to conducting any type of...
James, why?
Well, I think that the bottom line is that this is our reliance and our addiction upon incarceration as a means for social control has been part of our society for decades upon decades. We have 35 prisons within our state that hold close to 100,000 people right now. You don't get there without being devoted to that as a policy and as priority issues, that we are going to incarcerate our ways out of marginalization, disenfranchisement, a lack of resources and resource sharing in our communities. So there's a very specific model that California believes in, which is that incarceration keeps us safe. Us as advocates are saying that is false, that is categorically untrue. What keeps us safe are having basic affordable housing, just having an income, a reasonable living wage, having access to reasonable medical and mental health treatment when needed. Those are the things that actually keep communities safe and build communities up. And our governance at this point has a different philosophy.
James, I'm just looking at some of the advocacy. So, excuse me, Adnan, I'm coming right back to you, though. Some of the advocacy that you're doing, releases, not transfers, town hall, that is coming up. Adnan, from your organisation, Stop San Quentin Outbreak Coalition, and I'm wondering if this may well be an opportunity. There have been so many protests, so much advocacy. Let me just bring in this last comment, Adnan, and then you jump off the back of it.
Governor Newsom and CDCR have an opportunity, and that is to stop the further spreading of COVID-19 by stopping all prison transfers and also stop dropping people off at ICE detention centers. Sadly, we can't go backwards. We can't correct terrible decisions already made, but what we can do is we can stop making terrible decisions. We can understand that there are many people, many vulnerable people within a vulnerable population with comorbidities who have loved ones ready for their safe release, who have organizations planning for safe release. And this is a place where we can all lean in and understand that we have an opportunity to save lives.
8 months into this global pandemic, so many lessons learned, lives lost, Adnan. Now what?
That's what I was going to bring up, Femi. Thank you for saying that again. Lessons learned. Lessons have not been learned. And there is a clear example with the chart you gave earlier. Right now in Corcoran, which is in Central California, I spent 5 years there. There's 392 cases, active cases recorded right now. And like you said, 8 months into a pandemic, after 80 deaths, over 16,000 recorded or reported COVID cases in California state prisons alone, right there, this what you're showing now. What lessons have we learned? If you look at the left side right here, 150 active cases in the last 14 days, 392 cases in the last 14 days, and these are two different facilities. And we are 8 months in the pandemic. That means 8 months without visits. So family, programs, volunteers have not been coming in. So who has been bringing and taking COVID out of these facilities for the past 8 months? And who, talking about they're not wearing masks properly, you can't social distance or physically distance in prison. And we've been saying that since March. And why, for us to repeat that in November on election day at that, it's just mind blowing to me. And so when we talk about accountability, and society can constantly blame people for committing crime, and you do the time, you you do the crime, you do the time, stay in prison. Well, the truth is, if we're asking people to be accountable for the crimes that they've committed and for breaking the law, well, we as a society and as a government have a legal responsibility to provide adequate health care for people that we incarcerate. That is a law. So it's very hypocritical to tell people to demand accountability from people and not hold ourselves accountable to a law that we have to be governed by. So there's many discrepancies here that continue to contradict themselves when people like myself, James, and Danielle talk about COVID, and when the government and the governors talk about COVID. So what has stopped? 392 cases right now actively as we're talking. But we continue to highlight the super spreader events at the Rose Garden at the White House lawn. We talk about that, but we don't talk about the 392 cases that are happening right now that have staff, like James mentioned, coming in and out of that prison every 8 hours into our communities. We don't talk about that.
Adnan and James and Danielle, thank you so much for being part of today's programme. Adnan, there are so many more questions about what happens if you release people right now during a global pandemic, which is why I'm really glad that you're going to be our Instagram live guest a little bit later on in about 30 minutes from now on IGTV at AJ Stream. That is where you'll find him. And if you don't have time to do that, very soon you'll find it any other time. So have a look here on my laptop, because we have been talking about the new Fort Lauderdale documentary, Pandemic in Prison, the San Quentin Outbreak. You can find it online, and you can also find it on Al Jazeera TV as well. Thanks so much for watching. I'm Femi OK. I'll see you next time. Bye for now.
November on Al Jazeera.
Following huge protests and the introduction of the Beijing-backed national security law, Carrie Lam sets out her vision for Hong Kong.
All Hail the Lockdown explores the complexities of our global response to the coronavirus pandemic.
In a series of special reports, we examine the global gaming boom as other entertainment businesses struggle to survive.
Upfront returns with Emmy Award-winning journalist Rochelle Carey. She'll cut through the headlines and lead rigorous debate.
And former French President Nicolas Sarkozy will face trial on corruption charges. We'll bring you the latest.
November on Al Jazeera.
When I was 5.
You ain't 5 though. You ain't 5 to what day?
August.
August 9th. You gonna learn about August 9th. Something else happened on August 9th when you was born.
It happened.
August 9th.
On August 9th.
On August the 9th, 18-year-old Michael Brown was gunned down by a white police officer in Ferguson, Missouri.
I saw me, I saw my son in 15 years. I saw all the youth that I mentor on that ground. And I felt like, you know what, this is my time to stand up.
A story of love, family, and freedom.
I was 8 years old. We were at school. We heard the sound of large explosions.
And the hardships faced in captivity.
They came for me at midnight. They told me to leave my son. I said, how can I? I saw so much pain in the eyes of the other female prisoners.
Nyla and the Uprising. On Al Jazeera.
This is Al Jazeera.
Coming up in the next 60 minutes.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
On a knife edge, Donald Trump falsely claims victory in the U.S. presidential election, despite key results yet to be announced. His rival, Joe Biden, says he still believes he'll win and is currently 32 Electoral College votes shy of outright victory. Votes are still being tallied, but Trump is threatening to go to the Supreme Court to stop the counting. And in other news, Ethiopia's Prime Minister orders troops into the Tigray region following a deadly attack on a military base.
I'm Joanna Gajrowska with the sport. Argentina football hero Diego Maradona has had successful surgery to remove a blood clot from his brain.
Welcome to the News Hour. It is 1500 GMT, 10 a.m. in the east of the United States. And as the new day begins, the country is waiting on a handful of results which will decide who will be the next president. With 43 states counted, results are neck and neck. That leaves 7 states to decide the direction of the country, and most of them could go either way. While other states paused for the night, counting continued in Wisconsin. We're expecting to hear the results there in the coming hours, and counting has restarted in other areas. We will be getting you those updates as soon as they come in. This hour, we will be speaking to Alan Fisher, who is in Washington, D.C. There he is, and Jamal Ashal, who is in Biden's home state of Delaware. But let's begin our coverage with this report from Rosalind Jordan.
Shortly after 2 a.m. on Wednesday, President Donald Trump told his supporters and the nation that Democrats were trying to steal his Election Day victory. And Trump said he was suing to hold on to the Oval Office.
So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
But with the vote count still unfinished in at least 10 states, Trump's claim of victory was dubious. Earlier in the night, Trump's Democratic rival Joe Biden urged his supporters to, as he put it, keep the faith.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished.
It's long been standard practice in U.S. elections to count all the ballots, no matter how many days it takes. This year, the delay is considerable, given the more than 100 million ballots being cast weeks ahead of time, as well as the millions of votes cast on Election Day. Swing states, such as Michigan and Georgia, announced late on Tuesday that they would resume counting on Wednesday morning. And at least one swing state, Pennsylvania, said it might not be done until Friday. That state's governor pushed back against President Donald Trump's accusations that counting ballots after Election Day is illegal.
We may not know the results today as a result, but I encourage all of us to take a deep breath and, as I've been saying, just be patient. What's most important is that we have accurate results and that every vote is counted, even if that takes a little longer.
News organizations had Biden ahead with more than 200 Electoral College votes, but the winning candidate needs 270 to be declared the winner. That likely won't happen before Wednesday at the earliest. Rosalind Jordan, Al Jazeera.
We're going to speak to our correspondents in just a moment, but first, Kamal Santamaria has a breakdown of the numbers so far.
This is the state of the race. 238 to Joe Biden, 213 to Donald Trump. It's very tight, it's very close, and even though clearly Joe Biden has a lead and is closer to 270 than his rival, there are paths for both candidates at this point because there are 5 states left, and we're going to run you through them, all too close to call at this stage. 10 electoral college votes in Wisconsin, part of the so-called blue belt, of course, which Donald Trump picked up 4 years ago. That includes Pennsylvania, 20 electoral college votes, which will be vital for either candidate to pick up the presidency at the end of, well, whichever day it ends up being. We're also looking at Michigan in that part of the country with its 16 electoral college votes, completing the blue belt there. Important, probably more for Joe Biden at this stage than it is for Donald Trump. There are 2 other states to think about, and that is North Carolina with 15 electoral college votes, and also the state of Georgia with its 16. Both southern states, Donald Trump would be eyeing those ones up to try to get him over the line with some extra pickups along the way. That might include Nevada with 6 electoral college votes, which we would expect to go blue, but then you can always expect the unexpected, can't you? So, a final look at the state of the race 238 to 213, those states in yellow, the ones that are left, the swing states, the battleground states, the states which will ultimately decide this 2020 election.
Let's go live now to Ellen Fisher, who is in Washington, D.C. Ellen, even since speaking to Kamal, I mean, these margins are razor thin. We knew it could pan out this way, waiting some time for a result. Looking specifically now at Wisconsin, at Michigan. Talk us through where we're at now, how things are looking.
Well, we've just heard from the Trump campaign just in the last few minutes. They're holding a conference call with people. They say that they are confident of the president's path to victory. He, of course, declared victory several hours ago, saying that he'd won the election. They insist that Democrats are pushing to count late ballots. What the Democrats are actually pushing to do is to count all legally cast ballots. And in answer to that, the Trump campaign says that if all the legal ballots are counted, then the president wins. But that's kind of ignoring the situation that we're seeing at the moment in both Wisconsin and Michigan, where Joe Biden is ahead. They are counting hundreds of thousands of ballots that have been cast by mail, and those absentee ballots as well. They come from mainly Democratic areas. Now, we're not saying they'll all go Democratic, but it certainly would suggest that Joe Biden would have an advantage in both of those states. Now, if you add into that Nevada, which we should find out about probably in about 24 hours or so, and you add to the fact that he's won Arizona, that almost puts him within touching distance. And so it makes it much, much harder for Donald Trump to get to that magic 270 figure. Someone's just pointed out to me, I don't think anyone has ever won the White House without winning either Ohio, Pennsylvania or Florida. And that is the possibility that Joe Biden is looking at the moment. He might not win those three states, but he still might have enough votes to push him over the edge into 270. Certainly, there's been some criticism of Donald Trump and his comments in the early hours of the morning when he said he'd won and there was an element of fraud involved in some of the ballots. He gave no evidence to support that. He said that they were considering going to the Supreme Court. Now, you don't automatically go to the Supreme Court, even if you're the President of the United States. Your campaign has to lodge it at a lower court, and then it's really up to the Supreme Court to decide if they want to take on the case if the lower courts can't agree, or it continues to be appealed. So Donald Trump believes he still has a few paths to take, both electorally, but also he can do it in the legal route as well. You'll remember that it's just over a week ago, that we saw the confirmation of Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court. Donald Trump wanted 9 justices on the court, giving the court a 6-3 Conservative majority because he thought that he might be contesting some of the results. Just 24 hours ago, he said, no, that wasn't going to be the case. And here we are on Wednesday, the day after the election, and that could well be where we're headed.
I mean, to that end, Alan, Donald Trump has tweeted talking about, he says last night he was leading solidly, and then one by one they started to magically disappear as surprise ballot dumps were counted, very strange in capital letters. I mean, that kind of rhetoric does lead one to the conclusion that things could get quite nasty.
But that's not what's happened. I mean, the reality is that the votes have come in and they're being counted. And there are Republicans and there are Democrats who are involved in the counting process in all of these states, including in Pennsylvania, which could be important. Now, for a couple of days, we've been saying how important Pennsylvania is. You'll remember that Joe Biden spent Election Day with 2 events there. He spent the day before Election Day with 2 events there. Kamala Harris was there the day before the election as well. Pennsylvania has always been important. If there's credit to the Trump team, it's that they saw the path to 270 quite early on. They worked on those key constituencies and they narrowed it down in Pennsylvania to the northeast corner of the state, and they concentrated a lot of resources there. They believe that they did enough to win. And of course, just before the polls closed, we were hearing from the Trump campaign that even though they were behind in all of the polls, that they were very comfortable with where they were. And it turns out, yet again, the Trump campaign were reading this much more accurately than a lot of the pollsters. Why the pollsters got it wrong, that's a question for a couple of days after the election. And there'll be questions too for the Democrats on how this turned out to be such a tight race when they were up against a man who they say is the most unpopular president in modern times, that he's a racist, that that he's sexist, that he's overseen a collapse in the economy because of COVID, that he's also seen the death of 230,000 Americans because of COVID and didn't act soon enough to try and mitigate those numbers. Even with all that argument that they've been making since February, March, April, they still haven't been able to close the deal on election night, and they're now looking at hoping to squeeze by. But it's been pointed out to me, one vote is enough. It's happened before in the past where a President Rutherford, won the Electoral College by one vote. And you know what? He was president for 4 years.
Every single one of those Electoral College votes counts at this stage. Thank you for that, Alan Fisher. Live for us at the White House. OK, let's get the view now from Delaware, Biden's home state. Jamal Ashal is in Wilmington for us. Jamal, so as far as Biden is concerned, I mean, this was not the overwhelming victory, was it, that the Democrats were hoping for, that Joe Biden was hoping for? I mean, there'll be a lot of discussion going on right now, won't there?
For sure, but I think they'll probably postpone that discussion until everything is settled. I mean, ultimately, it doesn't matter how you get there so long as you get there. The question is, will they get there? They feel here that they are confident to be on course to ending up in the White House. We're looking at some of those contentious or hotly contested, rather, states where some of the results are coming in. The chair of the Democratic Party, I want to read for you one of the tweets that just came out in the past half an hour or so, where he was talking. So here we're talking about Wisconsin, and Ben Wickler, who is the chair of the Democratic Party there, came out and said that he believed Biden was roughly 20,000 votes ahead of Donald Trump, and therefore Wisconsin was going to be a blue state. This was flagged up by Twitter because it is seen as still not something that is 100% accurate, or at least not 100% verifiable. But the Democrats here do feel that their candidates will eventually make it over the final finishing line, albeit just about. As you mentioned there was talk of this blue wave that was going to sweep across the nation. All the polls, as Alan pointed out, there were pointing to a much bigger victory for Joe Biden. That hasn't translated, but what matters in the end is winning. And when we look at the remaining states, Wisconsin I just mentioned there, but also Michigan, you're talking about votes that are being counted in Detroit, a very cosmopolitan area that is more Democrat leaning. You've had people like Rashida Tlaib, who's even on the left side of the Democratic Party, winning her seat there. And you've got a strong argument to say that when all the votes are counted, it will result in a Biden presidency. We are expecting the head of the Biden campaign, Jen O'Malley. She's going to be given a statement any minute now, momentarily, I think. So that's going to maybe give us an idea. They're billing this as a statement to protect democracy. Again, this has been the consistent message coming from here, that this election was not just about picking president, it was about defending American democracy. And now with Trump's premature statement of victory, they're saying that this is an attack and an affront on the Americans' right to have their voices heard. And we're going to hear, I'm sure, some strong messages coming from Jen, who's just starting to speak now.
We will be listening into that as we get that feed of that briefing. Jamal, while we've got you, as you said, there are a few potential paths to victory for Joe Biden, looking at Pennsylvania, looking at Michigan. How big of a test is this of the mail-in vote demographic, of the mail-in vote and how that goes, how that swings?
It's a huge test because when you think of it, Kim, firstly, you've had more than 100 million early voters, most of them by mail, right? With the pandemic going on, obviously, is another reason why people chose to do that rather than queuing up in crowded areas and polling stations. That's more than 50% of those who have voted. According to one NGO here that monitors voter participation, roughly the voter turnout this time around was around 160 million all in all. So when you're talking about roughly 55%, sorry, my math is terrible, maybe more than 60% of those voting via mail, that's going to show just put a lot of stress on it. And that's why the Democrats are saying this attempt to say that these votes shouldn't be counted is essentially just unfair, because it's expected that some votes were casted before November 3rd. Because of the just sheer volume of them, it will take time to be delivered, and then it will take time to then be counted. And that's why they're saying no one should rush. That's why there was these statements, not just from the Democratic Party, but by a lot of analysts leading up to this, that anybody expecting a result within the first 12 hours of polls closing is essentially just, wishful thinking, that this will be a long and drawn out process, hopefully not so long and drawn out in the sense that it wouldn't go to courts, but that is still a very real possibility.
Okay, thank you for that update there, Jamal Ashile, live for us from Wilmington in Delaware. Let's take a look now at the state of play. Joe Biden has 238 Electoral College votes, while Donald Trump has 213. The magic number, of course, is 270. Now, here in yellow, you can see the states that are still in play. Georgia and North Carolina in the south, Nevada in the west, and the three Midwestern states of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. The last three, known as Blue Wall states, were narrowly carried by Trump in 2016, securing him the presidency. Well, let's bring in Simon Rosenberg in Washington. He is the president of New Democrat Network and a former advisor to President Bill Clinton. Thank you for your time, Mr. Rosenberg. It's not over till it's over, of course. We are waiting. We are listening to the counts. But is this, what we've seen so far, disappointing for the Democrats?
No, I mean, job number one was to beat Donald Trump, and I think we're on track to do that. It just didn't happen as quick as perhaps we all wanted. And Joe Biden is on track to get potentially as high as 52 or even 53% of the vote in one of the highest turnout elections in American history. So I think that, this has been a bloody battle. I think we're worried about the Senate. I think it would be important for us to also bring the Senate along with President Biden. But I think, we feel good. I think Donald Trump is going to be a former president and Joe Biden is going to be the next president of the United States. That was our main job this cycle, and I think we're on the verge of achieving it.
A couple of the states that we are keeping an eye on, expecting results, possibly in the coming hours. Yep. Wisconsin, less than 1 percentage point in it. Michigan, 0.2 percentage points in it. Yeah. What do these results so far, these razor-thin margins, say to you, no matter how you sit on the divide, what do they say to you about the state of America?
Well, this was obviously, it's not clear to me that the popular vote is going to be as close as the Electoral College. I think when all the votes are counted, Joe Biden will win between 4 and 6 percentage points in the popular vote. And this will be for the Democrats, this will be the 7th out of 8 elections, the last 8 elections where we've won more votes. And so if there is a party that is closer to being a permanent majority party, it's the Democratic Party. Over the last generation of American politics. I will say that I think what we have to watch over the next few days, and we have to let all the votes be counted, and there are 20 states that allow ballots to come in after Election Day to be counted. And we know that states like Nevada, what the analysts who know more about this stuff than I do say is that at this point it's very unlikely that there are enough votes in Nevada or Wisconsin or Michigan for the president to make the race competitive. I also think we're going to end up winning Pennsylvania based on everything I've been looking at with Pennsylvania. And I think Georgia and North Carolina are too close to call. We'll have to see what happens there. North Carolina can count their ballots for another 9 days, right? It's kind of crazy system we have, right? So we don't know what's going to happen in either Georgia or North Carolina for a few days.
President Trump has demanded a halt to counting mail-in votes. Called it fraud, pledged to take this to the Supreme Court. Could he do that? What litigation paths are open here?
There really aren't any, because these are legal. Everything that's happening is perfectly legal. It's based on state law. States have a lot of leeway in American politics to determine how they count their ballots. Second thing is that under federal law, the states have up to 5 weeks to declare a winner in their state. So there really isn't any basis. This was a lot of huffing and puffing from the president. And even his own team this morning talked about the fact that they think that when all the ballots are counted in Arizona and Nevada, that they're going to win in those states. So they've made it clear that they seem to be foregoing any kind of dramatic legal intervention. There really isn't any basis for any legal intervention, which is why I think they haven't done it. I think if there was sort of an obvious legal path for them, they would be pursuing it. But in Nevada, everything they tried failed. All the legal efforts they tried in Nevada failed. In Pennsylvania, they filed 6 different lawsuits to change the voting system in Pennsylvania. They lost all 6. Their track record of the efforts to use the law to change the voting in a way that is more beneficial to them has not been very great. And in this case, there just really isn't any basis for them to move, which is why I think they haven't done anything at this point.
OK, we're going to have to leave it there for time. Simon Rosenberg, thank you so much, president of the New Democrat Network and former advisor to President Bill Clinton. Now, we have been hearing in the last few minutes from the Biden campaign. So let's go back to Jamal Ashal, who is in Wilmington. Jamal, so yes, we've been hearing from the Biden campaign. What have they had to say?
We're across all the lines. Well, they've just come out and said the following. I'm just going to read a few of these lines that have come out. This is from Jen O'Malley, who is the campaign director for Biden. And she says that the Biden campaign, they're on track to win the election. They expect him to win in Michigan, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania by more than what Trump won back in 2016. So here, this is a very confident statement coming from the campaign here, the Biden campaign, that not just that those states will turn blue, but in fact, the margin of victory for their candidates will be greater than that of Donald Trump back in 2016 when he beat Hillary Clinton. They're saying that they're expecting the results from Georgia, which is another one that still hasn't come out, to come out later today, i.e. Wednesday, U.S. time. North Carolina, though, could take several days, this according to the Biden campaign manager. Pennsylvania, they're hoping votes will be counted, and this is the big one that's a lot of people are kind of questioning, by Thursday, so or Friday, the latest, and Nevada also by Thursday as well. They're expecting Michigan rather later today as well. So there is some confidence statements coming out. Obviously, they haven't come out. By the way, what's the difference between Biden's camp and Trump's camp for our viewers, obviously, is that Trump has just come out and straight up said, I've won, right? What Biden's camp are saying, based on the results and how things are going and what they've counted, they expect a victory, but they have stopped short of declaring their candidate as the next president of the United States. It seems that based on the huge volume of postal votes on the current state we're in, because we're in a pandemic, and because of the huge voter turnout, this is a much larger voter turnout. By roughly 20 million more people voted this time around than they did in 2016. All of that is impacting on just how long the process is taking. But it seems, as far as the Biden camp are concerned, based on these comments that are coming from Jen O'Malley right now, that when all is done and dusted, when all the votes are counted, they believe the next president of the United States is most likely going to be Joe Biden.
That's quite a big call from the Democrats, particularly for Pennsylvania. Trump is got a significant lead there. Around 76% of the state has reported that lead is narrowing, and it's all coming down to those mail-in ballots there, isn't it? That is what the Democrats are counting on.
Well, indeed, and what we've seen in many of the states is that the mail-in ballots have favored Biden, whether that's because of the type of demographic that he appeals to, chose to use them. Maybe they are more cautious because of the COVID crisis. We saw that those who were more opposed to, for example, masks and lockdowns and so forth, generally speaking, fell more in the Trump camp than they did in the Biden one. So maybe that would explain it. You're talking about a lot of people also voting from abroad as well, from the Americans, and maybe that kind of exposure to more pluralistic kind of backgrounds makes them more inclined to vote Democrat. We're not quite sure. That's something that analysts will be dissecting to see how those demographics worked and what which candidate they favored. But that is where the contention is. What's interesting is that in that soundbite we used of Trump earlier, where he said, voting should stop. There's no voting that's taking place. It's counting that's taking place. People have voted already, and what his opponents will say is he's trying to muddy the water by using that term rather than saying counting, because nobody's actually voting right now. What's taking place is that there's such a large amount of people who voted, many of them by mail, more than 100 million, and therefore that is taking a time to count. he's calling for people to stop counting. The Democrats have said, again, Jen O'Malley, the spokesperson for the campaign, she described that as an outrageous, naked effort to deprive the Americans of their democratic rights. Obviously, they will be contesting that very strongly. As we heard from our guest there, obviously, maybe there isn't a clear legal path to go. However, both campaigns have been fundraising for the possible eventuality of having to fight out cases in different courts, and therefore it is still an option.
Okay, Jamal Ashal there live for us in Wilmington. Let's go back now to Alan Fisher, who's in Washington, D.C., and the Trump campaign has also been speaking. We've heard from the Trump campaign manager. So what have we heard there, Alan?
Well, Bill Stepien says that they are convinced that the president has a clear path to 270 electoral college votes, and they've even given us the numbers. Now, they've broken it down county by county, but essentially it boils down to this. They think that they will win Pennsylvania by about 40,000 votes, and they will win Arizona by 30,000 votes. That would be enough, given that they've also won Florida and Ohio, to put them over the top and give them 270 electoral college votes, and of course 4 more years of being president for Donald Trump. Now, what is interesting is that Bill Stepien, who is the campaign manager, he was parachuted in after they got rid of Corey Lewandowski, before they got rid of Brad Parscale, who was the campaign manager. They are saying that the president not only believes that he can win the election, they want to make sure that every single legally cast ballot is counted. Now, that's certainly a different tone from what we heard from the president in the early hours of Wednesday morning, when he was talking, as Jamal was saying, about stopping polling. Now, no one was ever talking about stopping voting. Voting was over by that stage. We think he meant stop counting. They're not going to do that. They want every legal ballot that has been cast to be counted, not least because the Trump campaign is aware that many of the people who cast by mail, who send in absentee ballots, are people who are currently serving in the military overseas. And so to say that you need to serve your country overseas, but actually we don't give you a voice on who's going to run the country for the next 4 years, that would play really badly, not just with Republicans, but right across the country. And so that's part of the reason why we're seeing this shift from the Trump campaign. But what they're saying is they want to see all legally cast ballots counted. And certainly that's something that would be supported, I suspect, by many secretaries of state in each of the states where that voting is still ongoing. We're waiting to hear the results from both Wisconsin and Michigan. Wisconsin, the Biden campaign, very confident about. The Trump campaign, though, think that they might just be able to squeeze that one out, but particularly keen that they think that they're going to win Pennsylvania and Arizona, enough, as I say, to take them to that magic number, 270. And that would mean 4 more years of Donald Trump in the White House.
Unsurprising, perhaps, Alan, that we are hearing exactly diametrically opposed interpretations from the Biden and Trump camps on how things are going to pan out. We'll leave it there for now. Alan Fisher, live for us in Washington, D.C. Now, the Midwestern state of Minnesota has been reliably Democratic for generations, and this election was no different. After a year that saw the state at the center of the Black Lives Matter movement, Joe Biden won by an even greater margin than Hillary Clinton in 2016. Natasha Ghaname reports from the capital, Minneapolis.
Minnesotans have maintained their almost 50-year streak of voting for a Democratic presidential candidate. The state's 10 electoral college votes have gone to Biden. Trump had been hoping to flip Minnesota because in 2016 he lost the state by less than 45,000 votes. He'd hoped his anti-lockdown, pro-law and order message would resonate with voters concerned about the violence and looting in the aftermath of the George Floyd death while in custody of the Minneapolis Police Department. He thought that message would resonate particularly in rural, predominantly white areas of the state that constituted about a third of the population. Biden, on the other hand, said that he was the man to get the pandemic under control, that a national healing needed to take place with regard to race relations, and concerns about police brutality needed to be addressed, something that surely resonated here in Minneapolis and the St. Paul area, which launched the largest protest movement in American history. Even before Election Day, Minnesotans were engaged in early voting that began in mid-September. 1.9 million votes were cast. In 2016, at a rate of 74%, more than 74%, Minnesota had the highest voter turnout in the United States.
The media and social media have effectively become war zones during Donald Trump's presidency. He weaponized the term fake news to attack outlets that he perceives as enemies. Here's Richard Gisbert, presenter of our media analysis program, The Listening Post.
Donald Trump's inauguration set the tone. From that day, when he flat out lied about the size of the crowd, it was clear that the U.S. news media did not know what to make of the president's on-again, off-again relationship with the truth.
Series of, well, we have to label it untruths.
We now have a case where he's made another charge, and he has not got evidence. Why are we surprised?
It's such a racist question.
Until Donald Trump came along, the White House press corps had been reluctant to accuse any American president of lying. That is no longer the case. The Washington Post has counted how many times Trump has lied or misled Americans. The number is more than 22,000, forcing journalists to call it what it is.
This president is a serial liar, and he serially lied tonight.
How do you defend 22,000 falsehoods? By attacking and calling the media outlets reporting on them fake news.
The dishonest media.
Nobody has any idea how corrupt the media is.
Well, I just think it's a nasty question. One false story after another.
You are the enemy of the people.
Quiet.
With this administration constantly misleading citizens, journalists have grown ever more reliant on leaks from disgruntled White House insiders, ex-insiders turned pundits, or ex-cabinet officials turned authors. Some of those leaks have proven to be misleading and have come back to bite the news outlets that bought into them. Remember Russiagate.
The allegations that Russia might have been gathering material, video of Mr. Trump, that could be used to blackmail him.
Stories of Russian meddling in the 2016 election and allegations the Trump campaign and the Kremlin had worked together, complete with that sexy Cold War angle, were too much for news channels not named Fox to resist. The eventual retractions were damaging, since they lent the president's fake news narrative some credibility.
We are actually correcting a story that we have been reporting throughout the day today.
The U.S. media landscape, divided before Donald Trump was elected, has since grown far more polarized. In one corner, the liberal side, including outlets like CNN, MSNBC, and the New York Times. In the other, Fox News, broadcast upstarts like One America News, and conservative platforms such as the Christian Broadcasting Network and the Washington Times, which owe their resurgent audiences to the president. Time and again, Americans have seen those rival journalistic camps take the same news story and spin it in entirely different directions. The COVID-19 story has proven to be much harder for Fox and its ilk to manipulate, since there's no way to spin infection rates and mortality figures. If Donald Trump loses this election, prepare to see some journalists claiming at least some of the credit, calling it a victory for the Fourth Estate. Some of them will be justified to a certain extent. There are news outlets that have been locking horns with the president for years, producing some adversarial quality journalism along the way. But until 2020, they failed to really move the needle. In fact, fewer Americans trust their news media today than in 2016. What it took to sink Donald Trump in the polls was COVID-19 and the science. Hard data. It doesn't lie. And try as he might, the president has no answer for that.
Well, it's not just the media that's become a target over the past 4 years. Since taking office, Trump has been accused of not only failing to progress human rights, but actively pushing things back. Who wins this election could have a major impact on the direction America takes when it comes to the treatment of minorities and vulnerable communities. Let's speak now to Kenneth Roth, the Executive Director of Human Rights Watch. Thanks for your time, Mr. Roth. There's a lot of issues to discuss. The treatment of those looking to cross the border, racial injustice, access to healthcare, women's rights, access to abortion. But let's start off first with immigration policies. If Joe Biden wins, what does that mean for immigration policies, for those looking to cross the Mexico border, for children who are being separated from their parents?
Well, I think it's important to remember that there's no right for economic migrants to enter a country, but there is a right of people seeking asylum, people fleeing persecution. And in fact, a government has a duty to hear their claim, and if it's a valid claim, to admit them. Trump basically ripped up that law. He's been just forcing people back to Mexico, forcing them to wait in places that are not safe. He's had his immigration officers summarily reject claims without giving people a fair hearing. So it's been a completely lawless approach. I would expect that if it's going to be a Biden administration, that would change.
If we move on to racial injustice, a huge issue for the country, particularly since the killing of George Floyd. Biden worked really hard to connect with black voters and to be part of that national reckoning on race. Do you think he managed to do that? And would the movement really change with this other man at the helm?
Well, what's interesting is before Trump arrived, there was something approaching a bipartisan consensus that America's infatuation with prison had to end, that America was imprisoning way too many people, and it was becoming a huge injustice. It was expensive, obviously, but it ruined many lives. Now, Trump didn't terribly care about that. But I do think that there's an appetite in Washington, beyond simply a Biden administration, to bring in saner criminal justice policies, to address not only the racism that we've seen so often affects policing, but also the excessive reliance on imprisonment for things like private drug use, which should not be a criminal offense in the first place. And, one bit of good news is that 3 states yesterday voted to decriminalize either marijuana or, in one case, to decriminalize small amounts of cocaine and heroin use. So that's a step in the right direction, away from making crimes of things that shouldn't be crimes.
OK, thanks for that, Kenneth Roth, Executive Director of Human Rights Watch. We're going to take you now to Philadelphia in Pennsylvania, where officials are speaking about the vote counting. Very important state, 20 electoral college votes up for grabs. Let's listen in.
That still carries, and it has to carry here. Our democracy has withstood challenges before, and for over 200 years, we have upheld and strengthened our commitment to basic fairness and due process. And I have full faith that we will similarly meet this moment, and I will do everything within my power to ensure that the results are fair and that every vote is counted. Pennsylvania will have a fair election, and that election will be free of outside influences. I will vigorously, and we all will vigorously defend against any attempt to attack that vote in Pennsylvania. And every Pennsylvanian can have confidence in the outcome of this election due to the diligence of the county election officials and the hard work of Secretary Bookvar and her folks at the Pennsylvania Department of State. So thank you again to all Pennsylvanians who voted. Rest assured your vote will be counted. If it hasn't already been counted, your vote will make a difference in this election. This is the way we elect our officials. This is the way we hire the people who are our public servants. It's a promise that we give to all Pennsylvanians, all Americans, that their vote counts, and I intend to keep that promise here in Pennsylvania. Now I'm proud to turn this over to Secretary of State Kathy Bookvar.
Good morning. So I want to echo some of what Governor Wolf said about, once again, thanking all the, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of election workers that were and are still involved in the process of instilling democracy in Pennsylvania and across the nation. The work they have done and continue to do is just tremendous. And, we've been talking, Department of State folks were, at our operations center, 4:30 in the morning, went to take a shower and we're back within a couple hours of that. So I've been working around the clock, as are many of the counties. And we've been talking about yesterday again and how incredibly smooth. It's one of the smoothest, least issues presidential elections than I've seen in any time that I could possibly remember. And I've been in and around elections for a long time as a voting rights lawyer and a poll worker. This was incredibly smooth, and that's a huge credit to all the election workers, both at the state level and at the local level, as well as our state partners like PEMA and Office of Homeland Security, Department of Homeland Security, who made sure that all those things that people were worried about, whether it was voter intimidation or issues at the polls, really could not have gone more smoothly in the middle of a global pandemic with all the voting reform changes that we saw from Act 77 and Act 12. So that's huge kudos to everybody involved. Also, we are exactly where we said we would be. So we said it was going to take some time to count the mail ballots, and we are approaching 50% of the mail ballots counted, which is great. As you know, you can go to our Election Night Returns website and the supplemental dashboard to get the greater details on that. But there are still millions of ballots left to be counted. So the counties are working incredibly hard. You're going to see a lot of updates in the next couple of hours and throughout the day. We have been, there were a number of counties that made some major additions in the wee hours in the morning. So if you checked kind of early on this morning, you may want to check again because there's already more ballots accounted for on our dashboard. Again, this is a process. We've got, somewhere but somewhere between 2.5 and 3 million ballots. And as I've said many times, we had 260,000 ballots cast by mail in 2016. So we will be at 10 times the number of mail ballots, and the counties are already approaching 50% done. So I urge everybody to remain patient. As Governor Wolf said, we are going to accurately count every single ballot. The vote count, as I've said many times, is never done on the day of election night. The counties are doing this accurately and then accurately as quickly as they possibly can. And again, I'll also just remind ballots are not due until a week after Election Day. So next Tuesday is the deadline for military and overseas voters to cast their ballots. And we want to make sure that not only every civilian absentee mail-in valid voter is counted, but also that every man and woman who are serving our country, that their votes are counted. So thank you, and we are happy to take questions. Should I stay?
I'm sure you want to talk to Kathy. Any
Okay,
questions?
we have been listening there to authorities out of Pennsylvania talking about the vote counting there, reassuring the public really that the votes are fair, that every vote is being counted, that they will defend any attempts to attack the process, describing it as one of the smoothest elections. Saying actually they had 10 times the number of mail-in ballots compared to 2016, and they are approaching 50% of those mail-in ballots being counted. Let's go back to Alan Fisher in Washington, D.C. Alan, for those who may not be aware, the reason we care about Pennsylvania, it's very important. 20 electoral college votes up for grabs, and both sides at this stage believe it's going to go their way.
And hands up if you think a lot of those comments were directed at an audience of one, Donald Trump. Yeah, I think they were saying to him, look, we're on top of this. And they've also made the point that it could be at least a week before they get all the mail-in ballots. So if it all comes down to Pennsylvania, we could still be standing here this time next week saying we're just waiting for the final vote tally. There are other states that could well put Joe Biden over the top, including Michigan, but also including Wisconsin. Just in the last hour, we've heard from Bill Stepien, who is Donald Trump's campaign manager, and he says that Wisconsin is very tight as far as they're concerned, and it could be heading into recount territory. Now, there's no automatic recount in Wisconsin, so it would be up to the campaigns to go and say, we want you to recount the votes from this county, and this county. That could well end up possibly going all the way to the courts to decide if there are obstacles put in the way of either campaign saying we want a recount there. If you speak to the Biden campaign, they're not overly concerned about what's happening in Wisconsin. They think they're going to win, and they still think they have a clear path. So this is going to be the argument that we're going to hear over at least the next 24 hours, possibly the next 48, that both sides think they have a clear path, that the ballots are being counted, and that they think that they're going to get to 270 before the other guy. It's going to be, what's going to be important is going to be Arizona, which has been declared for Joe Biden, but also Nevada, only 6 electoral college votes, but suddenly they become really important as well. And interesting that in the last half hour, the call of one of the electoral college votes in Nebraska has been called for Joe Biden. So that is important as well, because as we were saying the last time we spoke, Kim, that it could only be one electoral college vote. But you only need one electoral college vote more than the other guy as long as you get to 270 to make sure that you win the presidency. It has happened with just one vote in the past, and the person that did that served the full 4 years as president before the next election. So what we said about 24 hours ago, and for those at the back who didn't follow, we said, calm down, this isn't going to happen on the night, this could take a couple of days to sort out. People then saw the results in the first few hours, started to panic and started to get excited about it. Everyone calm down. It could take a couple of days to sort out, but it shows, as we've just heard from Pennsylvania, that the system's working. Things are working the way they're meant to work. Doesn't matter what the president says, even though he's claimed victory. Doesn't matter that he's making some claim that ballots are magically disappearing with no evidence to support that. This is all working the way it's meant to work for the moment.
Patience seems to be the key word for today, for the week perhaps. Thank you for that, Alan Fisher, live for us in Washington, D.C. Let's get some other news now. Ethiopia has begun military operations in the north of the country amid an escalation in tensions. The local government in Tigray region has been accused of attacking federal troops. But local authorities have dismissed that, accusing the Prime Minister of plotting conflict. A 6-month state of emergency has been declared by the federal government.
The National Defence Force was attacked from behind tonight while it kept an eye outwards to defend the nation. Forces who betrayed Ethiopia attacked the Defence Force's troops while they were asleep at the camp and in Mekelle city. This shameful act will be averted once and for all with joint efforts of the people of Ethiopia and the Ministry of Defence.
Malcolm Webb is following developments from Nairobi in Kenya. Malcolm, so tensions have been rising there for some time, right? Why is this happening now? Walk us through what got us to this point.
Well, Ethiopia was due to hold nationwide elections in August, but they were postponed by the central government, they said, because of COVID-19. So at that point, the Tigrayan regional government said that meant President Abiy Ahmed would no longer be Ethiopia's legitimate ruler. The Tigrayan authorities went ahead and held their own regional elections in September. The central government refused to accept the result of those elections. So we already had a situation where these two authorities were refusing to recognise each other. The federal government then threatened to cut funding to the Tigrayan regional government. That was funding that was due to be released today. And in addition, the majority of Ethiopia's army, more than half of its armed forces, are stationed in the Tigray region, including most of its heavy artillery and its tanks. Now, the general in charge of that part of the army, it's called the Northern Command. He resigned. President Abiy Ahmed tried to send a new general to take over, and he was blocked by the Tigrayan regional forces. Now, the Tigrayan regional government has said that the Northern Command has defected to its side. The central government has refuted that, and at this stage it's not clear which side controls how much of Ethiopia's substantial military.
Malcolm, just give us an idea of how significant these developments are. I mean, is there an off-ramp to de-escalate things, or are we looking at potential civil war?
Well, there is a very high risk of a protracted and major conflict here. These two sides haven't been talking to each other for a couple of months now, and with the military split into two significant factions, also with a large militia on the Tigrayan side, there is a risk of a fairly bloody war indeed. And there are also regional complications. The reason why so much of Ethiopia's military is stationed there in Tigray in the north is because it borders Eritrea, and there was conflict between Eritrea and Ethiopia for decades. That conflict was resolved 2 years ago when President Abiy Ahmed came to power. That's why he was awarded a Nobel Peace Prize. But now we have a situation where Eritrea is allied with President Abiy Ahmed's government in Addis Ababa, but there's a long-standing grudges between the Tigrayan People's Liberation Front and Eritrea. So a conflict between Tigray and Addis Ababa risks bringing in Eritrea on Addis Ababa's side. So that would make this regional and threatens the stability of the whole of the Horn of Africa. The US Embassy in Addis Ababa has urged both sides to come back to the table and to de-escalate the situation. But of course, with all of the world's eyes trained on the US election, we haven't really heard anything else from Ethiopia's other international and diplomatic partners.
OK, thank you for that, Malcolm Webb, across developments in Ethiopia from Nairobi. England is set to go back into a coronavirus lockdown on Thursday. Restaurants, pubs, gyms and non-essential businesses will close for 4 weeks in a bid to contain a second wave of infections. The British Prime Minister Boris Johnson has vowed to intensify testing when the new measures expire on December 2nd. Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland have their own restrictions in place. Jonah Hull is live for us now in London. Jonah, just tell us, what's the atmosphere like as the UK prepares to go into this extra or second lockdown?
Well, take a look at the scene behind me. This is Frith Street, Soho, central London. The scene, a drink in a pub under the existing restrictions, of course, for the next 4 weeks before this lockdown comes into effect at midnight until, as you said, the 2nd of December. The mood among traders here, well, I've been speaking to some. One talked about an air of panic. There are lots of people apparently who don't believe that this lockdown will be lifted in 4 weeks' time, as the government has promised that it will need to be extended into the immediate run-up to Christmas. This is a time when hospitality and retail do much of their turnover for the year, and the extension to this lockdown would spell real trouble, more, of course, than is already on its way. Remember, this is something the government said would not happen. Boris Johnson had rejected the advice of his own scientific advisory group in the middle of September. Just last week, he said a national lockdown would be disastrous for the country. Then a whole slew of pretty scary new figures came out last week. Thousands upon thousands of new deaths, hospital admissions rising to their April peak by the end of November if nothing is done, and the government forced into, well, just the latest really embarrassing U-turn as it battles again now to combat a resurgent COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you for that, Jonah Hull, live from London. In Syria, at least 7 people have been killed in shelling in the country's north. Idlib falls within a de-escalation zone established under a ceasefire agreement in March. However, both government forces and rebel groups accuse one another of not adhering to the truce. Since January, ongoing fighting has killed 1,800 civilians and displaced almost 2 million people. OK, let's get some sport now. Here is Jo.
Kim, thank you. Well, one of the greatest footballers in history, Diego Maradona, has had successful surgery on a blood clot in his brain in Argentina. The 1986 World Cup winner is now recovering in hospital in Buenos Aires. David Stokes reports.
Diego Maradona drawing a crowd like only he can, even while lying in a hospital bed. Fans gathered outside a private clinic in Buenos Aires to cheer his name after hearing surgery to remove a brain clot on his brain had been a success.
The surgery lasted approximately 1 hour and 20 minutes. We managed to remove the chronic subdural hematoma successfully, and Diego coped very well with the surgery. He is awake and very well.
The doctor said the clot was likely caused by an accident, but that Maradona does not remember what happened. He'd initially been admitted to hospital in La Plata on Monday with anemia and dehydration, but as things turned more serious, he was transferred for emergency surgery. Maradona is considered one of the greatest footballers of all time, and almost single-handedly led Argentina to the 1986 World Cup. He may not have played for 23 years, but it's clear how much he still means to the country.
The people's player, the one that gave his life for the white and light blue shirt. Diego is the icon among Argentine football players, the best of all times.
Maradona is currently the coach of Argentinian club Gimnasia. He looked frail at their game on Friday, his last public appearance on what was also his 60th birthday. He also left before half-time, which raised questions about his health. There have been messages of support from around the football world. Napoli, the Italian club where he spent 7 years, tweeted this picture with the hashtag #StrengthDiego. And a message too from the Real Madrid coach Zinedine Zidane, a fellow World Cup winner.
We all know the kind of person he is and the player he was. I wish things go well for him. That is all we wish for him and his family.
As the fans continue to chant his name outside hospital, doctors say Maradona will remain inside, resting in his room for at least 48 hours. David Stokes, Al Jazeera.
Real Madrid have picked up their first Champions League win of the season after narrowly beating Inter Milan. Real looked in control early on. Karim Benzema scored and then Sergio Ramos grabbed his 100th goal for the club. But moments later, Inter equalised through Lautaro Martinez and Ivan Perisic. A late strike from Rodrigo sealed Real's 3-2 win. They sit third in Group B with Borussia Mönchengladbach leading after a 6-0 win over Shakhtar Donetsk. Defending champions Bayern Munich thrashed Salzburg 6-2 to maintain their 100% record. Robert Lewandowski scored twice to move to 70 Champions League goals. Liverpool also secured a very one-sided victory over Atalanta 5-0. Diogo Jota scored a hat-trick. Jurgen Klopp's team have won all 3 Group D games without conceding a goal and sit top ahead of Ajax.
We know that we have to play good, we have to fulfill our potential, and that's what the boys did tonight. We defended Atlanta on an incredible high level and played ourselves top football and scored the goals. That's how it looks. So we scored 5 goals. Could have scored maybe 2 or 3 more, I don't know.
Cristiano Ronaldo will make his Champions League return for Juventus on Wednesday. The Portuguese star missed their first 2 group games after testing positive for COVID-19. Juventus take on Hungarian champions Ferencváros in Budapest, with fans allowed into the stadium. Top seed Rafael Nadal begins his run for victory at the Paris Masters later, but the number 2 seed Stefanos Tsitsipas is already out. The Greek battled world number 34, Hugo Humbert, for more than 3 hours in his second-round match. The rising French star took Tsitsipas to 3 tie-break sets before winning 7-6, 6-7, 7-6. All right, that is all your sport for now. It is back to Kim.
Thanks for that, Joe. Well, that is news hour. Don't go away, though. Much more on Al Jazeera's 2020 US presidential election coverage.
This underwater treasure is at risk of disappearing due to coral bleaching caused by rising temperatures.
When we think about what the Great Barrier Reef gives Australia, it's its cultural heritage, it's iconic, and the tourism industry, all of these facets we will lose instantly if we have another bleaching event of these magnitudes.
If this continues, there just will not be the opportunity for the corals to recover in between these major disturbances.
Scientists are calling for stronger climate policy from the government to reduce emissions. Without it, the situation will only get worse.
When I was 5.
You ain't 5 though. You ain't 5 to what day?
August.
August 9th. You're gonna learn about August 9th. Something else happened on August 9th when you was born.
What happened?
August 9th. On August the 9th, 18-year-old Michael Brown was gunned down by a white police officer in Ferguson, Missouri.
I'm about to make a political move in my city. I'm about to run for state representative.
A secret agent claimed by both Israel and Egypt.
Well, any case officer who receives potential walk-in or a double agent will always assume the worst.
Truth or lies, fact or fiction.
Most of the documents of what he provided are still under wraps.
Al Jazeera World tells the story of a man of many secrets. Ashraf Marwan, Death of a Super Spy, on Al Jazeera.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
On a knife edge, Donald Trump falsely claims victory in the US presidential election despite key results yet to be announced. His rival, Joe Biden, says he still believes he will win. There's currently 32 electoral college votes shy of outright victory. Hi there, I'm Kim Vanel. This is Al Jazeera Live from Doha. Also coming up, votes are still being tallied, but Trump is threatening to go to the Supreme Court to stop the counting. And in other news, Ethiopia's Prime Minister orders troops into the Tigray region following a deadly attack on a military base. We begin in the US, where Americans have woken up to uncertainty about who their next president will be. The race to the White House is still too close to call. Vote counting in Wisconsin has continued into the night. That's where we are expecting results from next. These are live pictures from Philadelphia. Counting also going on there. In other states, counting is resuming. As I said, live pictures from Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. That is a key battleground that still does not have clear results. And despite an incredibly tight race and no candidate receiving enough votes to claim victory, both are saying they're confident of a win. Donald Trump has threatened to go to the Supreme Court, something Biden's team said they are ready to challenge. Well, this hour we'll be speaking to Alan Fisher in Washington, D.C. and Jamal Ashaal, who is in Biden's home state of Delaware. But we begin our coverage with this report from Rosalind Jordan.
Shortly after 2 a.m. on Wednesday, President Donald Trump told his supporters and the nation that Democrats were trying to steal his Election Day victory. And Trump said he was suing to hold on to the Oval Office.
So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
But with the vote count still unfinished, Trump's claim of victory was dubious. Earlier in the night, Trump's Democratic rival Joe Biden urged his supporters to, as he put it, keep the faith.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished.
It's long been standard practice in U.S. elections to count all the ballots, no matter how many days it takes. This year, the delay is considerable, given the more than 100 million ballots being cast weeks ahead of time, as well as the millions of votes cast on Election Day. Swing states such as Michigan and Georgia announced late on Tuesday that they would resume counting on Wednesday morning. And at least one swing state, Pennsylvania, said it might not be done until Friday. That state's governor pushed back against President Donald Trump's accusations that counting ballots after Election Day is illegal.
We may not know the results today as a result, but I encourage all of us to take a deep breath and, as I've been saying, just be patient. What's most important is that we have accurate results and that every vote is counted, even if that takes a little longer.
News organizations had Biden ahead with more than 200 electoral college votes, but the winning candidate needs 270 to be declared the winner. That likely won't happen before Wednesday at the earliest. Rosalind Jordan, Al Jazeera.
Let's go live now to Alan Fisher, who is in Washington, D.C. Alan, I'm going to ask Jamal in a moment about Biden's path or potential path to victory. But we are talking razor-thin margins right now, aren't we? Both sides claiming they have the path to victory. Very much a waiting game. Donald Trump doesn't seem to want to wait. His campaign now talking about illegally cast votes.
OK, well, it's been a busy hour, so let's just go over what's happened in the last hour. We've had Nebraska confirm that one of their electoral college seats will go to Joe Biden. Nebraska is one of two states that awards split depending on the share of the vote, electoral college votes, Maine being the other. Two of the votes in Nebraska go to Donald Trump. Joe Biden has managed to flip one from 2016 and win one of those seats. It's just one electoral college seat, but it could be vitally important if Joe Biden doesn't win Pennsylvania. Now, add to that what the campaigns have been saying. We've heard from Bill Stepien, who is the campaign manager for Donald Trump. He says that he believes that Wisconsin is moving in to recount territory. That would mean the campaigns trigger one of the recounts there because they think it's too close. They could ask for recounts in certain counties. There's always the possibility when people start talking about recounts that ends up in court, so stick a pin in that one as well. And he's also suggesting that they are going to win in Pennsylvania and they're going to win in Arizona. He's predicting that, having looked at all the vote tallies in the counties, there'll be a 40,000 victory in Pennsylvania and a 30,000 vote victory in Arizona. Now, Arizona at the moment is treading towards Joe Biden, so that would be a surprise, perhaps, but certainly a big victory for Donald Trump if he did that. Now, we're waiting on the results, as you know, from three big states in the Midwest, which are Pennsylvania, Wisconsin and Michigan. If Joe Biden wins Michigan and Wisconsin, added to Nebraska, and if he also pulls off a win in Arizona, that would be enough to push him over the top to 270. It would only be one more than Donald Trump, but one is all you need to win.
OK, Alan, of course, mail-in votes are a big part of this election, as we knew they would be, but some difficulty in counting these massive amount of votes that have been cast.
Exactly. Now, here's the thing. We're seeing problems in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania and also in Michigan. Now, earlier this year, a law was passed which said that those three states would not be able to make preparations to count those mail-in ballots before Election Day. They would have to wait till after Election Day to be counted. Now, those were passed on the state level, and in each of the state legislatures, which party is in control of each of those three? The answer is, of course, Republican. So we have Donald Trump saying that he's very angry that these states are taking so long to count these votes, but it was actually Republicans in those states that set them up. Now, if you believe in conspiracy theories, you can say, of course they did that, so that Donald Trump can then go to the Supreme Court, where he's just secured another justice to give a 6-3 Conservative majority, so that he could say they're not doing their job properly, let's go to the courts, and then the Supreme Court would stop the counting of those absentee ballots. But in the last hour, Bill Stepien, Trump campaign manager, has said that they want to make sure that every legally cast ballot is counted. So they're not saying stop the polling, as Donald Trump was doing in the early hours of this morning. They're saying we want all those ballots counted. But now you know why there's a difficulty in these three states. That's because the Republican Party in each of these three states put in place a law that made it much more difficult to count them, get the preparations done before Election Day.
OK, thank you for that, Alan Fisher, live for us in Washington, D.C. Let's get the view now from Delaware, Biden's home state. Jamal Ashal is in Wilmington. Jamal, so Team Biden also very confident here, urging patience. How big a test are mail-in votes for him, the demographic and the swing of those mail-in votes?
They're hugely important, Kim, and they've proven to be so far. In every state where there's been a sizable amount of those votes, they have tended to be in Joe Biden's favor, and that's why they're calling on each and every single one of them to be counted. Obviously, that's also under the banner of protecting democracy, which has been, let's say, one of the key issues that the Biden campaign has been running on. They had it strapped on the side of the campaign bus, the battle for the soul of America. They had it in the final hours of canvassing, saying that it was everyone's duty to fight to protect American democracies. And then that same message was reiterated again in the past few hours, where they described the premature and false victory speech, so to speak, say by Trump, or at least victory statement by Trump, as an affront to American democracy. So it's very important for them that each one of those ballots are counted. As Alan described or explained there, obviously there are certain hurdles in it because of the new legislation that was passed, particularly in those Midwestern states, which are going to be key for it. But then again, from the Biden campaign point of view, that legislation preventing the people from counting it until election day wasn't put in by them, and therefore it is the responsibility, or that responsibility for the delay falls on the Trump campaign. But part of it actually, or part of the responsibility doesn't fall on anyone. The fact is that there is a lot of mail-in ballots because of COVID. There is a lot of mail-in ballots because people couldn't or didn't want to go to the ballot stations because of social distancing and because of a pandemic that has claimed over 200,000 lives in the US. And therefore, when we're talking about 100 million, a lot more than 50% of those who voting in that way, it's only natural that you're going to have such a huge amount of votes to go through, and it's something that is unprecedented in the United States to have that huge amount, and therefore it was always going to take a long time.
Thank you for that. Our correspondent Jamal Ashal there live for us in Wilmington, Delaware. Well, Rob Reynolds is in Los Angeles, California, where Joe Biden has won the state with the biggest number of electoral votes. Here's this update on the West Coast.
Arizona became one of the bright spots in the Biden campaign and for Democrats in general when they were able to flip it from the Republican column to the Democratic column. The state's 11 electoral votes will go to Joe Biden, and Arizona voters also elected a new Democratic senator, ousting the incumbent Republican. Otherwise, however, high hopes by the Democrats to flip the state of Texas, for example, came to naught. And as of our latest tabulation of results from the state of Nevada, Joe Biden's lead there has been shrinking. Americans who have endured sometimes a rancorous and bitter and confusing campaign full of heated rhetoric and sometimes difficult debates and other events in the midst of a terrible coronavirus pandemic, will now be waking up throughout the land to find the White House really in a state of limbo without any clear winner until more of the votes can be counted.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera, England prepares to go back into a coronavirus lockdown as more testing is promised.
Hello, the breeze that's been blowing across this part of the Sea of Japan has been full of showers, quite big ones as well, with thunderstorms. So if you're on that coast of Honshu or Hokkaido, it's been battered recently. Well, that breeze is easing now. And now Japan joins the Korean Peninsula and most of China in what is relatively nice sunshine, rather cold mornings, admittedly. And that's true even down in Hong Kong. The humidity's dropped now. The northeast monsoon is trying to get in, so it's a good time of the year. Clearly, we have got still what is probably by this time a typhoon, but it's over water, so let's hope it stays there. At the moment, we haven't got to worry too much about it. Goni, which was that super typhoon that went across the middle of the Philippines, is on its way to the coast of Vietnam. It'll make landfall probably late Thursday or early Friday, local time, and it's not going to be such a problem with wind. It's going to be a rainstorm once again. 400 millimetres or thereabouts on already sodden ground. You know the story in Vietnam. This will just top it up, I'm afraid. And then we lose it altogether and the rain spreads further towards Thailand. Showers for the south of that, pretty widespread throughout Malaysia and Indonesia, and that's what they should be. For India, it's Chennai southwards and Sri Lanka that get the rain at this time of the year, and it's a particularly active couple of days, both Thursday and Friday, I suspect.
Since 2013, WISH, the World Innovation Summit for Health, has gathered healthcare leaders, practitioners and researchers together to learn, interact and engage with innovative organisations. This year, WISH will take place virtually under the banner of One World, Our Health. Register now at wish.org.qa.
You're watching Al Jazeera, a reminder of our top stories this hour. The race to the White House is hanging in the balance. So far, there is no clear victor. The US President Donald Trump has falsely declared himself the winner, despite votes still being counted. His rival Joe Biden says when all the votes are finally counted, he expects to come out on top. His campaign believes he's on track to win Michigan, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Biden's biggest victory so far has been Arizona. It's the only state to flip after Trump won it back in 2016. Millions of ballots still need to be counted, with results unclear in the key battleground states of Michigan and Pennsylvania. Well, let's go back now to Simon Rosenberg, who is in Washington. He is the president of New Democrat Network and a former advisor to President Bill Clinton. Simon, it's not over till it's over. How do you see the path for victory for Joe Biden?
Well, it's as you described it. I mean, I think with Arizona being called last night and with us winning this single district, Nebraska 2, if we win Wisconsin and Michigan, then we've hit 270. And right now that looks like that could happen as early as today. There'll be other states that will be counting, Pennsylvania and Georgia, North Carolina will be counting for days potentially, and so those states may not be known. But I think our side believes that Biden will have 270 declared for him by the end of today, and that the election will be functionally over. It may take a few days for the president to decide how to manage all this, but I don't think they're going to mount a major legal challenge, and I think we're getting close to this being decided for Joe Biden.
Okay, you don't think they're going to mount a legal challenge, but Donald Trump has pledged to go to the Supreme Court. And we've just heard from Donald Trump's election manager, campaign manager, talking about, if we count all legal ballots, we win, the president wins. Talking also about illegally cast votes. I mean, things could get quite nasty, couldn't they?
They could. I mean, our politics has been very nasty for 5 years, and so that wouldn't be anything new. But I think they don't really have a legal basis for anything that they want to do. They've tried all sorts of legal shenanigans. In Pennsylvania, for example, the Trump campaign has filed 6 different lawsuits to try to change the voting rules, and they've lost all 6 of those legal challenges. There isn't really any basis for stopping the counting of votes in our law. The federal law allows 5 weeks for states to determine the outcome, the winner of their election. And in 20 of the states, it's required that ballots are counted arrive after Election Day are counted. So there's no real justification for any of this. I know that they think there may be, but every time they've tried to prosecute this, they've failed. And their arguments that they're going to win Nevada, for example, when all the ballots are cast, the independent analysts who've looked at the ballots that are outstanding in Nevada, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and even Pennsylvania, have all said that they think that that Biden will end up winning those states. And so, we still have to let everything get counted. We're not going to know Nevada until tomorrow, right? But I think we're going to know Michigan and Wisconsin this evening. And at that point, it really looks like it's getting close to being over.
If we look at the Senate, the race for the Senate, it looks like the Democrats have failed to take control like they wanted to, flipping 2 seats, it looks to me, at last count. I mean, how are the Democrats going to view these congressional races?
So where things stand today is that Democrats are likely to win the presidency. We've retained control of the House, and the Senate is still up for grabs. I mean, we still have to let Maine and North Carolina finish voting. And then if in Georgia, if we have 2 runoffs, if Democrats win both of those runoffs, then they will control the Senate. So there is still a possibility that Democrats can control the Senate. It's not necessarily likely, but it's still possible. And given this election, I think we've all realized in American politics recently, anything is possible. And so I don't think it's too early to tell what's going to happen there. And certainly this country may be about to have, 2 more months of campaigning in Georgia that will then determine the outcome of the Senate. And those will be very consequential elections if those take place.
OK, thank you for your analysis, your perspective, Simon Rosenberg there in Washington.
Sure. Thank you.
Well, Hydro Castro is in Houston, Texas, where President Donald Trump has been declared the winner.
Well, it's no surprise here that President Trump won Texas. However, his margin of victory at just 6%, as nearly all of the votes have been counted, that is a surprise because it confirms that Texas, for the first time in a long time, is a competitive state for Democrats. That margin of victory is smaller than any other Republican presidential candidate in Texas in modern history. And you can see that translated to tension on the ground here as both parties fought for every vote. Now the question is whether or not Trump's most fervent supporters, who are the ones that delivered him this Texas victory, who reside in the rural countryside of Texas, where some counties have gone for Trump in more than 90% margins of victory for the president, is how they will react to the president's latest statements from the White House in his premature declaration of victory and indicating that he would contest an election result that is not in his favor. Some of these most rural parts of Texas are home to right-wing militias, and that's had authorities in Texas cities preparing for civil unrest in the morning when voters here in Texas wake up to the news to hear their president's comments. Certainly there has already been tension on the ground in the last week of campaigning, where we saw Trump's supporters surrounding a Biden campaign bus, nearly forcing it off the road. And there have certainly been verbal altercations between supporters of Biden and Trump outside of polling locations. So it still remains to be seen exactly how Texans may react to this, to the comments of President Trump that were spoken in the middle of the night. And certainly tensions are high once they wake in the morning.
Another big state is Florida, and like Texas, it voted for Donald Trump. Andy Gallica has more from Miami.
When you look at where I'm standing now, this is Miami-Dade County, and you look at how Biden did among the Latino vote here, and it was extremely poor when you compare it to how Hillary Clinton did with the same community back in 2016. It seems to me that the president's push to paint Joe Biden as a socialist worked. We already knew that about 1 million of the Cuban Americans that lived in a city like this in Miami would likely vote Republican, but it seems like a lot of Latino and Hispanic voters who didn't vote for Trump last time did so this time. Now, the margin by which Trump won this state was still pretty slim. In 2016, he won by about 112,000 votes. It's about 350,000 this time around. But the picture is very clear. This was a state that Trump needed to keep his hopes alive in this presidential election, to get another 4 years in the White House. 29 electoral college votes really do matter for the president.
And another state we've been watching closely, Minnesota, has been at the center of protests over racial injustice since the killing of George Floyd while in police custody back in May. Natasha Ganaim is there with reaction from Minneapolis voters.
We spent part of election evening here at the George Floyd Memorial. As you can hear, there was music, some dancing, food, and Al Jazeera English projected on a screen. Many of the young voters we spoke to say they voted for Biden, but only because they no longer want President Donald Trump in office. They don't believe that Biden will do much to address concerns over police brutality and advance racial equality in this country. Minnesota has been a Democratic, reliable Democratic source of support for almost 50 years. But Trump has been hoping to grab those 10 electoral college votes. He lost the state in 2016 by less than 45,000 votes. He viewed that as a missed opportunity and it campaigned aggressively in the state, wallpapered the airwaves with his advertising. The Republican Party's strategy was to minimize losses in the progressive cities of St. Paul and Minneapolis, as well as the suburbs, and to drive up voting, really trying to get out the vote in the more rural, white, conservative parts of the state. You have 70% of the population of Minnesota living in urban areas, 30% of the population living in the more conservative, homogeneous areas of the state. There were many voters that, though they were sympathetic to the largest protest movement in history, spawned by the death of George Floyd while in Minneapolis Police Department custody, were concerned about the violence and the looting that they saw in Minneapolis. And Trump's law and order message resonated with many of the voters that we spoke to when we went into rural Minnesota. One thing is certain, expect Minnesotans to be extremely engaged when it comes to voting. In the last election, more than 74% of eligible voters turned out to vote. It was the highest in the country.
Just some other news now, and Ethiopia has begun military operations in the north of the country amid an escalation in tensions. The local government in Tigray region has been accused of attacking federal troops, but local authorities have dismissed that, accusing the Prime Minister of plotting conflict. A 6-month state of emergency has been declared by the federal government. The feud escalated 2 months ago when Tigray's leaders went ahead with regional elections. The federal government labelled that illegal. There are around 80 ethnic groups in Ethiopia. Most people belong to either the Amhara or Oromo groups. Tigrayans make up less than 5% of the population of more than 100 million people. Tigrayan People's Liberation Front dominated Ethiopian politics for most of the last 30 years. But that changed when Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed came to power 2 years ago, following years of anti-government protests. Many TPLF officials say that he's been squeezing them out of the central federal government. William Davison is the senior Ethiopia analyst at the International Crisis Group. He says tensions between Tigray and the federal government have grown steadily since September.
Well, this is the culmination of the political dispute that emanated from the Prime Minister coming to power in 2018, the anti-government protests before that, and then the TPLF, Tigray ruling party, their loss of power during the transition. That resulted in, yes, very toxic politics, different accusations being thrown about. For example, the Tigray region said they were unjustly, their officials were unjustly accused of various crimes. Then there was the creation of a national party, and that put Tigray out of power at the federal level and left them just in power at the regional level. Then when we had the election delay this year due to COVID-19, the TPLF obviously opposed that. They went ahead and run their own regional election. And that meant we have this very stark constitutional dispute with the federal government and the Tigray government accusing each other of being unconstitutional. The problem that we have now is that the parties have not been talking for months. Instead, we've had a deteriorating political situation. That has now escalated into conflict. So it is wrong to say that talks are by any means on the table. But it is absolutely right to say that talks, any form of talks, is absolutely imperative here. All Ethiopian actors must embrace dialogue. They must draw back from this conflict, which threatens to be devastating. And all of Ethiopia's international African partners and further afield must put pressure on all Ethiopian political parties to step away from conflict.
England is set to go back into a coronavirus lockdown on Thursday. Restaurants, pubs, gyms and non-essential businesses will close for 4 weeks in a bid to contain a second wave of infections. The British Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, has vowed to intensify testing when the new measures expire on December 2nd. Neve Barker has more from London.
Yeah, this is a major U-turn for the British government, who up until this point had been championing its more localised approach to dealing with coronavirus, a tiered approach where different parts of the country were ranked in terms of severity. But given the steadily rising case of coronavirus across the country, with a possibility of thousands of deaths a day, say the scientists, in a matter of months, also the possibility of a second peak being between 50% and 150% greater than the peak of the first wave, the government has been forced to act. So from midnight tonight, new measures come in place, the closure of all non-essential businesses, and obviously that will have a major effect on many companies and many people's lives who've already experienced many, many months of disruption. There's anticipation growing around the Oxford University AstraZeneca vaccine, official name AZD1222. According to the head of research, the vaccine is showing some positive early results, namely a robust immune response in all age groups, including elderly people. And as you know, you're more likely to suffer serious complications, possibly death, as a result of getting coronavirus in your later years. And also, the vaccine is showing few side effects amongst elderly people that the vaccine has been tested upon as well.
This is Al Jazeera, and these are the top stories. The race to the White House is hanging in the balance. So far, there is no clear victor, but US President Donald Trump has declared himself the winner, despite votes still being counted.
We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad... It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it.
His rival Joe Biden says when all the votes are finally counted, he expects to come out on top. His campaign believes he's on track to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good.
Biden's biggest victory so far has been Arizona. It's the only state to flip after Trump won it back in 2016. Millions of ballots still need to be counted, with results unclear in the key battleground states of Michigan and Pennsylvania. In other news, Ethiopia has begun military operations in its north as tensions escalate. The local government in the Tigray region has been accused of attacking federal troops. But local authorities have dismissed that, accusing the Prime Minister of plotting a conflict. A state of emergency has been declared by the federal government. Well, those are the headlines. Don't go away, though. Much more news here to come on Al Jazeera right after Witness, which is coming up next.
I gotta let you watch the old school Ghostbusters, the one that came out when I was your age.
Oh, well, I watched the old Ninja Turtles when I was your age.
When you was my age?
Yeah.
Okay. That sounds interesting.
When you were a baby.
Okay. You know what song I heard today? That I ain't heard in a long time?
What?
We ready. We ready. We ready for y'all.
You sang it when I was 5.
You ain't 5 though. You ain't 5 to what day?
August.
August what?
9th.
August 9th. You're gonna learn about August 9th real soon. Something else happened on August 9th when you was born.
What happened?
I'll tell you when you're 5.
On August 9th.
On August 9th.
On August the 9th, 18-year-old Michael Brown was gunned down by a white police officer in Ferguson, Missouri.
Ferguson has been in turmoil after a white police officer shot dead an unarmed black teenager.
We don't get it! Shut it down! And we don't get it! Shut it down!
in battle rap. It's a way to reach people.
It is, man. I'm about to make a political move in my city. I'm about to run for state representative.
Remember, I'm the one that went from being pepper sprayed and tear gas to being sworn in.
If everybody look to their left, you gonna walk right into gun violence.
Off my day.
I that I was for the Constitution of the United States.
Congratulations.
Bruce, can you spell your name?
SUPERMAN. This system wasn't built for us at all, and I'm just not willing to accept it. But on the same hand, like, it's tough. Like, you're fighting against an entire system. If we have 163 representatives, if we have 117 of them that are from one particular party that don't understand my community and not willing to sometimes, what substantial legislation can I get through that's going to speak to a major need for my community? Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Bruce Franks from 78th District in the city of St. Louis. The current bill is House Concurrent Resolution 70. This bill speaks to a couple different things. First, it identifies youth violence as a public health epidemic. Last year, we had 200 murders. Over 51% of the murders, the victims were between, especially when we talk about communities with lack of resources. Last part of my bill, excuse me, because, like, I just prayed that this is my last time bringing this bill up. It identifies June 7th as Christopher Harris Day. In 1991, Christopher Harris, my brother, was killed at 9 years old while outside playing. The ripple effect of violence when it comes to youth violence as a whole, it stretches far and wide. I spend a lot of time talking to people, and a lot of times it seems like people listen when it benefits them. When you calm, people listen. Now, given I shouldn't have to be calm talking about racism, but I do realize that folks may not come from where I come from.
Professional protester? Like, I wish I got paid to protest. I was out there 400 days straight on an average of 12 hours. I wish somebody would have sent us a check. When it comes to Ferguson, right, there's a lot of people that sit up here and talk, but you know, like, I was in the front lines. Never missed a day. Tear gas, pepper spray.
In 5, 4, 3, 2.
Welcome to this week in Missouri Politics. We're talking about legislation right now. This week, floor debate on the Veterans Bill. Representative Franks, you had an amendment. Tell us about it.
So I had a standalone bill that I filed.
I got a statement about Bruce. Can I give it to you? Please. So I tell this whenever people ask me about Bruce. I am a white trash hillbilly raised in a trailer down the boot hill. That's just a fact. Republican, always been a Republican. When he ran, he let me be his friend. There are jokes I don't tell. There are jokes I don't laugh at. There are things I don't do and say because I'm friends with Bruce Franks. And a white Republican from the sticks, is a better person because he let me be his friend. And I mean that, and I say that a lot, and I couldn't be more sincere about it, so.
I'll pay you tomorrow.
Cash.
So this is our 6th week of 8. This group, if everyone hangs on, will graduate on August 24th on Friday night, which is really exciting.
Hey fellas, so I wanted to give an opportunity to let Bruce come in and just kind of share with y'all. Bruce, the floor is yours, brother.
And what I've learned is that telling your story is gonna help somebody. I'm from 4300 Gibson. My hood don't look no different than any other hood out here around Fairground, the West Side, or nowhere else. The common denominator was we was poor, we didn't have resources, we didn't have those beautiful buildings.
That's right.
Police didn't show up fast when we called. Back in 1991, 2 men was outside arguing. We was outside, the one shot, and my brother was killed. My dad spent 65% of my life in jail. My little brother, my best friend, Rodney, just got home last year. Got locked up when he was 14, and he just got out, he 31. If you would have told me on August 8, 2014, 4 years ago, that I'd be a state representative, I probably would have cussed you out about 3 different languages. But then Michael Brown was killed. Although it was Mike Brown, I saw youth that I mentor on that ground. And I felt like, you know what, this is my time to stand up.
1, 2, 3, bow, bow. Cool.
It's all good. So that's what I'm working on. That's what I'm working on. Our rec centers back.
Absolutely. Schools closed,
Bro, but think about it. You know what the problem is? You just said it.
Right.
You know, we ain't got nothing for the kids to do. Y'all ain't giving no jobs to no fellas. You just said it. What better spokesperson we got? Then come meet with let me bring them to the table. And step back and say, look, y'all need to listen to them.
Being a state rep and being a battle rapper is the exact same thing. When I get ready for a battle, I don't necessarily pay attention to that particular artist. I pay attention to what that artist might say. It's the same way when you are presenting legislation. You want to know what the folks who oppose, what kind of fight they're going to put up. And you want to be able to nip that in the bud.
In a pet cemetery, I watch your battles. Let's be truthful. It was atrocious. I mean,
so that same thing as being a battle rapper, only battle rapping pays better.
you know what it is, man. Oops in the motherfucking building.
From cop critic to unpaid cop consultant. That shit is sad. You told St. Louis to stand up and proceeded to sit down with your ass. What moves you make, you still work for them. That's like saying, don't eat McDonald's, but clocking in and going to flip burgers for them. You see, opportunists are moving, and he working at an activist. No, he can tell you who pulled the trigger. Not one goddamn protest. Picture that.
Let's get some understood. I approached the root cause of black-on-black crime. Pressing any of that, I'm wondering like how that sounds. I go to police right there at the back door. I'll go protest them right now. You was a hater. I mean, you just mad because I'm breaking news like LeBron going to the Lakers. See, I ain't even want to do this to you. This beef, I wanted to end fast. You saw Bruce's banner and think that you could f with the Hulk? I mean, Bruce Frank's like Bruce Wayne, businessman, live the dark life. So who better to answer those signals when my city needs a dark night? Everybody claim they Cujo till they get found in a pet cemetery. He write balls, I write bills. What's levels to this? I told y'all, I ain't come to play a mother around, and if I'm lying, I'm fine.
Did you bring your iPad with you today, Kim?
Yes.
Do you need help, Dale? You sure?
I'm 7 years old.
You are not 7. So wash your hands.
A lot of people say, "Are you afraid for Bruce?" And he always tell me, he said, "Mom, I'm not afraid."
Oh my God, this you already. When we lived on Malincroft. Yeah. When we pieced our little house together. Remember?
I pray for him all the time. I pray for my kids. He said, "Mom, I'm doing what I love, and I'm doing this to change the world. I'm doing this to help other people. So don't worry about me. And if something does happen to me, I did it because I want to change what's happening, the violence."
That's where Daddy grew up, though. This always been like open like this. And we used to play football here. These little spaces. Play kickball, football. Why? That's what we had to do, because we ain't had no money. We didn't have iPads and cell phones like my kids got. And that's where my brother was killed.
What happened when your brother died?
2 men came out the house arguing. One pulled out a gun to block him from the gunshots, and he was killed.
Someone was a murderer?
Yep. Back when my brother got killed, I was so young. I think that's what hurts the most, because I don't have Nintendo. And I remember when my dad bought this bike for us, and we were all small. Just remember him, what he looked like in the casket the last time I seen him. I don't think anybody ever recovered from it, or ever will.
We are one nation, and our one nation's children are dying. One nation that allows its children to go to school and risk their lives. We are one nation that is allowing innocent families to get the call that their child is in the morgue, and we will not stand for it.
I've been to 167 funerals. You know, that eats at you. And finally, it's starting to get to me mentally.
James Patoli, 6. Emily Parker, 6.
I was just so confused on what to do, and I got mad. Just out of nowhere, I punched the screen. I was asleep. I had a dream, and in my dream too. And so I woke up. I was sweating and breathing hard, and I sat up in the bed, and I was crying. And I started playing each funeral from my brother. So many details about not only the funerals, but the way that folks died, where I was, how I felt. It seemed like it all just stacked on top of each other.
When you said that, they did on the broken stage. But you know what it did to me, Dad? It set me in an emotional range. See, one of the best things in the world is the fact that you are our father. But the battle world, the protest world, they don't know what we go through being your daughter. I'm the one you have to lie to, sadly. I'm the one that slept with you just in case you didn't wake up. I know that you died happy. Did he know that I gave you blue blockers? I said, Daddy, I need you to wear these at night. Just in case
Representative, I appreciate all the work you've done. I'm honored to sign this piece of legislation today for you and your family on the behalf. So let's make it official. You ready?
So that there be no more babies dying in our streets, no more young folk, black, white, no more older folk, black and white, who die at the hands of senseless gun violence. Ladies and gentlemen, Representative Bruce Franks.
I want to thank each and every person that's here. Everybody that's here knows how important this is to me. I want to thank my colleagues. Last year on the floor, they showed me love. And when I walked into the chambers of the Senate, when my brother's bill was being heard, this was something that we had worked so hard for on our side, and we finally got it through.
I'll tell him what time to be ready for whenever you want to get him.
Okay, cool.
King is a sponge. You know, he soaks in everything. Just the reality of being black and growing up. It's police, whether it's people that's just blatantly racist.
Let's go, y'all.
I would never try to protect him from it because it's gonna happen. He's gonna see it, and I'd rather him be prepared for it than for it to hit him by surprise.
I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. Say I know. I know. Say I know that we will win. I know. Say I know that we will win. I know that we will win.
I just want to make sure he's ready to encompass it, which is coming up. He'll be 5 soon. I talk to Chris, it's kind of like just a relief, like getting it out. And like, I know it's a statue, but it's just symbolization. Like, this still my big brother. The little bit of happiness I have had, like I've had to sacrifice everything.
Has Donald Trump been good for America?
Everything is in disarray.
The media, of course, take in every bit of bait that they can.
It's a demonstrable fact that America has been a force for good in the world.
Half of the American people get inspiration from him, and the other half cringe.
Your weekly take on U.S. politics and society.
That's the bottom line.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
On a knife edge, Donald Trump falsely claims victory in the U.S. presidential election, despite key results yet to be announced. His rival Joe Biden says he still believes he'll win and is currently 32 electoral college votes shy of outright victory. Hello, I'm Kim Vanel. This is Al Jazeera Live from Doha. Also coming up, votes are still being tallied, but Trump is threatening to go to the Supreme Court to stop the counting. In other news, Ethiopia's Prime Minister orders troops into the Tigray region following an attack on a military base. Americans have woken up to uncertainty about who will be their next president. The country is waiting for a few results. With 43 states counted, results are neck and neck. That leaves 7 states to decide the direction of the country, and most could go either way. While other states paused for the night, counting continued in Wisconsin. We're expecting to hear the result there in the coming hours. And counting has restarted in other areas. We'll be getting you those updates as they come in. Now, this hour, we'll be speaking to Alan Fisher in Washington, D.C., and Jamal Ashayal, who is in Joe Biden's home state of Delaware. But we begin our coverage with this report from Rosalind Jordan.
Shortly after 2 a.m. on Wednesday, President Donald Trump told his supporters and the nation that Democrats were trying to steal his Election Day victory. And Trump said he was suing to hold on to the Oval Office.
So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
But with the vote count still unfinished, Trump's claim of victory was dubious. Earlier in the night, Trump's Democratic rival Joe Biden urged his supporters to, as he put it, keep the faith.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished.
It's long been standard practice in U.S. elections to count all the ballots, no matter how many days it takes. This year, the delay is considerable, given the more than 100 million ballots being cast weeks ahead of time, as well as the millions of votes cast on Election Day. Swing states, such as Michigan and Georgia, announced late on Tuesday that they would resume counting on Wednesday morning. And at least one swing state, Pennsylvania, said it might not be done until Friday. That state's governor pushed back against President Donald Trump's accusations that counting ballots after Election Day is illegal.
We may not know the results today as a result, but I encourage all of us to take a deep breath and, as I've been saying, just be patient. What's most important is that we have accurate results and that every vote is counted, even if that takes a little longer.
News organizations had Biden ahead with more than 200 electoral college votes, but the winning candidate needs 270 to be declared the winner. That likely won't happen before Wednesday at the earliest. Rosalind Jordan, Al Jazeera.
Let's go live now to Alan Fisher, who is in Washington, D.C. Alan, as we've been saying, razor-thin margins. As we look towards Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, is there a chance we could know sooner rather than later who has actually won?
Well, interestingly, in Wisconsin, a couple of American news organizations are tweeting out that has been decided and that Joe Biden has won Wisconsin by somewhere in the region of 10 to 12,000 votes. I think that will possibly lead to a call for a recount by the Republicans, almost certainly going to lead to a recount from the Republicans. So while that may be getting closer to being decided, it's by no means definitive. Arizona, we're expecting probably an update by tomorrow, so we'll get an idea later today and tomorrow how that is shaping up. Pennsylvania, they say they have counted all the ballots. They're now working their way through the mail-in ballots as well. So this is just a process that they're working through. Obviously, Donald Trump is slightly concerned by what he's seeing because in the last few minutes he's tweeted out saying that Biden ballots have been discovered in all 3 states, Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania. Of course, we'll be hoping that the Republican Party and Donald Trump's campaign will provide evidence of that, because Donald Trump has claimed that there was fraudulent voting and fraudulent counting overnight and didn't provide any evidence of that. That, of course, came when in the early hours of this morning he claimed victory, doing so before a lot of states have actually said, yes, these are our final tallies, including Georgia. We're still waiting to hear from Georgia. That doesn't look good for Joe Biden, we've got to say, but certainly we still don't have a final total from them. It was described to me by one Democratic operative as essentially when Donald Trump said that he'd won, you know, you could stand up and say, I'm the king of Romania, but that doesn't make you the king of Romania. He used another analogy. He said it's like being 2-0 up in a game of football, 60 minutes gone, and suddenly you say, right, we're the winners. We declare ourselves the winners. That's the sort of thing that kids do, next goal the winner, but maybe not the sort of way that presidential elections should be conducted.
And, Alan, of course, mail-in votes, a huge part of this election, given the unprecedented time we're in, the coronavirus pandemic, and some difficulty, it appears, in counting those votes.
And they're definitely going to count every single ballot that has been cast legally, and that's a point that's been made by secretaries of state for each of the states as they've appeared over the last couple of hours. And that's important to remember, because there's a lot of people who serve with the military overseas who would have asked for mail-in ballots, and so their votes have to be counted, because you can't ask someone to serve their country overseas and then say you don't have a choice on who runs the country for the next 4 years. It may well be with Pennsylvania we're in a position where once they've counted the existing mail-in ballots, and they'll know how many they sent out. So this isn't a case of just someone thinking, right, I live in Pennsylvania, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump, writing it on a piece of paper and sending it in. They've got to get a ballot sent to them. So the authorities will know how many were sent out. So as they start to count the ballots, they might be in a position to make a call in each of those states. So say, for example, let's take Pennsylvania. Joe Biden is 15,000 votes ahead, and all that's left to count are the mail-in ballots that have been sent out to the military. But they know there are 10,000 ballots that have been sent out. At that point, you can safely call Joe Biden the victor, because even if Donald Trump wins, even if Donald Trump wins all of those ballots, gets all of those votes, he simply won't be able to make up the difference. So we could see some movement over the next few hours. But the places we're watching before the end of Wednesday, the day after the election, Wisconsin, which may well come in the next couple of hours, but also may follow with a claim that there needs to be a recount, and Michigan as well. The latest figures from Michigan give Joe Biden a razor-thin majority there. We're talking somewhere in the region of 4,000 votes. Remember, Donald Trump only won Michigan by a few thousand votes as well, so that was always going to be a tight race. But clearly the Biden campaign are hoping that they can land both of those before the end of the day, because that would put them in a relatively strong position as they go into the count in Pennsylvania. Although, of course, all voting is done now, so it's really just counting the votes, not bringing any new ones in.
If ever there was an argument for every vote counting, this is it. Thank you for that, Alan Fisher, live for us in Washington, D.C. Let's go now to Jamal Ashayal who is in Delaware, Biden's home state. He's in Wilmington, Delaware. Jamal, let's game this out in terms of numbers. Team Biden is confident that there is a path to victory. He's on 238 as it stands. He needs 270. That is the magic number. If he takes Wisconsin, that takes him to 248, needs 22 more electoral college votes as I count it. What are the possible ways that could work out?
Well, essentially it would mean getting at least another one of those Midwest states. Most likely Michigan is probably the one that they would favor their odds on most, particularly because they've done well there previously, particularly because, as you mentioned, Trump's victory in 2016 was by the slimmest of margins, and by all indications, when you're taking into consideration the demographic makeup of big centers of voter centers in Michigan, like Detroit and so forth, that would be something significant. Obviously, there's still Pennsylvania as well that would be in play, and Georgia we're looking at as well, and some others that haven't been called. When you hear the Biden camp go through things, there is a different tone to what their messaging has been vis-a-vis versus what we've heard from Trump's camp. They aren't doubting the system. They aren't saying that votes shouldn't be counted in some places and should be counted rather in others. What they're saying is this is going to be a long process, that there is a huge amount of people who either chose to vote early or to vote via mail, and therefore people should have faith in the system and ensure that everyone's democratic right of voicing who they believe should lead the country should be counted. What we're hearing from the Trump side is that in some places the voting should stop, and in others, or rather the vote counts should stop, and others they shouldn't. Just as you were speaking to Alan there, Trump tweeted again another tweet saying that they, presumably the Democrats, are working hard to make up 500,000 vote advantage in Pennsylvania disappear ASAP. Likewise, Michigan and others. Again, the choice of language here from Trump is very interesting, because what he's saying is he's not saying that the Democrats are accusing them of trying to make 500,000 votes come out of nowhere. What he's saying is they're trying to make my lead disappear. Well, when you're counting votes, as Alan gave the analogy of the football game, if you're 2-0 up and the opponent is working very hard to make that 2-0 deficit disappear, that's only natural. The question is, are you still playing after the final whistle has been counted? What the Democrats are saying is nobody's casting new votes. All they're doing is counting the votes that have been taking place. An interesting fact that's come out is that with all the votes that have been counted so far in terms of the popular votes, we're not talking about the state by state, but in terms of the popular votes, Joe Biden has now received the largest amount of votes any presidential candidate has ever received in American history. Obviously, the population of the United States and the voter registration form now is so much larger than it was before. But that in and of itself would be an indication, at least, that they do stand a strong chance, albeit that the Democrats heading into this election would have wished to have this wrapped up a lot sooner. The pollsters predicted they would, but then again, they've been proven wrong.
And Jamal, interesting to see as well that Donald Trump's tweets, a few of them actually have been had a warning put on them by Twitter, as it does sometimes, saying some of the content shared in this tweet is disputed and might be misleading about an election. We'll have to leave it there for now. Jamal Shah live for us there. Thank you. Well, as we've been hearing, the results hang on a few key states, including Wisconsin and Michigan, where votes from urban areas are still being counted. John Hendren reports.
A nail-biter of an election will have us biting our nails a little longer, and it's all come down to the blue wall. Those are the Democratic states in the upper Midwest that voted for Barack Obama in 2008 and 2012 and then switched to vote for Republican Donald Trump in 2016. And in Michigan, it is the urban areas that have yet to be counted. Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids. Those votes are thought to lean toward Joe Biden, as urban areas generally vote for the Democrats. And in Wisconsin, it was also the urban areas who brought their votes to help propel Biden toward victory there. Then there's Pennsylvania, still to be counted, and it could take days. Donald Trump may challenge the outcome, but it will likely be those blue wall states that decide who won the 2020 election.
The Midwestern state of Minnesota has been reliably Democratic for generations, and this election was no different. After a year that saw the state at the centre of the Black Lives Matter movement, Joe Biden won by an even greater margin than Hillary Clinton back in 2016. Natasha Ghaname reports from the capital, Minneapolis.
Minnesotans have maintained their almost 50-year streak of voting for a Democratic presidential candidate. The state's 10 electoral college votes have gone to Biden. Trump had been hoping to flip Minnesota because in 2016 he lost the state by less than 45,000 votes. He'd hoped his anti-lockdown, pro-law and order message would resonate with voters concerned about the violence and looting in the aftermath of the George Floyd death while in custody of the Minneapolis Police Department. He thought that message would resonate particularly in rural, predominantly white areas of the state that constituted about a third of the population. Biden, on the other hand, said that he was the man to get the pandemic under control, that a national healing needed to take place with regard to race relations, and concerns about police brutality needed to be addressed, something that surely resonated here in Minneapolis and the St. Paul area, which launched the largest protest movement in American history. Even before Election Day, Minnesotans were engaged. In early voting that began in mid-September, 1.9 million votes were cast. In 2016, at a rate of 74%, more than 74%, Minnesota had the highest voter turnout in the United States.
Still to come here on Al Jazeera. A government convoy is hit by gunfire in Ivory Coast as tensions build over the contested presidential elections. And England prepares to go back into a coronavirus lockdown as more testing is promised.
Hello. For most, it's still quiet on the Arabian Peninsula. It's not so much in the Levant. Rain has been falling steadily for at least 2 days now, and that rain's spreading inland, turning into showers. The significant rain like to be in Turkey. Quite a breeze behind it, dropping temperatures. An example, Jerusalem down to 16, but all that coast will be affected. Gaza stays up at 22 with that breeze's strongest. The breeze dies out by Thursday. The temperature rises, but you've got a couple of days of showers. It's already wet on the ground. It's wet in the Bekaa Valley as well. So rain has spread through the Levant. It'll be followed by a few showers. The strong wind then focusing on Egypt and down towards Luxor maybe, but it's still quite warm here. And it's about 30 in Doha, where you might expect it to be. There is rain forecast from a little depression in the Arabian Sea. That comes onto the coast of Oman. Might even affect Salalah, actually. But rain proper, the seasonal rain further south, is now sitting more or less where it should be. Across the southern half of Somalia, still throwing a few showers up into Ethiopia, almost ignoring South Sudan. One of the major beneficiaries in Somalia is likely to be Mogadishu. The forecast here is a pretty showery one and a fairly windy one, I think, on Thursday. The showers die down by Friday. It's mostly OK by Saturday, and temperatures then start to rise again.
When coronavirus struck America, care homes for the elderly became ground zero.
They cut corners, things don't get done, and people die as a result.
Fault Lines reveals how a troubled industry imploded under the weight of the pandemic.
We put profit above patient care. But isn't that the American way?
Tells us what kind of people we are.
When COVID hit, America's nursing home nightmare on Al Jazeera.
Watching Al Jazeera, a reminder of our top stories this hour. The race to the White House is hanging in the balance. So far, there is no clear victor. US President Donald Trump has declared himself the winner, despite votes still being counted. His rival, Joe Biden, says when all the votes are finally counted, he expects to come out on top. His campaign believes he's on track to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Biden's biggest victory so far is Arizona, the only state to flip after Trump won it back in 2016. Millions of ballots are still being counted, with the results unclear in the battleground states of Michigan and Pennsylvania. Donald Trump and Joe Biden are the two oldest presidential nominees in American history. And that means their running mates have become more important than ever. Mike Pence and Kamala Harris couldn't be more different, from their politics to their personalities. Ahmed Jamjoom has more.
Senator Harris and Vice President Pence, thank you for being here.
When Vice President Mike Pence and Senator Kamala Harris took to the debate stage in October, viewers around the world witnessed a study in contrasts.
But when you say what the American people have done over these last 8 months hasn't worked, that's a great disservice to the sacrifices the American people have made.
So let's talk about caring about the American people. The American people have had to sacrifice far too much because of the incompetence of this administration.
On the Republican side, 61-year-old Vice President Mike Pence, who over the past 4 years has proven himself President Donald Trump's most loyal ally. Known for his opposition to abortion, the former governor of Indiana is an evangelical Christian and champion of the religious right. Critics say Pence has been a driving force in the Trump administration's efforts to roll back protections for lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people. Before being chosen as Trump's running mate in 2016, Pence had openly questioned some of Trump's policies. After joining the ticket, though, Pence transformed into an adept second-in-command who always deferred to his boss.
Because thanks to your leadership from early on, not only are we bringing a whole-of-government approach to confronting the coronavirus, we're bringing an all-of-America approach.
Even as head of the White House coronavirus task force, Pence wouldn't let the news that members of his team had tested positive for COVID-19 keep him off the campaign trail. Continuing to campaign for Trump, even as public health officials criticized the decision.
Greetings, America.
On the Democratic side, 56-year-old Senator Kamala Harris. The daughter of immigrants from Jamaica and India, Harris, in 2016, became the first South Asian American and second African American woman elected to the U.S. Senate, where she represents the state of California. In 2020, as the Democratic vice presidential nominee, she became the first woman of color to be included on a major party's presidential ticket.
That I am here tonight is a testament to the dedication of generations before me. Women and men who believed so fiercely in the promise of equality, liberty, and justice for all.
Known as one of the toughest interrogators in Congress, Harris has repeatedly used skills honed during her tenure as a prosecutor and a former Attorney General of California while questioning Trump administration officials. During Harris's short-lived presidential campaign, critics questioned her shifting positions on policy issues and her record as prosecutor. But as a barrier-breaking running mate to Joe Biden, Harris, an advocate for racial and social justice, has proven popular, with supporters applauding Harris's pledge to offer a path to citizenship to millions of undocumented immigrants living in the U.S. In the final weeks of the campaign, members of Harris's team also tested positive for COVID-19. After learning the news, Harris temporarily stopped traveling. A bracing reminder that, for America's 2020 vice presidential candidates, differences in politics, policy, and personality could not be more stark. Mohammed Jamjoom, Al Jazeera.
To some other news now, and Ethiopia has begun military operations in the north amid an escalation in tensions. The local government in the Tigray region has been accused of attacking federal troops. The local authorities have dismissed that, accusing the Prime Minister of plotting conflict. A 6-month state of emergency has been declared by the federal government.
The National Defence Force was attacked from behind tonight while it kept an eye outwards to defend the nation. Forces who betrayed Ethiopia attacked the Defence Force's troops while they were asleep at the camp and in Mekelle city. This shameful act will be averted once and for all with joint efforts of the people of Ethiopia and the Ministry of Defence.
William Davison is the senior Ethiopia analyst at the International Crisis Group. He says tensions between Tigray and the federal government have grown steadily since September.
Well, this is the culmination of the political dispute that emanated from the Prime Minister coming to power in 2018, the anti-government protests before that, and then the TPLF, Tigray ruling party, their loss of power during the transition. That resulted in, yes, very toxic politics, different accusations being thrown about, For example, the Tigray region said they were unjustly, their officials were unjustly accused of various crimes. Then there was the creation of a national party, and that put Tigray out of power at the federal level and left them just in power at the regional level. Then when we had the election delay this year due to COVID-19, the TPLF obviously opposed that. They went ahead and run their own regional election. And that meant we have this very stark constitutional dispute with the federal government and the Tigray government accusing each other of being unconstitutional. The problem that we have now is that the parties have not been talking for months. Instead, we've had a deteriorating political situation. That has now escalated into conflict. So it is wrong to say that talks are by any means on the table. But it is absolutely right to say that talks, any form of talks, is absolutely imperative here. All Ethiopian actors must embrace dialogue. They must draw back from this conflict, which threatens to be devastating. And all of Ethiopia's international African partners and further afield must put pressure on all Ethiopian political parties to step away from conflict.
2 more people have been killed in post-election violence in Ivory Coast, bringing the number of dead to 13. Rival factions have been fighting since weekend elections that returned President Alassane Ouattara to power. Ahmed Idris with this report.
Days after the re-election of President Alassane Ouattara, his supporters take to the streets with a victory dance. But the mood isn't the same among the opposition. Many oppose Ouattara continuing in power, saying his bid for a third term was unconstitutional. While Ivory Coast has a limit of 2 presidential terms, Ouattara has insisted a new constitution in 2016 allowed him to run again. The homes of key opposition figures have been surrounded by police after some announced a transitional council, saying they would prepare for a new election. The government called that an affront to constituted authority.
On Monday, the opposition issued a statement setting up a transitional body. In the face of such a serious situation, it is important to strengthen security and ensure that there are no surprises.
The government said it deployed at least 35,000 security personnel across the country for the vote. At least 9 people were killed in fighting between political supporters and security forces on election day, according to local authorities. Dozens were also reported killed in pre-election violence. The opposition have denounced the latest actions by security forces and say they will not give in to intimidation.
These unjustified nighttime armed attacks by elements of our forces bear witness to a serious setback to our democracy and an unacceptable abuse of law and individual freedom.
On Tuesday night, the convoys of 2 cabinet ministers were attacked and some people reportedly killed, raising fears of more violence. More than 3,000 people have crossed into neighboring countries, fearing the outbreak of post-election violence similar to that seen in 2010 and 2011. The United Nations Office of the Coordinator for Humanitarian Affairs says at least 2,600 people are now in Liberia, and it expects more to follow in the coming days. Ahmed Idris, Al Jazeera.
In Syria, at least 7 people have been killed in shelling in the north. 13 others were injured in the attack in Idlib. The area falls within a de-escalation zone established under a ceasefire agreement in March. But both government forces and rebel groups accuse one another of failing to uphold the truce. Since January, fighting has killed 1,800 civilians and displaced nearly 2 million people. England is set to go back into a coronavirus lockdown on Thursday. Restaurants, pubs, gyms and non-essential businesses will close for 4 weeks to contain a second wave of infections. The UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson has vowed to intensify testing when the new measures expire on December the 2nd. Joan Hull brings us more from London.
Well, take a look at the scene behind me. This is Frith Street, Soho, central London. The scene pretty much tells its own story. Low footfall, the optimism of the summer, long gone. There will be a surge in a short while after work as people turn up to enjoy perhaps their last night of eating in a restaurant or having a drink in a pub under the existing restrictions, of course, for the next 4 weeks before this lockdown comes into effect at midnight. The 2nd of December. The mood among traders here, well, I've been speaking to some. One talked about an air of panic. There are lots of people apparently who don't believe that this lockdown will be lifted in 4 weeks' time, as the government has promised that it will need to be extended into the immediate run-up to Christmas. This is a time when hospitality and retail do much of their turnover for the year, already on its way. Remember, this is something the government said would not happen. Boris Johnson had rejected the advice of his own scientific advisory group in the middle of September. Just last week, he said a national lockdown would be disastrous for the country. Then a whole slew of pretty scary new figures came out last week. Thousands upon thousands of new deaths, hospital admissions rising to their April peak by the end of November if nothing is done, and the government forced into, well, just the latest really embarrassing U-turn as it battles again now to combat a resurgent COVID-19 pandemic.
You're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder now of our top stories. The race to the White House is hanging in the balance. So far, there's no clear victor. But US President Donald Trump has falsely declared himself the winner, despite votes still being counted.
We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it.
His rival Joe Biden says when all the votes are finally counted, he expects to come out on top. His campaign believes he's on track to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good.
Biden's biggest victory so far has been Arizona. It is the only state to flip after Trump won it back in 2016. Millions of ballots still need to be counted, with results unclear in the battleground states of Michigan and Pennsylvania. In other news, Ethiopia has begun military operations in its north as tensions escalate. The local government in the Tigray region has been accused of attacking federal troops. Local authorities have dismissed that, accusing the Prime Minister of plotting conflict. A 6-month state of emergency has been declared by the federal government. The region held elections in September that the federal government deemed illegal. 2 more people have been killed in Ivory Coast, and on Tuesday the convoys of 2 cabinet ministers were attacked. Rival factions have been fighting since weekend elections that returned President Alassane Ouattara to power. The opposition rejected Ouattara's re-election and vowed to set up a transitional government. Well, those are the headlines. Don't go away, though. Much more to come here on Al Jazeera about the US presidential election. Up next, though, is Inside Story. I'll be back barring any breaking news in about 30 minutes' time.
We understand the differences and similarities of cultures across the world. So no matter how you take it, Al Jazeera will bring you the news and current affairs that matter to you. Al Jazeera.
The US presidential race comes down to the wire. Donald Trump and Joe Biden wait to see if they'll head the world's leading superpower. But global trust in the US is declining, so can America's reputation be repaired? This is Inside Story. Hello and welcome to the programme. I'm Imran Khan. Americans and much of the world are waiting nervously to see whether Donald Trump or Joe Biden will be the next US president. The final result from Tuesday's election depends on the large number of postal votes in swing states. The US president is often regarded as the most powerful person in the world. Changes in American foreign policy can benefit or hurt millions of people. Donald Trump has upended diplomacy in the past 4 years, shifting away from global alliances and pulling the US out of agreements on climate change and Iran's nuclear program. Joe Biden has promised to restore some of those ties if elected, but some world leaders are sceptical.
What is important for us is that America returns to respecting the Iranian nation. We want respect instead of sanctions, no matter who is in office. If he lifts the unfair and illegal sanctions and replaces them with respect, then our situation will be different.
A strong bipartisan support for Israel is one of the foundations of the American-Israeli alliance. I can say that that alliance has never been stronger. I can only hope that this policy that isolates Iran and brings the fruits of peace, a peace grounded in reality, to the people of Israel, to the Arab peoples of the region, I can only hope that this policy will continue in the coming years.
I hope that the new US administration will handle relations with Hong Kong in a comprehensive way, taking into account the interests of the many US businesses in Hong Kong, which employ a lot of people, and they will not thoughtlessly allow political considerations to have an unwarranted effect.
Let's bring in our guests. Nancy Soderberg is former Deputy Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs under Bill Clinton. She joins us from Jacksonville, Florida. Joining us from West Jerusalem is Robbie Sable, Professor of International Law at Hebrew University and former legal advisor to Israel's Foreign Ministry. Eli Duran-Meyer is the Deputy Head of the Middle East and North Africa Programme at the European Council on Foreign Relations. She joins us from London. Welcome to all of you. I'd like to begin in Jacksonville with you, Nancy. The foreign policy needle, the American foreign policy needle, was almost always set to the middle of self-interest and status quo, and that seemed to work for many years. And then along came President Donald Trump and seemed to rip that up completely, bringing the US out of established agreements like NAFTA and changing agreements that he simply didn't agree with. Now, after 4 years, what's the legacy of American foreign policy as it stands today?
Well, simply put, we're less safe today than we were 4 years ago when Donald Trump came in and tried to upend all of our agreements, take on our allies, side with dictators. And I think what whoever wins this election needs to understand, and Joe Biden certainly does, is that the United States needs the rest of the world to solve our global problems. We need to work with our allies, stand up to the dictators, and try and make sure that those international agreements, they're not perfect, they're hard. We've all negotiated them, but we need to show global leadership, whether it's on terrorism, cybersecurity, ISIS, global warming, nuclear nonproliferation. Not one of them can we solve on our own. And so I think we need to shift it back. And I think people are unrealistic if they think we're going to just go back to how the world was on Barack Obama's last day in office. President Trump has fundamentally sowed distrust among our allies. And I think that's going to take a very long time to rebuild. And there'll be other centers of power that emerge that we're going to have to share the stage with.
But Nancy, one of the interesting things about this whole thing is that no president acts in isolation. He has advisors, he has people that he'll listen to, think tanks that he'll listen to. But to do something so radical must have come from within a way of thinking within the US already, surely.
Well, I think President Trump tapped into a growing concern in our middle class that we the game was rigged against us. And anytime you have that sort of victim mentality of the middle class that is losing its health care, hadn't seen an income and wage, they tend to be susceptible to autocrats' message of blaming others. And in Donald Trump's case, it was immigrants or them. And I think that it surprised all of us that he won, and he won by tapping into that fear of the other. And he's doubled down on it in a way that is troubling to people like myself, that's been working hard to get Joe Biden elected. And we'll see how all of this comes out. But I think his trade tariffs are just costing Americans more. Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than he was before we pulled out of the deal. North Korea's being North Korea and increasing its weapons, its missiles to reach the United States. Our allies no longer trust us. We're undermining NATO and frankly just playing into President Putin's playbook. And I think whoever wins this next election is going to have to understand that we need to rebalance our approach. And I would like to say that we should take advantage of the chaos of the last 4 years and recreate some of the momentum after World War II to really think about where our institutions are. Why does the Security Council look like 1960s politics? Let's add some permanent members there. Yes, the World Trade Organization could be, put on steroids, and we need to make sure that the international institutions evolve with the challenges that we need. And I think that chaos can sometimes enable us to rebuild, and as Joe Biden says, build back better. And I think that's kind of how we need to do some serious thinking along those lines. And I'm optimistic that we can.
But Nancy, it's not just been chaos. There have been certain advances, certainly for Israel. In West Jerusalem, we have Rory Sable. President Donald Trump has been described as Israel's best friend, the president that works for Israel. Indeed, if you had an election in Israel, President Donald Trump probably would win by a landslide. Are there any dissenting voices to that opinion, do you think?
I think Israel has been very happy with Donald Trump, but we also know that Biden is a good friend of Israel. And under Biden's administration, there was no sale of advanced weaponries like the F-35, United Arab Emirates, which we have seen under Trump. So, and both Biden and President Trump, in fact, have come out in favor of a two-state solution. The public tends to forget that the Trump plan, in fact, involved a two-state solution. So Israel feels that we can work happily with a Biden administration as we have worked with the Trump administration.
But, Robbie, it has been a favourite child of the US's foreign policy. I mean, there is a lot of kind of mollycoddling going on when it comes to Israel. They do get, according to a lot of what people are talking about and reading, that they do get a fairer share of US military weapons. They do get a fairer share of US foreign aid budgets, etc., etc., etc. I mean, at some point, that needs to be looked at, and Biden has actually said, if he wins, that he needs to look at the Israeli-US relationship, and you seem to be very confident that it won't change.
We are confident. In fact, throughout the history of US-Israel relations, it's been a bipartisan issue. In other words, the United States has always seen a strong Israel as important, both for strategic reasons and for reasons of US moral policy, and this will continue. We have no doubt about it. They're obviously different in nuances, but the issue of that Israel should be strong and secure, and frankly, this is the key to reaching peace. If Israel is weak, it's unlikely that we can reach peace. If Israel is secure, there's a good chance that we can continue what we've already achieved with Egypt, with Jordan, with the Gulf states, and hopefully with further states as well.
Ellie Duranmeyer in London. Opinion seems to be split on foreign policy over the last 4 years when it comes to the Middle East. You have the UAE, you have Saudi Arabia clearly backing Donald Trump and saying that he's a great leader for the region. But then you have somebody like Iran who says, well, actually what Donald Trump is doing actually benefits us because he's isolating the states in the international community. And we've said for a long time that the US is a hindrance, not help, when it comes to foreign policy. So what do you think is the legacy of the last 4 years?
Well, look, there is a lot of rhetoric that comes out from Tehran. And it is true that in terms of the political standing on an international stage, President Trump has failed to garner support from his allies, particularly in Europe, for his maximum pressure policy on Iran. Having said that, that policy has managed to, by itself, unilaterally, cause incredible economic damage to Iran over the past few years. And the two candidates, Trump and Biden, offer quite different policies on Iran. Joe Biden has been quite clear in an opinion piece he published in recent months that he wanted to rejoin the nuclear deal with Iran, rejoin the alliance with Europe, and come up with a common coordinated solution to both Iran's nuclear activities and regional behaviors among the international community. Whereas with the Trump administration, we're likely to see the US double down on what has been a rather destructive maximum pressure policy as far as I think US interests are concerned, as far as interests of European allies are concerned, because now we're left in a situation where Iran is increasing its nuclear activity. Its regional stance has not really changed. It's managed to cement its position in a lot of key regional theaters, and we are nowhere closer to those solutions on diplomatic negotiations that Trump vowed would take, a matter of weeks for Iran to capitulate and come to the negotiating table.
But Ellie, we also have a situation where, like you say, the sanctions haven't really worked. The leadership is still in power in Iran. America is isolated. But it's not just about Iran. This is about Iraq as well. Now, in Iraq, you've got, 30,000 US troops, I think, and you have a massive US presence within the political structure as well, but it's also counterbalanced by the Iranian one as well. So where does Iraq fit into all of this when it comes to the US foreign policy?
Well, unfortunately, Iraq has been caught in the crossfire between Iranian and US escalation, particularly military escalation that we've seen from January of this year, with attacks against US embassy being retaliated by an assassination against a top Iranian and Iraqi military figure. And since then, we have had these periodic interludes of military tit-for-tat escalation between US forces and those backed by Iran on the ground in Iraq. Additionally, the US has lost, in my view, quite a lot of political ground in Iraq, although there has been a new Iraqi prime minister over recent months that has vowed to bring in more of a balanced foreign policy. The maximum pressure campaign, really being led by President Trump and his senior team, has, in my view, backfired in terms of isolating the US political positioning with Iraqi leadership. So I don't see that the maximum pressure campaign has really benefited Iraq's stability or, frankly, US interests in Iraq.
Nancy Soderberg, our guest in West Jerusalem, Robbie Sable, made a very interesting point. He said, look, this is a bipartisan issue when it comes to Israel. Whether you're Democratic or Republican, Israel will always be a friend to the US. But that's not really the case when it comes to other countries. It used to be the case that the foreign policy of the US didn't really change that much under Democrats or Republicans. It was fairly stable. But we are talking, when it comes to things like the big countries, China, Russia, for example, that there are very different foreign policy positions between the Republicans and the Democrats. I mean, how are you going to, particularly if there is a split House, if the Senate is Republican and leadership is Democrat, how are you going to, square those edges?
Well, I think it depends very much on who is victorious in this very contentious election that we're in the midst of here in the United States. We know how Donald Trump operates. If he is elected, I think we'll see more of the same, more siding with dictators, undermining our allies, going it alone, and the world will be less safe. I think if Joe Biden is successful, we know Joe Biden, he's laid out a pretty extensive foreign policy plan. And I think he's fact-driven, understands the challenges that we face from a rising China, not through trade wars, but by trying to contain it. We had a huge trade agreement that Trump pulled out of that was designed to, frankly, contain China. We'll sort of look at trying to work with our allies in the region to try and begin to contain China, hold it accountable at WTO, stand up to its expansionist, illegal land grab in the South China Sea, also trying to contain Putin's expansion and influence throughout the former Soviet states, as well as into Europe. And in the Middle East, if you look at what's happening in the big picture there, yes, we will stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel, but we're farther away from a two-state solution than we were 4 years ago. You have the worst humanitarian crisis going on in Yemen. We're continue to side with the Saudis in that fight. And we've coddled Saudi Arabia that dismembered a U.S. resident in the Turkish consulate, Khashoggi, and essentially Trump brags about having saved MBS over that horrific scandal. So I think you'll see reset in terms of trying to hold Saudi Arabia accountable, working with our allies to make sure that we put nuclear ambitions back in the box in Iran, and just pause from the chaos that we're seeing throughout the region. This is not going to be solved in one term. It's going to take a long time for our allies to trust us again. It's going to take a long time for us to rebuild some of the relationships around these agreements. Joe Biden's term "Build Back Better" I think applies to Iran. Yes, he wants to rejoin it, but there were some problems with that. Hopefully we can address some of those if we are able to rejoin that. But I think you'll see two very stark approaches to the world, depending on who wins this election. More chaos, more America first, a rejection of our values at home and abroad, or a Biden who tries to work with our allies and once again lead in our very
let's bring in Robbie Sable here. Robbie, I just want to talk to you about Iran and the Israeli perspective. Now, clearly the Israelis have long considered Iran to be their existential threat, their greatest threat, in fact, against them. They were against the 2015 JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal, as it's called. If that comes back, what pressure can Israel put on the US to not go through with that deal if Biden is elected and he wants to put it back on the table?
I think Israel will be asking the United States to make a better arrangement. After all, the previous agreement was for 10 years, and after that, Iran would be free to do anything.
Yeah, but Iran did stick to the deal. Like, it didn't break the terms of the deal. This is Donald Trump pulling out unilaterally.
It did have some... It did violate it in some cases, but the main issue was it was a temporary agreement. And after the end of it, Iran would be free to make nuclear weapons. And therefore, we feel that a better deal should be made, which would ensure that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And this can be done. What we emphasized to America was it can be done only if Iran feels there's a real potential threat against it. And you can't bargain unless you have a stick in the background. Then you don't have to use the stick. If there's no stick, it's very difficult to negotiate. And this is the point we made with the Obama administration, and we didn't succeed in persuading them.
Ellie Duranmeyer, there isn't a stick, though, that seems to be working. The US doesn't have a strategy that seems to be working.
Sure, and I would disagree that the Iran nuclear deal leaves Iran free to develop nuclear weapons. Actually, it doesn't. Iran is a member of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which means it is vowing not to go down that path. And the nuclear deal put in place the most intrusive inspection mechanism under any country with international monitors on the ground. And that is why, actually, with the rollback of Iran's commitment, these international monitors can actually validate what Iran is up to. And this is why we know exactly where Iran is expanding its nuclear activities in response to the pressure campaign brought on by President Trump. Now, in response to your question, I mean, we couldn't really get a bigger stick than what we have under the Trump administration, bar going to military conflict with Iran. We have seen really the sanctions toolbox being exhausted by this administration, the political isolation toolbox being exhausted by this administration. So I think if we are dealing with the second Trump administration, Israel and other countries in the Middle East really have to ask themselves whether they want to double down on this maximum pressure policy. That is, in my view, the next phase of this is going to be a military campaign by the Trump administration. Or do they actually want to push both President Trump or a potential President Biden towards a diplomatic negotiation with Iran that actually limits both the nuclear escalation, that's a threat to the entire region, or whether they want to actually push for escalation that could backfire for the whole region.
One of the reasons I'm concentrating on Iran is because I think that it's going to be a key foreign policy defining issue for the US for the next 4 years, whoever's in charge. Nancy Soderberg, would you agree that Iran is the key defining policy?
It's certainly an important piece of it, but I wouldn't limit it. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. I think the Saudis are going to be a key. What is our relationship with them? Where are they headed? And I think China and Russia are probably a bigger challenge in terms of the scale of the problem. But Look, the inbox of the president is full of challenges. And I think if you look at the approaches of the two presidents, addressing Iran's nuclear challenges is clearly better at the negotiating table than a military campaign. I would disagree that President Trump is thinking about really a military campaign with Iran. He wants to bring our troops home, not send them. He did take some military strikes against Soleimani, pinprick, things like that. But there's no grand strategy to have a strong military
Sorry,
campaign.
Nancy, we are running out of time, and I would like to get
Iran.
to the other guests as well. Robbie Sable in West Jerusalem. If you were advising this incoming president, whoever it may be, what would be the defining foreign policy issue that you would be talking to him about?
I would like, on Iran, it's important to bear in mind that Iran is a member of the NPT and it violated. And it's the International Atomic Energy Authority that formally informed
But Israel isn't even a
the
member
UN.
of the NPT and has nuclear weapons. So, I mean, where
Israel
are you
is not a
going?
member.
Where are you going with this?
Israel is not a member of the NPT, but Iran is, and it violated it. And the IEA informed the UN that it violated it. And the only way
But that's why they had a deal in 2015, so it wouldn't be violated. There was a deal; it was working.
The deal was temporary. That's why it was not a good deal. I agree. It's better to put it off for 10 years. But
Okay, Robbie, Robbie said we are running out of time. So I just want to say, is it Iran for you that's the key issue for the US?
It's a key not only for Israel, for the whole Middle East. If Iran gets nuclear weapons, we're going to see a nuclear arms race in the Middle East. It's in nobody's interest. It's in the US interest, the world interest, to make sure that Iran does not get a nuclear weapon permanently, not just to put it off for a number of years.
Ellie in London, what's your reaction to that, just quickly?
So I think the first and foremost thing that any US administration has to do is look for a calm situation with Iran on the regional playing field. Yes, maybe there isn't a military campaign underway, but the sort of military escalations we've seen can very quickly get out of hand, particularly as the US under this administration is also increasing things like cargo and vessel interdictions from Iranian side, which could be met with a similar response in places like the Strait of Hormuz. Secondly, I do think that if any US administration is serious about diplomatic endeavors with Iran on the nuclear issue, they need to move quickly and fast in coordination with European allies to try and freeze Iran's nuclear activities and then roll them back. And there will be a need for an economic quid pro quo. So any US administration will have to unclench its fist on sanctions and provide a certain amount of economic relief to Iran to make that feasible.
I want to thank all our guests, Nancy Soderberg, Robbie Sable and Ellie Geranmaya. And thank you too for watching. You can see the programme again anytime by visiting our website, aljazeera.com. And for further discussion, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. And you can also join the conversation on Twitter. We are at AJ Inside Story. From me, Imran Khan, and the whole team here in Doha. Bye for now.
The US is always of interest to people all around the world.
This has been going on for a number of hours with tear gas being used.
Al Jazeera reports stories from an international perspective. We try to explain to our global audience how this could impact their lives. This is an important part of the world, and Al Jazeera is very good at bringing the news to the world from here.
The latest news as it breaks.
There was never much doubt about which choice Chileans would make, but now it's official that Chileans will be writing a new constitution.
Detailed coverage.
2 14- and 15-year-old students are amongst those facing charges for what prosecutors call complicity in a terrorist assassination.
In-depth reports from around the world.
And while it was the biggest gathering in months, the numbers were not what they used to be last year.
It's a centuries-old battle, and the baton is being passed to a new generation. Witness follows a young Native American as he takes the struggle into 21st century America.
Everybody's going to know about what we did here, the sacrifices that we made. This is going to be something that's going to be remembered long time to come.
On a Knife Edge on Al Jazeera.
My name is Sandra Agwebo. I'm the first female mechanic in Nigeria, the founder of the Lady Mechanic Initiative. If you go to the Lady Mechanic workshop, you will see that you will take care of your car like a baby. My Nigeria is the first to produce first female mechanic in Africa. My Nigerian women are strong women.
My Nigeria on Al Jazeera.
Sao Paulo, the economic heartbeat of a thriving Brazil. But boom times mean rising rents and a lack of pool home. With no choice but to occupy one of the city's many vacant buildings, facing an uncertain future. Viewfinder Latin America, occupying Brazil, on Al Jazeera.
Across the world, so no matter how you take it, we'll bring you the news and current affairs that matter to you.
This is Al Jazeera.
Hi there, I'm Kim Vanell. This is the News Hour live from Doha. Coming up in the next 60 minutes.
We were getting ready to win this election.
Donald Trump falsely claims victory in the US presidential election, despite key results yet to be announced. His rival, Joe Biden, says he still believes he'll win and is currently 32 electoral college votes shy of outright victory. Votes are still being tallied, but the Trump campaign is already demanding a recount in one crucial battleground state. And in other news, Ethiopia's Prime Minister orders troops into the Tigray region following an attack on a military base. And in sport, Argentina football hero Diego Maradona has successful surgery to remove a blood clot from his brain. It's just gone 1800 GMT, that's 1 p.m. in the eastern United States, and there is still uncertainty about who the next president will be. The country is waiting for a few key results. With 43 states counted, results are neck and neck. That leaves 7 states to decide the direction of the country, and most could go either way. While other states paused for the night, counting continued in Wisconsin. We are expecting to hear that result soon. In the last few minutes, the Trump campaign says it will request a recount there. We have correspondents across the United States this hour. John Hendren is in Lansing in the battleground state of Michigan. We have Heidi Jo Castro following developments from Houston in Texas. We have Andy Gallagher for us in Miami, Florida. Jamal Eshel is following developments in Biden's home state of Delaware. But let us start with Alan Fisher, who is covering all of this from Washington, D.C. Alan, let's start with that demand for a recount in Wisconsin. Just explain that to us. Is there a margin within which, each side becomes eligible to request a recount, or does it have to provide some sort of justification? I mean, how does it all work?
Well, Wisconsin confirmed in the last hour or so that they counted all the ballots, and Joe Biden had a lead of around 20,000 votes. That's within the 1% margin of error. Therefore, the Trump campaign absolutely within their rights to demand a recount, and that's exactly what they've done. So it may not be that the whole state has to recount. It may just be certain counties have to recount, but they will go back through every single those ballots that are earmarked, and hopefully we'll get a result at some point today, possibly tomorrow. Now, if you add into the fact that Georgia say that they won't be completed counting their ballots until Friday, it's possible Michigan might be in the same position, but certainly Pennsylvania are not predicting that they'll have a result before Friday either. This election is very much up in the balance, but people shouldn't panic. You'll remember 24 hours ago we were talking about the election, saying we won't have a result on election night, and then the results started to come out and people started to get very panicky. It still hasn't changed. We're not going to get a result until possibly Friday. What we've heard from Donald Trump in the last couple of hours is a few tweets. He says that the Biden campaign is desperately trying to find 500,000 votes to close the gap in Pennsylvania. That is roughly the figure that they are behind at the moment, but offers without any real evidence that they are trying to ballot stuff. They're trying to
invent these ballots, and there's absolutely no suggestion from any other party that this has happened. He's also retweeted out someone who said that in one county in Michigan they suddenly found votes that 128% were all voting for Joe Biden. Donald Trump quickly tweeted that out. The person who tweeted that originally has said they misread the figures, has withdrawn that tweet and deleted it. Donald Trump hasn't changed his tweet saying that this is a problem as well. So we're going to get this over the next 2-3 days. There's going to be claim and counterclaim. But let's just say that the secretaries of state in each of the states where they're currently still counting have made the pledge that every legally cast vote will be counted. And that includes all the mail-in ballots as well. That includes all of those who are currently serving overseas that sent their ballots to. They know roughly what the numbers are, so they'll have an idea of what they should be expecting back. And we've also got a judge in Washington, D.C., telling the Department of Justice that he expects a senior figure from the United States Postal Service to be in his court at 1:30 this afternoon. That follows his order yesterday that there has to be a sweep through all mail facilities for ballots that haven't yet been delivered. Now, the Post Office on Tuesday said that they were going to ignore that court order. This is a court order. You don't get to ignore them. So that is why the judge has said, I want someone from the Postal Service in here in about 30 minutes' time, and he will order them. They think there's somewhere in the region of 300,000 ballots that haven't been delivered, that need to be delivered to make sure that those are also counted. Essentially, what we're seeing is organised chaos, both parties trying to make capital out of it, and Donald Trump tweeting out saying that he thinks the election has been stolen. Nothing new there. He, of course, has made that claim several times in the last few weeks. He said he wouldn't claim victory until it was absolutely certain, but in the early hours of Tuesday morning, he did exactly that. It was referred to me by someone who is a Democratic political operative of essentially claiming victory in a football match. 60 minutes in, you're 2-0 up, and you suddenly say, that's it, we've won the game. There's still a long way to go.
OK, thank you for that, Alan Fisher, live for us in Washington, D.C. Let's move on. We're going now to get the view from Delaware. Biden's home state. Jamal Ashal is in Wilmington. Jamal, game this out for us as it stands. If Biden takes Wisconsin, as we know, the Republicans want to recount, but if he takes Wisconsin, he gets to, 248. 270 is the magic number. So talk us through how that might play out. What combinations could he get to that magic 270 number?
Well, there's a couple of ways he can do it. Probably the swiftest and best way would be him getting Michigan and Pennsylvania as well. That would probably tip him there roundabout in terms of the numbers. But Pennsylvania, although it will be the most comfortable route to the White House for the Biden camp, it isn't the only one. There's still several other states in place, 6 others, including Georgia, which the Biden camp are expecting to do well in as well. When we look at Michigan, and I know we're going to head over to our colleagues there, they'll break it down for you better, but they are confident that they'll be doing well there, the Democrats as well. The sense amongst the party operatives and officials and supporters here in Biden's hometown is that they are fairly confident that they will eventually have their candidate announced victor. However, they are stressing that the democratic process needs to be respected, and above all, it needs to, or for it to be respected, it needs to run its due course. What's made this election so much more complicated, well, not necessarily more complicated, but drawn out longer, is that because of COVID, because of the high turnout, there's been a lot more people who either voted early because they didn't want to go and queue up in crammed up polling stations, or decided to vote by ballot. That is something that maybe the United States has realized doesn't necessarily have the best infrastructure to count as quickly and as swiftly as those would have liked. Having said that, Biden's chief of the Biden campaign, Jen O'Malley, came out and she spoke very clearly about where they view they will be getting their votes from. They've also kind of juxtaposed the language coming from their camp with that of the Trump camp. Trump's been one about doubting the electoral process, of talking about forgery, of talking about cheating, of talking about magic ballots that are either appearing or disappearing, depending on which tweets you look at. Many of these tweets have been flagged up, whereas Biden here has been quite consistent in saying that what is taking place here is an attack on American democracy by trying to stop the counting of votes, saying that everybody who has casted a vote deserves the right to have that voice heard, regardless of who they voted for. And therefore, as we heard from him late on Tuesday night into the early hours of Wednesday morning, he's urged people to be patient. And I guess that's what they're doing right now.
OK, thank you for that, Jamal Ashal in Wilmington. In the battleground state of Michigan, Joe Biden has a razor-thin lead over Trump, but there are still lots of early and mail-in ballots which have not yet been counted. Michigan's Secretary of State has said she expects a very clear picture by Wednesday night. Let's go to John Hendren. He is live for us in the capital, Lansing. OK, John, all eyes then are on Michigan. Less than 1 percentage point in it last time I looked. Walk me through this. Walk me through Michigan. It was Trump's smallest margin of victory in 2016.
That's right. This is not unusual for Michigan. Last time around, Hillary Clinton lost this state to Donald Trump by 10,000 votes. It was 0.2 percentage points. That's actually less than we are currently seeing in the vote count. That stuck in the end. And the votes that we believe are yet to be counted are early votes. They are mail-in votes. They are urban votes. In each case, those skew toward Biden. So the margin could actually expand from where it is. We don't actually know that for certain, but that is what we are given to understand. So the margin is likely to stick here, but as in other states, as in Wisconsin, the Badger State, where the margin is slim as well, we're just going to have to wait for those counts to take place. In Wisconsin, the places where the vote was yet to be counted were the urban areas, particularly Milwaukee, which was counted last. So what we're seeing is, at the end, people here, the Secretary of State in Michigan says there are about 100,000 votes yet to be counted. Is it possible that that could make a difference? Yes, but is it likely? No, it's not. So the Trump administration is doing what administrations do when they get this close. This has become such a common thing in American elections. But here in Michigan, it's not unusual at all for these elections to get this close. Interestingly, Kamala Harris, the vice presidential candidate on the Democratic ticket, came here on Election Day to Detroit to try to drum out the vote. Possibly one reason was that they weren't seeing the kind of turnout in Detroit that they really wanted to see. But in the end, it was in those urban areas, in Detroit, in Flint, where people turned out for the Democratic nominee, Joe Biden. In fact, in Flint, there was an issue with robocalls telling people that because lines were long, they could vote on Wednesday. Not true. The FBI was looking into that. But that's how bad this election has gotten. And it is likely to be possibly the end of the day before we hear the Secretary of State announce exactly what the tally is here in Michigan. But given the Trump administration's opposition, the Trump campaign's opposition, we expect this could actually go on for days.
OK, thank you for that, John Hendren, live from Michigan's Lansing. Well, let's take a look at the state of play as it is right now. Joe Biden has 238 Electoral College votes, while Donald Trump has 213. The magic number, of course, is 270. Here in yellow, you will see the states that are still in play: Georgia and North Carolina in the south, Nevada in the west, and the three Midwestern states of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin and Michigan. The last three, known as blue wall states, were narrowly carried by Trump in 2016, securing him the presidency. Well, let's go now to Heidi Drew Castro. She is live for us in Houston, Texas. Heidi, first, before we talk about Texas, let's talk about Arizona. Arizona has been called for Biden, perhaps the biggest win for Biden so far.
That's right. This is not one that Biden's camp had been counting on as support. They, of course, had been hopeful. But what this represents for the state of Arizona is a sea change in its political landscape. Not only does it flip blue in supporting the Democratic candidate, Joe Biden, but now also it will be represented by 2 Democratic senators. And that hasn't happened in Arizona in close to 70 years. And this is a significant take for Joe Biden because Arizona, with its 11 electoral college votes, significantly eases Biden's pathway toward victory. And what's surprising, though, is also who turned out in support of Biden. We knew that demographers had already predicted the Latino vote would be strong in favor of Biden. Yes, indeed, that happened. But the surprising part is that voters over age 65 also prefer Joe Biden over President Trump. Now, we skip over to where I am now, the state of Texas. The big question is, when and if the state of Texas, with its trove of 38 electoral college votes, will one day, perhaps in the near future, be the next Arizona, because those same demographic forces of more immigrant voters, more Latinos, more young voters in the growing suburbs that we saw at play in Arizona this year, well, those things are happening here in Texas as well. And we saw a reflection of that in the results from Texas yesterday. Yes, Donald Trump was declared the winner here, but by only 6 points. And that is significant in that the Republican presidential candidate would normally take Texas by double digits. So political analysts are watching this and saying that it is only a matter of time before Texas becomes the next biggest political battleground.
Okay, let's talk a little bit more about Texas. As you say, predictably went to Trump, but that margin is becoming smaller and smaller. That is obviously going to be worrying the Republicans as they look forward to the future of the Republican Party. Tell me a little bit more about the changes that are happening in that state that has gotten it to this point.
Sure, it is this urban and rural divide that, of course, we've talked about, my colleagues in other states have talked about throughout these days. And what we're seeing is that the urban metropolises of Texas are growing in population, and very importantly, the suburbs surrounding them as well. And from the results from Texas counties last night, we saw some surprises in that some of these suburbs that had a long, lean conservative flipped for the first time in support of Joe Biden. So it's these suburban voters. It's also first-time voters, more immigrants becoming citizens, voting for the first time, and more of the young voters. And these are groups that all tend to favor Democrats. But why did Trump in the end take this state? Well, it's because he still has that firewall of rural white voters in Texas who dependably turn out for him, and they were enthusiastic this year. Despite record-breaking turnout in the cities of Texas, we also saw that enthusiasm matched a number and obviously superseded a number in the vast rural regions and the towns of Texas, which ultimately is why President Trump is taking Texas and its 38 electoral college votes. Had he not won Texas, we wouldn't even be here right now talking about the possibly contested election results, because this is such a largely populated state with so many electoral college votes at stake, and why it will be such a significant prize in elections to come.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Heidi Jo Castro, live for us in Houston, Texas. Let's now go to Florida. Andy Gallica is there for us. He is in Miami. Andy, so Miami has a diverse community, includes a high percentage of elderly, Hispanic and African-American voters. Joe Biden obviously wanted Florida. He wanted those voters, but he didn't get them.
Yeah, I mean, what happened in Miami-Dade County is the real story of Biden's loss here. He should have done well among Latino and Hispanic voters. He really did not. He got nowhere near the figures that Clinton managed back in 2016, and there's a good reason for that. President Trump's campaign really pushed this idea that Biden was at the head of some kind of socialist movement. That is something that really has people who are Latino here, who've come from places like Cuba, extremely afraid. And remember, there's 1 million Cuban Americans in Miami alone who are the majority we expected to vote for President Trump. Now, clearly, this is the biggest battleground state. It went to Trump by about 350,000 votes. He increased the lead by about 3 times over what he won for Hillary Clinton in 2016. So there's a real lesson for the Biden campaign when they came here, and Joe Biden only came to this state 4 times versus President Trump's 14 times. He wasn't really focused on that Latino vote, that extremely important demographic in this state. He more focused on the African-American vote with Souls to the Polls rallies. President Barack Obama came and did the same thing. So I think they will be kicking themselves really for not capturing that Latino vote in Miami-Dade County, which is traditionally a very, very blue county.
Miami, just a few months ago, was seen as the US epicenter of the coronavirus pandemic. We know that Joe Biden has worked hard, to really take aim at the Trump administration's dealing with the coronavirus pandemic, but obviously that didn't hit home.
It didn't hit home if you look at that particular demographic we were just talking about, because the fear of socialism is bigger than the fear of the COVID-19 virus. I mean, at the peak here back in July, we had one day with 25,000 new cases. It steadily started dropping again, and now it's steadily starting to rise again. 16,000 people in this state have died. The number of cases and the positivity rate are once again going up. And if you think about places like care homes in this state, and remember about 20% of the electorate are voters over the age of 65, they really got slammed. They accounted for about 40% of all fatalities in this state. So Biden may have won over some of the older voters that Trump got back in 2016. But when you look at Miami-Dade County and the fact that Biden didn't do well amongst that crucial Latino vote, that was a real thorn in that campaign side, because they simply didn't pay enough attention to changing the narrative, convincing those voters that Joe Biden isn't a socialist, he doesn't plan to do anything that's too far to the left for those people. And that was a painful lesson. And there are 29 electoral college votes at stake in this state, and they went to President Trump, and he really needed this state to keep his chances alive.
Andy Gallagher there live for us in Miami, Florida. The Midwestern state of Minnesota has been reliably Democratic for generations, and this election was no different. After a year that saw the state at the center of the Black Lives Matter movement, Joe Biden won by an even greater margin than Hillary Clinton back in 2016. Natasha Ghaname reports from the capital, Minneapolis.
Minnesotans have maintained their almost 50-year streak of voting for a Democratic presidential candidate. The state's 10 electoral college votes have gone to Biden. Trump had been hoping to flip Minnesota because in 2016 he lost the state by less than 45,000 votes. He'd hoped his anti-lockdown, pro-law and order message would resonate with voters concerned about the violence and looting in the aftermath of the George Floyd death while in custody of the Minneapolis Police Department. He thought that message would resonate particularly in rural, predominantly white areas of the state that constituted about a third of the population. Biden, on the other hand, said that he was the man to get the pandemic under control, that a national healing needed to take place with regard to race relations, and concerns about police brutality needed to be addressed, something that surely resonated here in Minneapolis and the St. Paul area, which launched the largest protest movement in American history. Even before Election Day, Minnesotans were engaged. In early voting that began in mid-September, 1.9 million votes were cast. In 2016, at a rate of 74%, more than 74%, Minnesota had the highest voter turnout in the United States.
Donald Trump and Joe Biden are the two oldest presidential nominees in American history, and that means their running mates have become more important than ever. Mike Pence and Kamala Harris couldn't be more different, from their politics to their personalities. Mohammed Jamjoom has more.
Senator Harris and Vice President Pence, thank you for being here.
When Vice President Mike Pence and Senator Kamala Harris took to the debate stage in October, viewers around the world witnessed a study in contrasts.
But when you say what the American people have done over these last 8 months hasn't worked, that's a great disservice to the sacrifices the American people have made.
So let's talk about caring about the American people. The American people have had to sacrifice far too much because of the incompetence of this administration.
On the Republican side, 61-year-old Vice President Mike Pence, who over the past 4 years has proven himself President Donald Trump's most loyal ally. Known for his opposition to abortion, the former governor of Indiana is an evangelical Christian and champion of the religious right. Critics say Pence has been a driving force in the Trump administration's efforts to roll back protections for lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people. Before being chosen as Trump's running mate in 2016, Pence had openly questioned some of Trump's policies. After joining the ticket, though, Pence transformed into an adept second-in-command who always deferred to his boss.
Because thanks to your leadership from early on, not only are we bringing a whole-of-government approach to confronting the coronavirus, we're bringing an all-of-America approach.
Even as head of the White House coronavirus task force, Pence wouldn't let the news that members of his team had tested positive for COVID-19 keep him off the campaign trail. Continuing to campaign for Trump, even as public health officials criticized the decision.
Greetings, America.
On the Democratic side, 56-year-old Senator Kamala Harris. The daughter of immigrants from Jamaica and India, Harris, in 2016, became the first South Asian American and second African American woman elected to the U.S. Senate, where she represents the state of California. In 2020, as the Democratic vice presidential nominee, she became the first woman of color to be included on a major party's presidential ticket.
That I am here tonight is a testament to the dedication of generations before me. Women and men who believed so fiercely in the promise of equality, liberty, and justice for all.
Known as one of the toughest interrogators in Congress, Harris has repeatedly used skills honed during her tenure as a prosecutor and a former Attorney General of California while questioning Trump administration officials. During Harris's short-lived presidential campaign, critics questioned her shifting positions on policy issues and her record as prosecutor. But as a barrier-breaking running mate to Joe Biden, Harris, an advocate for racial and social justice, has proven popular. With supporters applauding Harris's pledge to offer a path to citizenship to millions of undocumented immigrants living in the U.S. In the final weeks of the campaign, members of Harris's team also tested positive for COVID-19. After learning the news, Harris temporarily stopped traveling. A bracing reminder that, for America's 2020 vice presidential candidates, differences in politics, policy, and personality could not be more stark. Mohammed Jamjoom, Al Jazeera.
We're expecting to hear from Joe Biden in around 30 minutes' time. He will be speaking in Wilmington in Delaware, his home state. We will, of course, bring you that live as it happens. Now, still to come here on Al Jazeera. A government convoy is hit by gunfire in Ivory Coast as tensions build over the contested presidential elections. England prepares to go back into a coronavirus lockdown as more testing is promised.
Hello. For most, it's still quiet on the Arabian Peninsula. It's not so much in the Levant. Rain has been falling steadily for at least 2 days now, and that rain's spreading inland, turning into showers. The significant rain like to be in Turkey. Quite a breeze behind it, dropping temperatures. An example, Jerusalem down to 16, but all that coast will be affected. Gaza stays up at 22 with that breeze is strongest. The breeze dies out by Thursday. The temperature rises, but you've got a couple of days of showers. It's already wet on the ground. It's wet in the Bekaa Valley as well. So rain has spread through the Levant. It'll be followed by a few showers. The strong wind then focusing on Egypt and down towards Luxor maybe, but it's still quite warm here. And it's about 30 in Doha, where you might expect it to be. There is rain forecast from a little depression in the Arabian Sea. That comes onto the coast of Oman. Might even affect Salalah, actually. But rain proper, the seasonal rain further south, is now sitting more or less where it should be. Across the southern half of Somalia, still throwing a few showers up into Ethiopia, almost ignoring South Sudan. One of the major beneficiaries in Somalia is likely to be Mogadishu. The forecast here is a pretty showery one and a fairly windy one, I think, on Thursday. The showers die down by Friday. It's mostly OK by Saturday, and temperatures then start to rise again.
November on Al Jazeera.
Following huge protests and the introduction of the Beijing-backed national security law, Carrie Lam sets out her vision for Hong Kong.
All Hail the Lockdown explores the complexities of our global response to the coronavirus pandemic.
In a series of special reports, we examine the global gaming boom as other entertainment businesses struggle to survive.
Up Front returns with Emmy Award-winning journalist Rochelle Carey. She'll cut through the headlines and lead rigorous debate.
And former French President Nicolas Sarkozy will face trial on corruption charges. We'll bring you the latest.
November on Al Jazeera.
In part 2 of a special investigation, 101 East visits Western Australia's only youth detention centre and travels to the remote outback towns where many of the Indigenous inmates come from. On Al Jazeera.
You're watching Al Jazeera, a reminder of our top stories this hour. The race to the White House is hanging in the balance. So far, there's no clear victor. In the last few minutes, the Trump campaign says it will request a recount in Wisconsin after the latest figures showed Joe Biden with a 1% lead. Joe Biden says when all the votes are finally counted, he expects to come out on top. His campaign believes he's on track to win Michigan, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Biden's biggest victory so far is Arizona, the only state to flip after Trump won it back in 2016. Millions of ballots are still uncounted, with results unclear in the battleground states of Michigan and Pennsylvania. Well, let's bring in now Stephen Rogers, who is a member of the Donald Trump for President 2020 Advisory Board. He joins us now from Nutley in New Jersey. Thank you for your time, sir. We are hearing, of course, diametrically opposed interpretations of the situation as it stands. Both sides say they have a path to victory. How are you feeling?
Well, both sides feel they have a path to victory, and the matter will be, no doubt, in my mind, adjudicated in the courts. If it has to go to the Supreme Court, it will, but we won't know what path any one of the candidates will take until perhaps later on in the day or tomorrow when all of the votes are counted.
OK, you feel that all of the counts should be counted. We have heard earlier from Donald Trump, who has been raising questions about or talking about illegal votes. You know, do you think this could get nasty?
Well, I do happen to agree with the president when I speak about all votes to be counted. All those votes that were cast before the deadline of November 3rd in each one of the states. One of the problems we're facing is that Pennsylvania, for example, the court has allowed votes that are still coming in up to 3 days after the election. That may have been illegal. That is a matter that has to be adjudicated in court. From what I understand, only the state legislature can allow that to happen.
I guess that is the sticking point, isn't it?
Messy.
That is the sticking point,
Yes.
that currently, as it stands, I mean, those votes legally can be counted up to varying dates depending on the state, but they can be counted. The court has, at this point, allowed them. They are legal votes to be counted. The Trump campaign is also, as I'm sure you're aware, requesting a recount in Wisconsin. With so many razor-thin margins, should we be expecting quite a few more of these recount requests? I mean, is there any requirement for a justification for such a request?
Well, it's within the framework of the law. I believe that if the shoe was on the other foot, certainly Joe Biden would ask for a recount, and he would have every right to do that. It's a good idea to have a recount because then there will be no doubt after there's a recount as to the outcome of each election. Interesting enough, throughout history, we have found some recounts to be very successful for candidates who are losing, and they would ultimately win as a result of a recount.
Quite a few of the president's tweets have been hidden by Twitter in the past few hours with a warning that they are disputed and might be misleading about an election. They do that thing where you have to click on it if you actually want to view the tweet. Critics say that Donald Trump is dangerously undermining the election process. What's your take?
Oh, he's not undermining the election process. Twitter is. Look, this is a free country. We have freedom of speech. Twitter has only blocked and deleted conservatives who are on their social media platform. That's a fact. I happen to be one of them. I was critical of the Democrat Party, and my Twitter account was flagged. So Twitter is now before the U.S. Congress. There's a hearing going on regarding their activities. They're playing politics, but the president is not undermining the process. He's working within the framework of the process, and a lot of people don't like that, obviously. Look, the process is going to play out one way or the other, but the key point is, contrary to what the mainstream media is trying to project, he's working within the framework of the law.
I guess that there you're talking about there is sort of more talking about the role of social media or the argument around social media and its role in monitoring content for truthfulness or for accuracy. But let's move on. There has been a lot of bitterness in this election. We know what side of the aisle you're on, but what do you think these results say about the state of the country? So close in so many places. What does that say to you about the United States of America?
Well, look, we are divided, and I will not place blame on the Republican Party or the Democrat Party. I place blame, as many Americans place blame, on the media, the mainstream media in this country. For many, many months, they have added fuel to the fires that we are now seeing raging in the hearts of the American people. They don't report the news anymore. They make the news. They create the news. I've said this, and I've said this about Al Jazeera. I mean, you guys do it right. You have journalism, and that's why I come on your broadcast. I normally wouldn't do that, outside of a lot of the work I'm doing. But my point is this. The fires raging in this country, I place, and a lot of people place blame on the media here.
Sure. I mean, I will always vehemently defend journalism and the role of journalism in a functioning democracy. It's the fourth estate. It needs to exist to hold people to account. That is what we do. It's not, let's come back to the election. It's not over till it's over, right? There is a path to victory for both candidates. How long do you think this is going to take? How do you foresee this playing out?
Boy, that's a great question. The situation regarding President Bush and Mondale took 39 days. That actually went to the Supreme Court. I would hope that within the next few days, this election will be resolved. But personally, I'm not that hopeful because President Trump will legally challenge some results. I'm sure Biden will challenge some results. So at the end of the day, it may take about a month. I hope not, but it may take a month.
OK, well, we will, of course, stay across it here on Al Jazeera. Thank you for your time, Stephen Rogers there, a member of the Donald Trump for President 2020 Advisory Board.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
As we're talking there with Stephen, the media and social media have effectively become war zones during Donald Trump's presidency. He weaponized the term fake news to attack outlets that he perceives and his allies perceive as enemies. Here is Richard Gisbert, presenter of our media analysis program, The Listening Post.
Donald Trump's inauguration set the tone. From that day, when he flat out lied about the size of the crowd, it was clear that the U.S. news media did not know what to make of the president's on-again, off-again relationship with the truth.
Series of, well, we have to label it untruths.
We now have a case where he's made another charge, and he has not got evidence. Why are we surprised?
It's such a racist question.
Until Donald Trump came along, the White House press corps had been reluctant to accuse any American president of lying. That is no longer the case. The Washington Post has counted how many times Trump has lied or misled Americans. The number is more than 22,000, forcing journalists to call it what it is.
This president is a serial liar, and he serially lied tonight.
How do you defend 22,000 falsehoods? By attacking and calling the media outlets reporting on them fake news.
The dishonest media. Nobody has any idea how corrupt the media is. Well, I just think it's a nasty question. One false story after another. You are the enemy of the people. Quiet, quiet.
With this administration constantly misleading citizens, journalists have grown ever more reliant on leaks from disgruntled White House insiders, ex-insiders turned pundits, or ex-cabinet officials turned authors. Some of those leaks have proven to be misleading and have come back to bite the news outlets that bought into them. Remember Russiagate.
The allegations that Russia
might have been gathering material, video of Mr. Trump that could be used to blackmail him.
Stories of Russian meddling in the 2016 election and allegations the Trump campaign and the Kremlin had worked together, complete with that sexy Cold War angle, were too much for news channels not named Fox to resist. The eventual retractions were damaging, since they lent the president's fake news narrative some credibility.
We're actually correcting a story that we have been reporting throughout the day today.
The U.S. media landscape, divided before Donald Trump was elected, has since grown far more polarized. In one corner, the liberal side, including outlets like CNN, MSNBC, and the New York Times. In the other, Fox News, broadcast upstarts like One America News, and conservative platforms such as the Christian Broadcasting Network and the Washington Times, which owe their resurgent audiences to the president. Time and again, Americans have seen those rival journalistic camps take the same news story and spin it in entirely different directions. The COVID-19 story has proven to be much harder for Fox and its ilk to manipulate, since there's no way to spin infection rates and mortality figures. If Donald Trump loses this election, prepare to see some journalists claiming at least some of the credit, calling it a victory for the Fourth Estate. Some of them will be justified to a certain extent. There are news outlets that have been locking horns with the president for years, producing some adversarial quality journalism along the way. But until 2020, they failed to really move the needle. In fact, fewer Americans trust their news media today than in 2016. What it took to sink Donald Trump in the polls was COVID-19 and the science, hard data. It doesn't lie. And try as he might, the president has no answer for that.
Let's get some other news now. And Ethiopia has begun military operations in the north amid an escalation in tensions. The local government in the Tigray region has been accused of attacking federal troops. The local authorities have dismissed that, accusing the Prime Minister of plotting conflict. A 6-month state of emergency has been declared. Malcolm Webb has been following developments from Nairobi in neighbouring Kenya.
Ethiopia was due to hold nationwide elections in August, but they were postponed, the central government said, because of COVID-19. The Tigrayan regional government said that that meant Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed and his government were no longer legitimate. The Tigrayan regional government went ahead and organised its own regional elections in September. The central government didn't accept the results of that election, so we already had a situation where these two authorities weren't recognising each other. The central federal government then threatened to cut funding to the Tigray region, and it's also significant that the majority of Ethiopia's armed forces are stationed in the Tigray region, including most of its tanks and its heavy artillery. The Tigrayan regional government has said that that part of the military known as the Northern Command has defected to its side. The central government refutes that, but certainly any split within Ethiopia's large military, along with Tigrayan-aligned militias already on that side, do pose a very high risk of a very dangerous civil war. And now, the reason for so much of the military being based in that part of the country is because of decades of conflict between Ethiopia and neighbouring Eritrea. Now, that conflict was finally resolved 2 years ago when Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed came to power. He was even given a Nobel Peace Prize for ending it. So now we have a situation where Eritrea is allied with the central government in Addis Ababa. So a conflict between Addis Ababa and Tigray could see Eritrea being drawn in on Addis Ababa's side. That risks spreading the conflict around the region and destabilising the whole of the Horn of Africa.
2 more people have been killed in post-election violence in Ivory Coast, bringing the number of dead to 13. Rival factions have been fighting since weekend elections that returned President Alassane Ouattara to power. Ahmed Idris reports.
Days after the re-election of President Alassane Ouattara, his supporters take to the streets with a victory dance. But the mood isn't the same among the opposition. Many oppose Ouattara continuing in power, saying his bid for a third term was unconstitutional. While Ivory Coast has a limit of 2 presidential terms, Ouattara has insisted a new constitution in 2016 allowed him to run again. The homes of key opposition figures have been surrounded by police after some announced a transitional council, saying they would prepare for a new election. The government called that an affront to constituted authority.
On Monday, the opposition issued a statement setting up a transitional body. In the face of such a serious situation, it is important to strengthen security and ensure that there are no surprises.
The government said it deployed at least 35,000 security personnel across the country for the vote. At least 9 people were killed in fighting between political supporters and security forces on election day, according to local authorities. Dozens were also reported killed in pre-election violence. The opposition have denounced the latest actions by security forces and say they will not give in to intimidation.
These unjustified nighttime armed attacks by elements of our forces bear witness to a serious setback to our democracy and an unacceptable abuse of law and individual freedom.
On Tuesday night, the convoys of 2 cabinet ministers were attacked and some people reportedly killed, raising fears of more violence. More than 3,000 people have crossed into neighboring countries, fearing the outbreak of post-election violence similar to that seen in 2010 and 2011. The United Nations Office of the Coordinator for Humanitarian Affairs says at least 2,600 people are now in Liberia, and it expects more to follow in the coming days. Ahmed Idris, Al Jazeera.
England is set to go back into a coronavirus lockdown on Thursday. Restaurants, pubs, gyms and non-essential businesses will close for 4 weeks to contain a second wave of infections. The British Prime Minister Boris Johnson has vowed to intensify testing when the new measures expire on December the 2nd. Jonah Hull is live for us now in London. Jonah, what's the feeling there on the eve of this lockdown?
Well, this is Soho, central London. The streets pedestrianised, the tables out on the streets as they have been since the summer, but the optimism of the summer feels a long time ago. Instead, the sort of gloom of a winter lockdown is setting in now. It's due to begin at midnight tonight and run to the 2nd of December. People are out and about on the streets enjoying their last opportunity before then to have a plate of restaurant food or a drink in the bars. The mood among traders, well, I've been speaking to some business owners here. One said there was an air of panic about. A lot of people simply don't believe that this lockdown will be lifted as promised by the government in 4 weeks' time, that it will instead have to be extended, raising the prospect for businesses of lost revenue all the way up to Christmas, and that's pretty appalling, of course, for them. Remember, this is a lockdown that the government denied would ever happen. They said there would be no second national lockdown. Indeed, Boris Johnson just a week ago said that such a thing would be economically disastrous, having rejected calls by his own scientific advisory group to do just this in September. But then a slew of new modelling and numbers came out last week pointing to the worst case scenario being exceeded, hospitalisations reaching the peak levels that they were in April by the end of November. If nothing was done, thousands upon thousands more deaths in the weeks and months to come. And that, of course, persuaded the government to perform a U-turn, yet another U-turn in this long battle against COVID. Now, of course, a resurgent virus going into winter.
Jonah, I guess that leaves the question, is there a sense, do people feel like this second lockdown is going to work?
Well, I mean, that is an entirely open question. Look, the point of the lockdown is to bring down the R number, the reproduction number of the virus, to 1 or below, to stop it basically expanding, to give breathing space to the National Health Service, prevent it from tipping over during the winter season whilst it's contending with other things like, of course, the annual flu season and so on. And importantly, to give space for the government and government agencies to work on other mitigating measures, notably test, trace and isolate, the system here that simply has not been up to the task up to now. They've got to use this opportunity to make that better. There's news that from Friday in Liverpool, the northern city up there will be a pilot programme offering every citizen regular testing using brand new fast turnaround tests. That as a model, if it can be expanded, offers a pathway, a potential pathway back to normal life. And a glimmer of hope on Wednesday in the long-awaited search for a vaccine. The NHS putting local doctors, GPs on notice to be ready to distribute a vaccine potentially, if one becomes available, if trials produce positive results, potentially by Christmas.
OK, thank you for that, Jonah Hull, live for us in London. Still ahead on Al Jazeera. Argentina football hero Diego Maradona has successful surgery to remove a blood clot from his brain. Hurricane Eta has weakened to a tropical storm after making landfall in Nicaragua as a Category 4 hurricane. At least 2 people have died in landslides caused by the heavy rain. Manuel Rapello reports.
Authorities in Nicaragua are scrambling to evacuate thousands of people caught in the path of Hurricane Eta. With winds of 240 kilometers per hour, the powerful Category 4 hurricane hammered the Nicaraguan coast for hours as it slowly inched toward landfall.
We are taking our things out, looking for a safer place to take shelter because of fear. To protect ourselves above all, we're looking for a safer place to weather the hurricane.
The National Hurricane Center has called Eta an extremely dangerous storm. In the community of Bilwi in northeast Nicaragua, many families were moved to higher ground over concerns of potentially life-threatening storm surge and deadly winds.
We had to come to this place because we're not safe in our houses, because we live near the beach, so we had to come here to take refuge, the whole family.
Eta is the 12th hurricane of the 2020 Atlantic hurricane season. It's also the most powerful storm to hit this region in years. Environmental experts say there's a direct link between climate change and the intensity of hurricanes, making it increasingly difficult for people to prepare effectively for stronger storms.
We cannot prepare. We have some very good people working in disaster management in the international community and in the government, but the resources are very limited, as you know, and preparing for the variations of climate change, which are coming very quickly and changing very quickly, adapting to these new storm dynamics is almost impossible.
Heavy rains over Nicaragua and Honduras for several more days, raising the potential for deadly floods and mudslides across a wide portion of Central America. Manuel Rapello, Al Jazeera.
Aid agencies say it could take months to restore power to some areas of the Philippines after Typhoon Goni destroyed a storm this year. Jamila Alandogan reports.
Typhoon Goni hit the province of Albay for only a few hours, but the devastation it left behind is beyond comprehension. This is the coastal community of Tiwi. It was once a busy fishing village of more than 1,000 families. This is all what's left of it now. More than 90% of the homes here have been destroyed. It took Nercy and Romeo Benedicto 15 years to build their home. The only reminder of it now is this. Nercy says the water was up to their necks and they had to wade through rough waves to climb onto a wall with their children.
I was so afraid for my children. Perhaps someone out there may care to help us. We are in need of food and blankets.
We will be grateful for whatever we receive.
My 6-year-old grandson said, "Papa, please, I am cold and afraid. Please, let's leave this place now." He was clearly scared.
Everywhere you turn, there is destruction. Images that give a glimpse of the harrowing experience that people here went through. Even for a region often battered by natural disasters, the devastation here is clearly unprecedented. This is a community deeply traumatized by Typhoon Goni, and people here tell us they are desperate. Now they are hungry and homeless. Typhoon Goni was the most powerful storm to hit this year. It made landfall in the Bicol region early on Sunday morning, leaving a trail of destruction. More than 1 million people may need help. Maxine Cal is preparing dinner. This pot of soup will have to feed 3 families tonight. Tomorrow's meal, she says, may not come at all. Survivors salvage whatever they can during the day, and that keeping their children close. They say they were poor, but they always had what they needed. But Typhoon Goni has taken everything away. Jamela Alindogan, Al Jazeera, TV Albay, in the southern Luzon region of the Philippines.
One of the greatest footballers in history, Diego Maradona, has had successful surgery on a blood clot in his brain in Argentina. The 1986 World Cup winner is now recovering in hospital. David Stokes reports.
Diego Maradona drawing a crowd like only he can, even while lying in a hospital bed. Fans gathered outside a private clinic in Buenos Aires to cheer his name after hearing surgery to remove a brain clot on his brain had been a success.
The surgery lasted approximately 1 hour and 20 minutes. Very well with the surgery. He is awake and very well.
The doctor said the clot was likely caused by an accident, but that Maradona does not remember what happened. He'd initially been admitted to hospital in La Plata on Monday for emergency surgery. Maradona is considered one of the greatest footballers of all time and almost single-handedly led Argentina to the 1986 World Cup. He may not have played for 23 years, but it's clear how much he still means to the country.
The people's player, the one that gave his life best of all times.
Maradona is currently the coach of Argentinian club Gimnasia. He looked frail at their game on Friday, his last public appearance on what was also his 60th birthday. He also left before half-time, which raised questions about his health. There have been messages of support. Tweeted this picture with the hashtag #StrengthDiego. And a message too from the Real Madrid coach Zinedine Zidane, a fellow World Cup winner.
We all know the kind of person he is and the player he was. I wish things go well for him. That is all we wish for him and his family.
As the fans continue to chant his name outside hospital, doctors say Maradona will remain inside, resting in his room for at least 48 hours. David Stokes, Al Jazeera.
And we are expecting Joe Biden to speak very shortly. We will be bringing you that live as it happens. That is it from me, Kim Vanel, for the News Hour. Don't go away, though. Barbara Sarah is in London for you next with all the twists and turns coming out of the US. Do stay with us.
Join me, Steve Clemens, on The Bottom Line for your weekly take on U.S. politics and society.
Times change, but the institutions frequently don't. The system itself is set up to benefit those who understand it.
You have people who actually believe things that are not true.
That is a crisis for democracy. It is a crisis of concentration.
The Bottom Line on Al Jazeera.
In an election that's seen as a test of its first democratically elected government, Myanmar will vote for a new parliament. Faced with international pressure over a military crackdown of Rohingya Muslims, will Aung San Suu Kyi's National League for Democracy hold on to its majority? Myanmar election on Al Jazeera.
It's a centuries-old battle, and the baton is being passed to a new generation. Witness follows a young Native American as he takes the struggle into 21st century America.
Everybody's gonna know about what we did here, the sacrifices that we made. This is gonna be something that's gonna be remembered long time to come.
On a knife edge on Al Jazeera.
A secret agent claimed by both Israel and Egypt.
Well, any case officer who receives potential walk-in or a double agent will always assume the worst.
Truth or lies, fact or fiction.
Most of the documents of what he provided are still under wraps.
Al Jazeera World tells the story of a man of many secrets. Ashraf Marwan, Death of a Super Spy, on Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country.
Donald Trump falsely claims election victory and disputes some results even as votes are still being counted. His rival Joe Biden says he still believes he'll win and is currently 32 electoral college votes shy of outright victory. Hello, I'm Barbara Serra. You're watching Al Jazeera live from London. Also coming up, votes are still being tallied, but the Trump campaign is already demanding a recount in one crucial battleground state. And the military escalation in northern Ethiopia as tensions between the government and local groups threaten to spill across the border. It's 19 GMT, that's 2 p.m. in the eastern United States, and the race to the White House is still too close to call. The results from 7 states are still outstanding, and most could go either way. While counting paused for the night in some states, Wisconsin has continued. That's where we are expecting results to come from next. In the last hour, the Trump campaign announced it will request a recount there. We're also expecting to hear from Trump's Democratic challenger Joe Biden soon. He's urging his supporters to be patient, insisting he is on track for victory. Well, this is how the race stands at the moment. A winner will only be confirmed when they reach 270 electoral college votes. Hundreds of thousands of ballots still need to be counted, with results unclear in the key battleground states of Michigan, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. But that hasn't stopped Donald Trump from falsely declaring himself the winner, despite votes still being counted. He's threatening to go to the Supreme Court, something that Biden's team said they are ready to challenge.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list.
The president speaking earlier there. Let's go live to Alan Fisher in Washington, D.C. to get a clear idea of what's happening. So we heard the president there threatening to go to the Supreme Court. Actually, in the past few minutes, we've heard that the Trump campaign has filed a suit in Michigan to stop the counting of ballots there. What more do we know, and what's the significance of this?
Well, just to be absolutely clear, what they're asking for from the courts is that they get access to the site where they're actually counting ballots. They say that members of the campaign have not been able to access a number of sites where the ballots are being opened. they want to make sure that they can be there as well. Now, when these states set up these polling places, there's normally people from both parties. It might just be that there's no one from the Trump campaign who's actually in the room when it happens, but presumably that'll all become clear because they're moving to the courts within the next couple of hours. We've also heard in the last couple of hours as well that the Trump campaign has demanded a recount in Wisconsin. Now, we were told that Joe Biden was ahead there, probably somewhere in the region of 10,000 votes. That's within the margin of error, 1%. So that entitles the Trump campaign to ask for a recount. They have 3 business days to do that, but they're doing it, they say, immediately. And there are 13 days for the state to carry out a recount. Now, that can either be a full recount or a partial recount. We should get some information from then. But obviously, Donald Trump flagged weeks ago that he was going to use the lawyers in trying to win this election. He said that if he didn't win, then it was being stolen from him, something that he almost retracted when he spoke to party workers and in front of party workers in Arlington on Tuesday, the day of the election. But it's clear that he thinks that there's some sort of fraud going on. He hasn't offered any evidence of this at all. He's retweeted a couple of people who've since deleted tweets when they've talked about how 128% of votes that had been found went for Joe Biden. How is that possible? They've since retracted that, but Donald Trump still put it up on his Twitter feed, followed by millions and millions of people, as we know. So this isn't just going to be decided in the ballot box, it's going to be decided in the courts as well. So at least 2 court actions that we know of from the Trump campaign, and we can probably expect the announcement of perhaps another one. The Trump campaign planning a news conference in Philadelphia in about 90 minutes' time. Eric Trump is going to take the lead on that, along with his wife, Lara Trump, both 2 senior figures. Lara Trump, senior figure in the Trump campaign. Eric Trump, of course, the son of Donald Trump, and we expect that they will announce that they are going to look at the way the votes are being counted in Pennsylvania as well, a state that the Trump campaign said by their estimates they should be winning by about 40,000 votes.
Yeah, and of course 20 electoral votes there and still no result. What do you think the likelihood is then that this could drag on with recounts and challenges to the counting process, bearing in mind that we don't actually even have the official results now for several very key states?
Exactly. We're still waiting for results from Georgia, from North Carolina, from Wisconsin, from Arizona, from Michigan, and of course from Pennsylvania. So there's a lot of ground still to cover, a lot of electoral college votes still up for grabs. Certainly there will be recounts in some of these places. We've already seen that in Wisconsin. If it's tight, if one of the parties think that they haven't been treated fairly, if they think they need to get a judge to intervene, all of them have got very high profile, very expensive lawyers on the payroll, have had since very early in this campaign, built up those legal teams in the days as we approach the election. So it's almost certain that some of them are going to be used.
Alan Fisher with the latest there from Washington, D.C. Alan, we will, of course, be touching base with you again in the coming hours. For the moment, thank you. Now, the Biden campaign advisor Bob Bauer has defended the voting process and says Americans should have faith that all votes will be tallied.
If at some point he arrives before the Supreme Court with a novel proposition that ballots that were lawfully cast by eligible voters but not yet counted by the time Donald Trump wanted them counted, that somehow they don't count anymore, he will be in for one of the most embarrassing defeats a president ever suffered before the highest court of the land.
Well, Jamal El-Shayal joins us live now from Wilmington, Delaware, which is, of course, Joe Biden's home state. So already complications and legal challenges, which we just heard the Biden team will and is responding to. But so far, what is it looking like, the pathway for Biden to reach the 270 electoral votes looks like right now?
Well, there is a number of pathways when we're talking about the 7 states that are still technically in play, that haven't been confirmed. There is the 3 Midwest ones, which are probably the easiest ones for him to reach if he were to win them in terms of the numbers. When we're talking about Pennsylvania counting for 16 electoral votes, we're talking about Michigan, similarly 16, and Wisconsin, which seems like he's won it because the fact that the Trump campaign is calling for a recount would assume that at least it's being called in the favor of Biden initially. That's 10. That gives you, 16, 32, and another 10, 42 would technically bring him to that 270. But there are other routes as well. We're talking about Georgia still being in play, although Trump seems to be in the lead there. It's less than half a percentage point, so even closer than Wisconsin from that perspective. We're looking at Nevada that is still in play, and Arizona. It seems that the Associated Press here has called it in favor of Biden and saying that, Senator McCain, the late Senator McCain, had the last laugh in the sense that because he was such a critic of Trump's divisive policies that helped Biden turn that blue. So there are a number of pathways, and I think that is where the Trump campaign is getting the confidence in the calm approach that they seem to be taking to this vote count, where they're saying that, time will essentially prove that Biden has been voted as the next president, particularly considering that as the numbers go in terms of the popular vote, Joe Biden has now received the largest number of votes that any presidential candidate in the United States history has ever received.
Which, of course, reminds everyone of, how strange, perhaps you could say, the U.S. electoral system is, where that is not the key issue. I mean, you mentioned there the things coming out of the Biden team. What else are we hearing about not only how they're handling, I guess, the Trump reaction to some of the results, but also perhaps, that even if they do win, it will still be a narrow victory?
For sure. I mean, the messaging that's come out of the Biden camp is, complete contrast to that's come out from Trump. Trump's one has been one where he is casting doubt over the electoral process, where he's accusing his opponents of voter fraud, where he's claiming that either ballot papers are magically appearing or miraculously disappearing. And essentially, it is casting a lot of suspicion over the process. Whereas Biden, through his campaign chief, she's come out and said that this is, the Americans' right to practice their democratic or to express their democratic voice through the elections is sacrosanct. It must be protected. And this is really a continuation of actually what was the central message in the closing days of the pre-vote campaign, where they said that this was not a choice simply between Trump and Biden, but this was actually a campaign and an election day whereby Americans had to come out and protect America's democracy. They say that Trump, over the past 4 years, has eroded U.S. democracy. Now they're saying he's casting even more doubt on the process, and this is something that they cannot let happen. What's very important is to look at the language and the specific words being used by Trump as far as the Biden camp is concerned. When Trump talks about, voting has to stop, there is no evidence that anybody is casting a ballot. The voting ended late on Tuesday when ballots were closed. What is happening is counting those ballots. So what he's actually asking, as far as the Biden camp is concerned, and we heard there from that soundbite just before me, what Trump is actually asking is for voting to stop being counted, something that would usually be unheard of. And somebody, if it was happening in any other country, people would be, pointing fingers at the holes in that country's democracy. Well, this is the United States of America. Essentially, it's meant to be, the most powerful democracy allegedly in the world. You have its president now essentially demanding officials to stop counting votes, and that is something that has obviously angered a lot of people here in the Biden camp, but it's something they say they will ensure doesn't happen.
Jamal Al-Shayal with the latest there from Delaware for the moment. Jamal, thank you. Okay, well, now let's go to John Hendren, who is live in Lansing for us in the battleground state of Michigan. Of course, Michigan, 16 electoral points, all eyes there, electoral votes, all eyes on Michigan and Wisconsin. Let's start there. Any news coming out of that key state for both contenders?
Well, we are told the Secretary of State is continuing with the count here. There are about 100,000 votes to be counted, and we're told they're being careful and cautious to ensure that there is an accurate count. Those votes are expected to be in urban areas and possibly some early voting. So we expect those to lean toward Biden. If that's correct, that would not alter the outcome of the current state of affairs here in Michigan. But of course, then you have the Trump administration saying that they have filed suit to stop the count. And they say they've done that because they want to observe the count and they have not been given full access to the counting. That should not affect how the count goes, but it gives them the opportunity to do what the Bush administration did in 2000, and that is the Bush v. Gore election, when they were able to challenge individual ballots, look for signatures that didn't match, look for, in that case, they were the famous hanging chads, but any mistake on the ballot that would allow them to disqualify it and drop the numbers of their opponent, in this case, Joe Biden. And, of course, then you've got the Trump administration's challenge in Wisconsin as well, where they say they want a recount. The Trump campaign says that the president is within his rights to demand a recount because of the closeness of that election. I should note that here in Michigan, in 2016, Trump won by a margin of less than 10,000 votes. The margin is currently significantly larger than that. Hillary Clinton did not challenge Trump on that, but the president has proved to be a litigious character, and he has vowed to bring in lawyers on every aspect of this election, and that appears to be what he's doing in the few states that we've gone and what used to be the Democratic blue wall. That is the wall of states from Pennsylvania to Minnesota that voted for Barack Obama and then switched to vote for Donald Trump in 2016. So we'll see how that bears out. We expect a count here in Michigan today on Wednesday if that count is not stopped by the lawsuit. And we also expect the numbers, the final numbers, to come out from Wisconsin, or at least some verifiably authentic and meaningful numbers that will tell us who is ahead in both of these states. But those suits, those legal actions, could delay the results in both states.
Absolutely. John Hendren with the latest there from Lansing in Michigan. Thank you. Well, for more on this, let's speak to political and social analyst Jason Nichols. He joins us live from Washington, D.C. via Skype. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here. Lots to talk about. Of course, the full results haven't yet come. But first of all, if I can get your reaction on this breaking news that we've had in the past 20 minutes or so, that Donald Trump has filed a lawsuit in Michigan to stop the counting of ballots in the presidential election to gain meaningful access, as they say. What do you make of that development?
Well, it's not surprising. Donald Trump is the type of person who wants to win at all costs. And in this case, it's the cost of our democracy here in the United States. And there's a major inconsistency in what they're asking for. They want to stop people from voting, or stop the counting of votes in Michigan and Wisconsin, but continue the counting of votes in Arizona and Nevada, where they think that they will close the margin. Which I don't think is going to happen. I think the margin in Arizona is too large. I think Nevada is up for grabs, but I still believe that Joe Biden will hang on. This race, in my opinion, is pretty much decided. I think the people have spoken. I think that Joe Biden will be the winner. But the president's legal action is going to continue. He's going to keep filing lawsuits. He's going to keep delaying this in hopes that it goes to the Supreme Court, where he has put 3 justices out of 9 on the court himself. So he thinks that somehow they will be able to reverse the will of the American people and our system. We see that Joe Biden is winning in not only the Electoral College, but also winning in the popular vote by a larger margin than his predecessor, Hillary Clinton. So this is really about destroying our democracy. To me, it's really a travesty that we're going to see this probably in the future, where people try to litigate elections rather than let voters decide. And so it's really disappointing in my in my view.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, if we just look at the election results as they are now, and you say you're confident that Biden will win, there certainly is a route for him to achieve those 270 electoral points, but certainly not the landslide that the Biden campaign and many other people in the United States were hoping for, not only after a pretty controversial presidency by President Trump, but also a pandemic. So what do you think? I don't know if we could say went wrong, but why do you think that Biden didn't achieve that landslide?
Well, I think it is possible he could still achieve an electoral landslide. If he takes North Carolina and takes Georgia, which are both very much possible. North Carolina is less possible, but Georgia, the remaining votes surrounds Atlanta, which is largely African-American and largely Democratic. This could be an electoral landslide. But let's just say that it isn't. I still think that Donald Trump has tapped into something that has been around in America for a very long time, and that is our issues with race and our other social issues. And he's been able to make himself out to be a victim in a way that has tapped into a particular demographic in America that feel that they are being victimized by the changing demographics in our country, by more African Americans, more Latinos, the fact that LGBT people are getting rights. They are
Jason,
and what America is going to look like in the future.
Jason Nichols, apologies. We're having some problems with the Skype connection, but let me just share some breaking news with you and get you to react to it. And we're getting it from the Associated Press agency saying that Joe Biden has won Wisconsin. So that just coming into us now. Your reaction?
It's not a surprise. Last night it did not look good for Joe Biden. I think the pollsters were very worried because pollsters had Joe Biden winning Wisconsin by 7 or 8 points. It was significantly tighter than that. But still, in the end, Wisconsin goes to Joe Biden. I believe Michigan goes to Joe Biden. I believe Arizona and Nevada go to Joe Biden, which means he wins the election. But again, Republicans are going to try and litigate this and take the power to decide who is the president of the United States out of the hands of voters and put it into the hands of elite judges. And that's really troubling for our institutions moving forward.
Jason Nichols, a political and social analyst, thank you for joining us from Washington, D.C. And let's just repeat that breaking news story that we have had in the past few minutes, that Joe Biden has won Wisconsin, which is one of the Rust Belt states, 10 electoral votes, so a key one for the two candidates to win. Well, the Midwestern state of Minnesota has been reliably Democratic for generations, and this election was no different. In a year that saw the state at the center of the Black Lives Matter movement, Joe Biden won by an even greater margin than Hillary Clinton in 2016. Natasha Gonaim reports now from the capital city, Minneapolis.
Minnesotans have maintained their almost 50-year streak of voting for a Democratic presidential candidate. The state's 10 electoral college votes have gone to Biden. Trump had been hoping to flip Minnesota because in 2016 he lost the state by less than 45,000 votes. He'd hoped his anti-lockdown, pro-law and order message would resonate with voters concerned about the violence and looting in the aftermath of the George Floyd death while in custody of the Minneapolis Police Department. He thought that message would resonate particularly in rural, predominantly white areas of the state that constituted about a third of the population. Biden, on the other hand, said that he was the man to get the pandemic under control, that a national healing needed to take place with regard to race relations, and concerns about police brutality needed to be addressed, something that surely resonated here in Minneapolis and the St. Paul area, which launched the largest protest movement in American history. Even before Election Day, Minnesotans were engaged. In early voting that began in mid-September, 1.9 million votes were cast. In 2016, At a rate of 74%, more than 74%, Minnesota had the highest voter turnout in the United States.
Well, let's go to the southern United States, because there are some states there now that are still up for grabs. Let's speak to Andy Gallagher. He joins us live now in Miami. Now, Georgia, one of those two states. What's the latest on the count there?
Well, 7 states were at play. It now seems there are 6, and Biden, if my math is right, needs to win 2 of them, which makes Georgia potentially pivotal. Now, at the moment, we've got about 93% of all votes counted. Trump has the very slightest of margins, but here's the rub. About 200,000 absentee ballots haven't been counted yet. Now, why is that important? Well, A, because absentee ballots tend to focus on the Democratic side, i.e. Joe Biden. And secondly, where are those ballots? Well, they tend to be in the metropolitan area of Atlanta. That is a majority African-American community. So you could easily see those 200,000 votes, most of them going to Joe Biden. Remember, this is a state where racial inequalities played a big role. We saw the murder of Ahmaud Arbery earlier this year when he was allegedly tracked down by 2 white men jogging through a neighborhood. Now, Georgia shouldn't even really be at play. A Republican nominee, a Democratic nominee hasn't won there since the early 90s. It's now become another battleground state, just like Texas, even though that went to Trump, just like Arizona as well, because of those changing demographics. Now, the officials in Georgia say the counting of those 200,000 votes should be completed by the end of Wednesday. And there are 16 electoral college votes in that state. So that is now playing an extremely pivotal role for the Biden campaign.
And Andy, you sort of hinted at it there, the significance, the importance of what a Biden win in Georgia would have. Tell us more, and especially, if he can win in Georgia, what it would mean for the rest of the United States.
I've been going to Georgia for probably 15 years to report on various different political stories. I never thought I would see in my career that state go from red to blue. And that is what is potentially happening here. That is perhaps a reflection of how President Trump has handled the COVID-19 pandemic, but perhaps more so the changing demographics, just like we see in all these states that are now going from red to purple to potentially blue. Large African-American community, especially in the Atlanta area. We saw huge protests in Atlanta this year. Remember those pictures of those teenagers being ripped from their car for doing nothing? So that may well have played into this, because Donald Trump is backing the police. He's saying, I'm the law and order president. And meanwhile, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are saying, look, we want to tackle these kinds of racial inequalities, this kind of systemic racism, particularly with the police. And you have to think that is playing a role in a state that is traditionally very red indeed. So that is what's happening in the state of Georgia. 16 electoral college votes at stake. And we are within hours of finding out just who in those 200,000 absentee ballots, which way that will go. But at the moment, it's neck and neck between Biden and Trump. And those 200,000 votes that are being tabulated right now are crucial.
Andy Gallagher with the latest there from Miami. Andy, for the moment, thank you. Let's now go to Al Jazeera's Heidi Jo Castro. She's live for us in Houston. Now, Heidi, you were in Texas because many people thought that actually that state could flip to Biden. It didn't, but another very interesting state has just called for Biden, Arizona, perhaps his biggest win so far.
That's right. Arizona is really a change in the political landscape of that state, flipping to blue, as Al Jazeera has declared, in its support for Joe Biden. And not only that, but having now elected 2 Democrats to represent the state in the U.S. Senate. And that, in combination, hasn't happened in over 70 years in Arizona. I should add that Arizona's governor has been tweeting for people to be patient before declaring the official winners of the presidential race, or any race for that matter, on the ballot. But if you look at the returns coming in, though only about 100,000 or so votes separate Joe Biden, the leader, from Donald Trump, those outstanding votes that have still to come in, they're for the most part coming from Democratic-leaning counties in Arizona, which is why Al Jazeera along with the Associated Press, has declared it for Biden. And that is a significant advantage for Biden going forward in his pathways to potential victory here, because with its 11 electoral college votes, having Arizona under Biden's column, that gives him a significant boost. It's also interesting what exactly got the state to shift to blue. You know, there were some predictions that the demographic shifts would help in that, and certainly they did, with Latinos and immigrants voting in favor of the Democratic Party. But there were also surprises showing that voters in Arizona over the age of 65 favored Joe Biden. That may have been driven by their disenchantment with Trump's handling of the coronavirus.
And Heidi, I mean, as we mentioned, you are in Texas. Predictably, I guess, it stayed red. But explain to us what the dynamics were there and why it's becoming effectively a competitive state.
Well, that's right. It did stay red, but only by 6 percentage points. That is the margin of victory that President Trump has over Joe Biden here in Texas. And that's significant because typically the Republican presidential candidate in this deeply red state would win by double digits. We saw Trump's victory already narrowing, that margin of victory narrowing in 2016 when he won by 9 percentage points over Hillary Clinton here in Texas, and we see that trend extended to today. And here in Texas, it is certain that it is the demographics that are driving that push toward Democrats, with more Latinos, more first-time voters and young voters turning out in large urban centers like Houston and the other cities in Texas in support of Biden and the Democrats. This year, that wasn't enough to push him over the edge. It was Trump's firewall of fervent supporters in the Texas vast countryside that enthusiastically turned out. He depended on them. He said he was going to have a tremendous victory in Texas. Well, they gave him that victory. But looking forward, this trend toward Democrats with the growing suburbs here in Texas, that is undeniable. And so certainly Texas, with its 38 electoral college votes at stake, will be possibly the prize to capture for both parties in elections going forward.
Heidi Jo Castro with the latest from Houston in Texas. Heidi, thank you. Right, still to come here on Al Jazeera. England's pubs call last rounds as the country heads into a second lockdown to try to drive down coronavirus cases.
It's getting colder for an awful lot of people in Western and Northern Europe now. This is the cold front causing it. It doesn't look much, but behind it, a bit of a clue from the shape of these clouds. These are shower clouds over the water, which indicates cold air above and plenty of convection. Now, most of the rain from it is going to be showers. It's been hitting Denmark recently. It's onto the coast of Norway. And then look at Spain and Portugal. In fact, revolving just to the west of Portugal, another building area of low pressure, which means a circulation of persistent rain heading in towards Portugal. Remember the flooding from a month or so ago around Lisbon? That could happen again. So that's an active area of weather. Everybody else is enjoying the sunshine, but pretty cold mornings, and even by afternoon we're talking about the low teens, if you're lucky, for virtually everywhere. The exception, of course, being around the Mediterranean, particularly the eastern Med, which, again, for the next 2 days is going to be fairly wet. It's been thundery with hail and significant rain for southeastern Turkey, Cyprus, Lebanon, and it's stretching down a little bit through the coast of Syria. And it's going to be this general area that continues to get the wet weather as it spreads slowly in, changing the feel of the weather throughout the Levant in the next day or so, with temperatures dropping and the winds picking up. Jerusalem's just one example, down to 16 degrees.
Since 2013, WISH, the World Innovation Summit for Health, has gathered healthcare leaders, practitioners and researchers together to learn, interact and engage with innovative organisations. This year, WISH will take place virtually under the banner of One World, Our Health. Register now at wish.org.qa.
Our coverage of Africa is what I'm most proud of. Every time I travel there, whether it's East or West Africa, people stop me and tell me how much they appreciate our coverage. And our focus is not just on their suffering, but also on the more uplifting and inspiring stories. People trust Al Jazeera to tell them what's happening in their communities in a clear and unbiased way. And as an African, I couldn't be more proud to be part of it all.
Hello, time now for a reminder of the top stories on Al Jazeera. The race to the White House is still too close to call. Just minutes ago, Joe Biden won the key battleground state of Wisconsin. The results from 6 states are still outstanding, but that hasn't stopped Donald Trump from falsely declaring himself the winner, despite votes still being counted. Well, the Trump campaign has announced that it's filed a suit to halt vote counting in the state of Michigan just hours after saying they would request a recount in Wisconsin. Joe Biden leads both states by less than 1%. Trump has been tweeting throughout the day, with Twitter labeling several of his comments as, quote, disputed and might be misleading. So let's speak to Aaron Cole now. He's Director of Debate at the University of Michigan and joins us live via Skype from the city of Novi. Thank you so much for joining us here on Al Jazeera. So whether it's by Twitter or in his speech, or really he's been insinuating it for weeks and months, we do see the president casting doubt on the validity of the results. Where do you think this is going to end up?
Yes, I think it's going to be a lot of noise, but I don't think there's going to be a big tangible impact, given that the likely margins in some of the states you mentioned, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, will be potentially tens of thousands of votes and not be able to be overcome by a recount or things like that. But clearly there's going to be litigation, and all the eyes of the nation and the world will be on several of those states for at least the coming weeks or so.
Because it's worth reminding our international audience that this is more like 50 different elections as opposed to one general national election like in other places. So when Trump talks about going to the Supreme Court, is that accurate, or would all of this have to be done initially at state level?
Exactly. The Supreme Court is the last remedy in the judicial branch in the United States. And so you'd start out at a district level. And the Trump campaign has already engaged in that. They've filed a lawsuit in Michigan, just at a kind of a district level court of claims, a level to stop the counting in Michigan and try to get more of their observers into it. And then depending on how that goes, it could be thrown out immediately, or it could be appealed up and up to either the state Supreme Court, federal courts of appeals, and then eventually the Supreme Court. So it's not just a one-stop shop with the Supreme Court like that, but that's something, a litigation would happen over weeks or even months.
I mean, you say weeks and months. We've had precedents before in 2000, for example, between Gore and Bush. It did go on for weeks. But what other precedents do we have for this getting entangled in the legal process for, as you mentioned, potentially months?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the Bush versus Gore is the best example from 2000. That's something that was in the Florida courts, the Florida Supreme Court, and then eventually the United States Supreme Court. But there is a timeline. If there are recounts in many states, they have to be completed within a month. There's a safe harbor provision, usually in December, and then the electors meet in January, the inauguration's in January, so there's not much time. And so if these things proceed, they will be in an expedited fashion. But we've seen recounts in the 2016 election. There was a recount. Jill Stein, the third-party candidate, asked for one in Wisconsin. It didn't go anywhere. It was eventually thrown out. We've had local recounts in places like Michigan and others. But Wisconsin, we've had recounts. But that you're talking about 300 votes maybe that could be changed, a few hundred. But right now the margin is in the tens of the thousands, 20,000. So usually a recount is nowhere near what's needed to make a tangible difference in the overall state result.
Do you think that these accusations, thinly veiled or not, of voter fraud and potential delays could shake the faith that Americans have in the democratic process?
Definitely. I mean, the country is very divided, and there was a lot of consternation about that even before the election. And President Trump has kind of telegraphed that this is what he's likely to do. Even if he ends up losing, he's got tens of millions of supporters. He'll end up with 60 million or so votes. The Republicans did better in the Senate and the House than they thought. And so yes, it could make it very difficult to have the start of a Joe Biden presidency under a cloud like this. If his legitimacy is questioned, that's certainly not the way you want to start. And then also it would cause bad relations between the parties to try to reach compromises on coronavirus legislation and other things like that. So that definitely not be the way to try to heal the country and the divisions that have existed for many years.
Aaron Cole, Director of Debate at the University of Michigan, joining us live from the city of Novi. Sir, thank you for sharing your expertise with us. Thank you.
Of course, anytime.
Okay, let's take a look now at some of the world's other stories. Now, the results of trials for a promising coronavirus vaccine should be available by the end of this year, but production is set to be delayed. The scientist leading the joint project by Oxford University and the drug firm AstraZeneca told British MPs he was optimistic that there would be results in December. He said doses of the vaccine were already being made, but out of 100 million ordered by the UK, only 4 million will be delivered by the end of the year. Meanwhile, England goes back under lockdown in a few hours for 4 weeks. Jonah Hull is in London and says there are concerns about how much the country's economy will suffer.
Well, take a look at the scene behind me. This is Frith Street, Soho, central London. The scene pretty much tells its own story. Low footfall, the optimism of the summer, long gone. There will be a surge in a short while after work as people turn up to enjoy perhaps their last night of eating in a restaurant or having a drink in a pub under the existing restrictions, of course, for the next 4 weeks before this lockdown comes into effect at midnight until, as you said, the 2nd of December. The mood among traders here, well, I've been speaking to some. One talked about an air of panic. There are lots of people apparently who don't believe that this lockdown will be lifted in 4 weeks' time, as the government has promised that it will need to be extended into the immediate run-up to Christmas. This is a time when hospitality and retail do much of their turnover for the year, and the extension to this lockdown would spell real trouble, more, of course, than is already on its way. Remember, this is something the government said would not happen. Boris Johnson had rejected the advice of his own scientific advisory group in the middle of September. Just last week, he said a national lockdown would be disastrous for the country. Then a whole slew of pretty scary new figures came out last week. Thousands upon thousands of new deaths, hospital admissions rising to their April peak by the end of November if nothing is done, and the government forced into, well, just the latest really embarrassing U-turn as it battles again now to combat a resurgent COVID-19 pandemic.
Jonah Hull in London there. Well, the coronavirus is having a lot of side effects around the world, and Denmark is actually going to cull its entire herd of mink after a coronavirus mutation found in the animals spread to humans. The Prime Minister there, Mette Frederiksen, announced that up to 17 million mink will be killed. She said the cull is necessary to rule out the virus mutation posing any risk to the effectiveness of a future vaccine. Health authorities found that the virus strains in the mink showed decreased sensitivity against antibodies. Let's go to Kenya now. The president there has extended the country's nightly curfew to contain a surge in coronavirus cases. Uhuru Kenyatta announced the measure will last until the first week of January. The rate of infection shot up to 16% in October, 4 times what it was just a month earlier. The health ministry had raised concerns that a revival of political meetings could have been among the causes of the virus's spread. Still to come on Al Jazeera this news hour. Tensions escalate in the Ivory Coast as President Alassane Ouattara celebrates winning a 3rd term in a disputed poll. Ethiopia has begun military operations in the north of the country amid an escalation in tensions there. The local government in the Tigray region has been accused of attacking federal troops. Local authorities, though, have dismissed that, accusing the prime minister of plotting conflict. A 6-month state of emergency has been declared by the federal government. Malcolm Webb is in Nairobi in neighbouring Kenya. He explains what has led to the tension.
Ethiopia was due to hold nationwide elections in August, but they were postponed, the central government said, because of COVID-19. The Tigrayan regional government said that that meant Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed and his government were no longer legitimate. The Tigrayan regional government went ahead and organised its own regional elections in September. The central government didn't accept the results of that election. So we already had a situation where these two authorities weren't recognising each other. The central federal government then threatened to cut funding to the Tigray region. And it's also significant that the majority of Ethiopia's armed forces are stationed in the Tigray region, including most of its tanks and its heavy artillery. The Tigrayan regional government has said that that part of the military known as the Northern Command has defected to its side. The central government refutes that, but certainly any split within Ethiopia's large military, along with Tigrayan-aligned militias already on that side, do pose a very high risk of a very dangerous civil war. And now, the reason for so much of the military being based in that part of the country is because of decades of conflict between Ethiopia and neighbouring Eritrea. Now, that conflict was finally resolved 2 years ago when Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed came to power. He was even given a Nobel Peace Prize for ending it. So now we have a situation where Eritrea is allied with the central government in Addis Ababa. So a conflict between Addis Ababa and Tigray could see Eritrea being drawn in on Addis Ababa's side. That risks spreading the conflict around the region and destabilising the whole of the Horn of Africa.
William Davison is the senior Ethiopia analyst at the International Crisis Group. He says tensions between Tigray and the federal government have grown steadily since September.
Well, this is the culmination of the political dispute that emanated from the Prime Minister coming to power in 2018, the anti-government protests before that, and then the TPLF, Tigray ruling party, their loss of power during the transition. That resulted in, yes, very toxic politics, different accusations being thrown about. For example, the Tigray region said they were unjustly, their officials were unjustly accused of various crimes. Then there was the creation of a national party, and that put Tigray out of power at the federal level and left them just in power at the regional level. Then when we had the election delay this year due to COVID-19, the TPLF obviously opposed that. They went ahead and run their own regional election. And that meant we have this very stark constitutional dispute with the federal government and the Tigray government accusing each other of being unconstitutional. The problem that we have now is that the parties have not been talking for months. Instead, we've had a deteriorating political situation. That has now escalated into conflict. So it is wrong to say that talks are by any means on the table. But it is absolutely right to say that talks, any form of talks, is absolutely imperative here. All Ethiopian actors must embrace dialogue. They must draw back from this conflict, which threatens to be devastating. And all of Ethiopia's international African partners and further afield must put pressure on all Ethiopian political parties to step away from conflict.
Let's go back to our top story now. Here's how the U.S. election picture looks. Joe Biden has moved closer in the past hour to that magic total of 270 votes for the White House, adding the 10 electoral college seats from the state of Wisconsin. But Donald Trump's campaign is already demanding a recount in that state and has filed a lawsuit to try and stop the counting of votes in another key swing state, and that's Michigan. The results are also unclear in Georgia and Pennsylvania. Both could be the key to the path to the White House. Now, for more, we can go back speaking to our political and social analyst, Jason Nichols, who's been joining us. He joins us live now from Washington, D.C. via Skype. Good to talk to you again. So we've had news of Arizona now going to Biden. Just paint a picture again of what you think is going on, not just with the presidential votes, but crucially, something we're not really talking about, Congress, Senate and the House. What's that looking like?
Well, right now it looks as though Republicans are going to keep the Senate. Democrats are going to keep the House and maybe add 5 or 6 seats. But, you know, one of the things that we're going to see is that we're going to see a lot of divided government, and which means a lot of Washington gridlock. So even if Biden is able to pull this out, there probably won't be a whole lot that gets done, at least not major initiatives. Same thing with Trump. So it's going to be frustrating, I think, for the American people, regardless of the outcome. The Senate races, Democrats had high hopes of taking an Iowa race, and they ended up losing. They wanted to take a Michigan race with Susan Collins, and they ended up losing. It looks like probably the races there were 2 races in Georgia, and they look like they're both headed for runoffs. So this is not necessarily a good day for Democrats in terms of the Senate. They thought that they could possibly unify the government, take the executive and the legislative branch. Doesn't look like that's going to happen right now. It looks like Republicans are holding strong in the Senate and going to keep a large majority. But in order to get things passed, you also need 60 votes in the Senate. And neither party is close to that. And Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, who Democrats at one point had a hope of unseating, won his seat back, handily. So it looks like we're going to have a lot of gridlock moving forward, a lot of major initiatives that both parties and both presidential candidates promised are not going to get done.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Biden did promise that he could be the unifying candidate, the person that brought the country together. It doesn't, regardless of what the result is, it doesn't look like he'll be able to do that. Now, the U.S. is obviously going through a pandemic like the rest of the world. The economy is going through a difficult time, again, like most of the world. What reaction has there been then to this still undecided election when it comes to the markets?
Well, we've seen a little bit of market volatility, and I think we're going to see even more market volatility moving forward. But I think one of the things that keeps it in check is the fact that the speculators and the people in the market understand that we have divided government. So there won't be any major fiscal initiatives on either side. There won't be any major shifts one way or the other. I think it also is noteworthy to understand, while some of the Trump people were making the argument that the market would suffer with a Biden victory, 77% of business leaders supported Biden. And also Biden's plans, his economic plan, by Moody's said that they would add 7 million more jobs and raise household income by $4,800. And his climate change plan would add more union jobs. So with those kinds of economic gains, the market is going to react to that positively. And so I think that this idea that there was going to be this market depression, something that Donald Trump was floating out there, is proven to be false. It's going to be false. The market is going to hold